In 1942, the tide turned against the Axis forces in Egypt and Libya. In October, after regrouping and resupplying, the British 8th Army launched a major attack near the town of El Alamein. 2 weeks later, an Anglo-American force landed in the Vichy French territories of Morocco and Algeria. In a series of engagements, fought over the course of the following 6 months, the Germans and their Italian allies were squeezed remorselessly from east and west. After rallying briefly and brilliantly to inflict heavy casualties on the pursuing American Second Corps at Kasserine, they were finally driven through Tunisia to the coast. The defeat of the Axis armies in North Africa was to prove a devastating blow to Italy. Hundreds of thousands of her finest young men were lost during the course of the campaign. In their efforts to supply them, the Italian Navy and Air Force were also virtually annihilated, rendering Italy herself vulnerable to invasion. The long struggle for North Africa, by providing American air, naval and ground forces with invaluable battle experience, paved the way for the eventual reconquest of Europe. Early Italian reverses against the British in Egypt and against the Royal Navy in the Mediterranean prompted Hitler to reinforce his Italian ally with 2 crack German divisions under the command of General Erwin Rommel. In February 1941, Rommel's Africa Corps began disembarking in the main Libyan port of Tripoli, and in March, before these formations were either fully assembled or equipped, he struck quickly eastwards into Cyrenaica. The British position in Cyrenaica hinged on Mersa Brega, a natural bottleneck on the coastal plain. But contingency plans existed for a withdrawal along the coast to Benghazi in the event of a major Axis offensive. The attack opened on March the 31st, and the British, conforming to plan, began withdrawing northwards that night. Rommel now divided his forces into 3 columns. One of these he sent along the coastal highway through Bed of Fom towards Benghazi, while the other 2 struck across the Cyrenaican plateau towards Derna and Tobruk. Faced with the threat of encirclement, the British abandoned any attempt to defend Benghazi and began a frantic retreat east. On April the 10th, Rommel reached Tobruk, and on the following day surrounded it on 3 sides. But for 7 months the port's garrison held out, reinforced and supplied by sea. In November, a British relief offensive, launched from the Egyptian frontier, finally broke through and cleared the Axis once again out of Cyrenaica. But the respite was to be only temporary. Rommel's failure to capture Tobruk had placed additional strains on his already stretched lines of communication. By withdrawing, these lines were shortened, and many of the problems of supply peculiar to the desert were overcome. Both sides faced the same fundamental problem. Everything had to be brought in, mostly by sea, and then carried through the desert to the front. There were few roads, and those that existed were narrow, crudely surfaced, and often cratered by airstrikes or detonated mines. The further one side advanced, the longer and more vulnerable grew its lines of communication, while those retreating shortened theirs and thus resupplied faster and more efficiently as they withdrew. Axis lines of communication stretched through Libya to Tripoli, and from there across the Mediterranean to Italy. Though much shorter than the tortuous route via South Africa and the Red Sea, by which supplies were sent to the British, the Mediterranean sea lanes were far more perilous. Between Italy and Libya lurked submarines and surface raiders of the Royal Navy. But the principal threat to Axis shipping came from British air patrols flying from Malta. The island was seen by both sides as the key to strategic control of the central Mediterranean. It had been bombed within hours of Italy's entry to the war, and plans had been drawn up for an Axis invasion. But in late 1941, a huge effort was mounted to starve the island into submission. Luftwaffe fighters and bombers, redeployed from Russia, joined those of the Italian Air Force in a murderous onslaught, both against Malta itself and against Allied convoys running supplies to the island. The renewed pressure on Malta brought a period of respite to the Axis convoys supplying Rommel. In January 1942, when enough supplies had been amassed and his depleted divisions adequately reinforced, he seized the opportunity to mount a quick counter-offensive. As they had been 9 months previously, the British were caught completely by surprise, and the costly gains they had won in the autumn were swept away as the Axis forces, spearheaded by the Africa Corps, stormed back onto the Cyrenaican plateau. From early February through to May, both sides faced each other across a line running from Gazala on the coast to the fortified village of Bir Hakeim on the desert flank. On the British side, the front comprised fixed infantry positions protected by wire and minefields. Behind these were 5 tank brigades and 3 motorized infantry brigades, deployed on the open flank. For the coming offensive, Rommel deployed 2 armored and 1 motorized division, supported by 2 weak Italian armored divisions. These would be launched against the British positions in the south, on either side of Bir Hakeim. After a night march through the desert to the south of Bir Hakeim, the main Axis striking force swung northeast and crashed into the rear of the British positions. What followed was a furious and often uncoordinated series of skirmishes as opposing mobile formations wheeled and clashed over the battlefield. Gradually, German battle experience and their more effective use of armor and anti-tank weapons proved decisive, wearing down the British armor and overcoming their exposed infantry. By mid-June, after nearly 3 hard weeks of fighting, the Germans finally broke through and began driving towards Tobruk and the coast. The second siege of Tobruk lasted no more than a few days. Although well garrisoned, its defenses had either been neglected or stripped to provide depth for the Gazala line. By June the 21st, the port had fallen, netting Rommel more than 30,000 prisoners, as well as vast quantities of fuel, equipment, and supplies. From Tobruk, Rommel quickly resumed his advance eastwards, driving the British en route through Egypt. After a first disastrous stand at Mersa Matruh, the British fell back to the partially fortified Alamein line, 60 miles from Alexandria at the western end of the Nile Delta, and the last defensible position before the Nile itself. The Alamein position was a natural strategic bottleneck, where the coastal plain ended at the lip of a steep escarpment. At Alamein, the escarpment ran virtually parallel to the coast and marked the northern boundary of the Qattara Depression, a region of impassable salt marshes stretching deep into the interior. The Alamein line, as it existed in June 1942, consisted of a number of fortified boxes on the coastal plain, manned by infantry and supported in the rear by artillery and by what remained of the armoured and mobile forces. On June the 30th, as the British armour wheeled into position behind the infantry, leading elements of the Afrika Korps began arriving in the area immediately to the west. On the following day, as soon as sufficient force had been assembled, Rommel attacked, driving in through the centre of the front in a bid to outflank the Alamein box. Initially, the attack made good ground. German armoured spearheads advanced almost unopposed for 3 miles. But the British had redeployed for a more strategic defence, and when these defences were engaged, the attack quickly ran into difficulties. The British gun line proved devastatingly effective, and most of the fixed defences were resolutely held. The battle was also fought hundreds of miles from the main Axis airfields, and the RAF enjoyed almost complete mastery of the skies. After nearly a month of hard fighting, with no significant gains, Rommel broke off the attack. He had reached the limit of his logistical capabilities, and without a dramatic increase in supplies, he could go no further. The iron law of logistics would now work in favour of his enemies. From the outset of his appointment as Prime Minister of Britain in May 1940, Churchill's military successes against the Axis had been few. He had admittedly led his people with firmness and determination through the period of defensive struggle that became known as the Battle of Britain. But military victories in the field had eluded him. In North Africa, at the outset of the conflict with Italy, a British force led by General Richard O'Connor seized Cyrenaica in a brilliant campaign and seemed poised to eject the Italians from Libya. But Churchill squandered this opportunity by transferring troops to Greece in a wholly futile attempt to bolster the country's resistance to a Nazi invasion. The subsequent disaster that befell the British in Greece and on Crete, resulting in the loss of nearly 30,000 men, gravely weakened the British position in North Africa and paved the way for Rommel's subsequent victories in the theatre. The loss of Tobruk came as a particular embarrassment, undermining Churchill's credibility at home and abroad. If the situation could not be rescued by a British success at El Alamein, Churchill's reputation as a strategist would be ruined, and his stature as a world leader seriously damaged. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor had threatened to embroil America in a purely Pacific conflict, a turn of events that both Roosevelt and Churchill were agreed would lead to a wasteful division of resources. But Hitler's declaration of war on America 4 days later enabled Roosevelt to advocate a strong military partnership with Britain and a concentration of resources in the European theater. Initially, Roosevelt pressed for a cross-channel attack on the French coast. But as America stirred herself for the tasks ahead, it became clear that the necessary men and arms for such an undertaking would not become available until 1943 at the earliest. In the short term, America could best support Britain by providing naval support to the Royal Navy in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, and by sending air and ground forces to help the British in North Africa. Roosevelt's commitment to this strategy, once agreed, remained solid, even in the face of protests and criticisms from some of his senior military commanders. North Africa was only ever of peripheral concern to Hitler. He had become involved in the conflict out of loyalty to his ally Mussolini and his growing despair at the Italian army's failure to maintain even a posture of defense in the region. Indeed, the alliance with Italy was increasingly being seen as a liability, and Italian adventures had already involved him in 2 unwanted and distracting conflicts. The Balkan campaign had disrupted his preparations for the attack on Russia, and North Africa was a continuing drain on German resources. Moreover, Hitler was aware that until the war in Russia could be brought to a conclusion, he could not afford the men and equipment necessary to conquer Egypt and the Middle East. With these overriding concerns and little confidence in Italian arms, his instructions to Rommel lacked their usual vigor and aggression. Rommel's task was primarily to provide backbone and firepower for the Italian army and to bolster Italian defenses in the region. More alarmingly, Hitler took little real interest in Rommel's difficulties, gave him no clear objectives, and failed adequately to support his efforts to exploit British setbacks. When Mussolini brought Italy into the war in June 1940, he did so in the firm conviction that both Britain and France were on the verge of defeat, and that rich territorial concessions could be won easily and cheaply at their expense. He boasted of turning the Mediterranean into an Italian lake and of re-establishing the Roman Empire. But Mussolini's ambitions were far greater than anything his armed forces could reasonably be expected to achieve. In France, despite a hastily mounted offensive on the Alpine frontier, he achieved nothing, and in the Balkans, his army was easily defeated by the Greeks. The Mediterranean proved a similarly hostile theater, and after a series of setbacks involving the loss of 4 battleships and several cruisers, the surviving elements of the Italian fleet were restricted to coastal waters or occasional forays under heavy air protection. In Africa, Mussolini's attempts to profit from British weakness had also met with disaster. By the summer of 1941, he had lost Ethiopia, and what remained of his army was now under the command of a German general. If Rommel could not now deliver the elusive victories and the territorial conquests Mussolini had promised to the Italian people, his position as dictator might become untenable. The overall Allied strategy for the coming North African campaign was for mutually reinforcing offensives at either end of the continent. In the west, this would take the form of a seaborne invasion of the Vichy French territories of Morocco and Algeria. Prior to these landings, the British Eighth Army in Egypt would launch an attack on Rommel's positions to the west of El Alamein. If both operations were successful, the Axis forces in North Africa would be trapped and annihilated. The immediate objectives of the seaborne assault, codenamed Operation Torch, were 3 French North African ports outside the operational range of the Luftwaffe. The Algerian landings would be made on nearby beaches, and the ports of Oran and Algiers would then be taken by flank attack or by close investment. Landings in Morocco would take place at 3 different locations, those on the flank to deter relieving attacks from the north or south, while the center group advanced on Casablanca. Once the ports had been captured and the harbor installations secured, follow-up convoys would begin unloading the necessary transport and supplies to enable the assault forces to strike out eastwards along the coast towards Tunisia. The ultimate objective for the expeditionary force was Tunis, a strategically vital port on the Tunisian coast. From here, the Allies could strike south towards Libya, or, through naval and air operations, completely sever the remaining Axis supply lines to Tripoli. The capture of Tunis would also render Sicily vulnerable to an Allied invasion, mounted from North African bases and supported by fighter squadrons based on Malta. While these plans were being drawn up, the British preparations for an offensive in Egypt were already underway. Reinforcements and supplies were flowing into Alexandria. One huge convoy, dispatched at the height of the crisis, brought more than 300 new tanks and self-propelled guns. Material superiority on the ground and in the air was considered essential to break through the hardening Axis defenses and guarantee victory in any subsequent battle of maneuver. At Alamein, the main attack would be launched between Deir el-Shein and the coast, the most heavily fortified sector of the line. In the first phase, the infantry would advance behind a rolling artillery barrage, knocking out forward defenses, strongpoints and command posts, and clearing 2 corridors through the minefield. The armor would then move through these corridors and fan out to take up positions about 2 miles further on. There they would adopt a defensive stand, deflecting and repelling the expected counterattacks by German armored formations. Meanwhile, in the southern sector of the line, diversionary attacks would draw off Axis reserves and armor and prevent reinforcement of the northern sector. The critical, attritional phase of the battle would be fought principally by the infantry, crumbling the Axis defences in the north and destroying the mainly Italian infantry forces trapped behind the armoured screen. Once this had been achieved, the British would then be in a position to roll up the line north to south, or in the more likely event of an Axis withdrawal, launch their armour and mobile forces in hot pursuit through Egypt to Libya. Throughout much of 1942, Hitler's attention was focused almost exclusively on his Great Summer Offensive in southern Russia. The operation had begun well. Two army groups had attacked across the Donets, smashing aside the weak Russian front and sweeping on over the Don steppe, east towards the Volga, and south into the Trans-Caucasus. The plan offered a solution to more than one of Hitler's problems. By seizing Stalingrad and Astrakhan on the Volga, he would sever the landlines between Russia and the outside world, isolate the Caucasian oil fields, and thus strangle the Russian war effort. With the front securely anchored along the Don and the Volga, the Red Army would be powerless to prevent the Trans-Caucasus falling into German hands. The drive south would bring the Wehrmacht to the Persian frontier and open a new front against the British in the Middle East. This would dangerously compromise Britain's strategic position and compel a major redeployment of British forces from Egypt to Persia, thus weakening Montgomery's front at Alamein and undermining the security of the entire region. Rommel could only wait while this titanic struggle raged in the east. The awkward position in which he found himself in Egypt was largely of his own making. In seeking to exploit British disarray, he had disregarded orders to halt on the Egyptian frontier and pushed on to the very limit of his logistical capability. From Italy to Tripoli was a distance of 600 miles. From Tripoli to El Alamein was a further 1,400 miles, over which the bulk of his supplies had to travel. Fuel and transport, already at a premium, were being greedily consumed in the Herculean task of getting supplies to the front. More than half the Axis forces in Africa, from logistics personnel to anti-aircraft gunners, were engaged in this effort. What little actually reached Rommel was barely sufficient for defence. To compound these difficulties, the British Desert Air Force was gradually achieving mastery of the skies, and the final leg of the journey was becoming the most difficult and costly of all. Chronic shortages of fuel, equipment, and supplies were to dictate not only Rommel's strategy at El Alamein, but his whole conduct of the campaign. The Axis defence lines at El Alamein consisted of extensive minefields, strewn with barbed wire, in such a way as to funnel attacking forces into predetermined lines of fire. The fixed defences varied between 2 and 5 miles in depth and incorporated pillboxes, concealed firing points, and forward command posts. As the front wound its way southwards, it became weaker, and it was here that the main British attack was expected. To counter any breakthrough in this sector, Rommel had 4 armoured divisions, 2 German and 2 Italian, but all were gravely deficient in battle-worthy tanks and in men, and there was insufficient fuel for a battle of manoeuvre. The available armour was therefore widely spread and would be fed piecemeal into the battle to plug breaches in the line as and when they occurred. At the end of September, Rommel returned to Germany for medical treatment and to press the High Command for greater efforts to supply his army. But the tide of battle in the Mediterranean was remorselessly turning against the Axis. In September, British air and naval forces based on Malta had sunk 1/3 of all Italian merchantmen bound for Libya. In October, the figure would be closer to a half. Of the tonnage actually landed, a large part would be consumed by garrison and rear echelon units. More would be lost to Allied airstrikes. As the inevitable battle approached, the defenders could do little but stockpile frantically the few supplies that actually reached the front. In May 1940, General Bernard Montgomery was serving as a divisional commander with the British Expeditionary Force in Belgium. When the Belgian army unexpectedly capitulated on May the 28th, Montgomery's 3rd Division sealed the breach and made possible the retreat to Dunkirk. Recognition of his skill and determination was to ensure his promotion to Corps Commander, and after his return to England, he was charged with the defence of the Kent coast. To prepare for the threatened German invasion, Montgomery introduced a number of measures, such as hard training regimes and reduced leave for officers. Although initially unpopular, these measures helped to improve morale and brought the Corps to peak fighting condition. Montgomery arrived in Egypt on August 12, 1942. Though stabilized, 8th Army's front at Alamein was by no means secure, and his first task was to strengthen the defensive posture of the army and reinvigorate the troops. Montgomery brought to Egypt a reputation as a hard taskmaster. He was outspokenly critical of his predecessors, intolerant of their failings, and deaf to their advice. But he understood more clearly than they did the nature of the difficulties 8th Army faced and the pressing need for reorganizing and retraining before any major offensive could be launched. Within weeks of his arrival in Africa, Erwin Rommel was already building the reputation that would eventually establish him as one of the greatest battlefield commanders of World War II. Although trained as an infantry officer, he had quickly mastered the new science of armoured warfare, achieving distinction as a panzer commander in France before leading the Africa Corps in a spectacular blitzkrieg through Libya. His energy, imagination, and tactical boldness, which had so thoroughly bewildered 8th Army, won him international respect. Even Churchill was forced to admit that successive 8th Army commanders had simply been outwitted and outmaneuvered, and 8th Army veterans had come to see Rommel as almost invincible. In 1942, after the capture of Tobruk, Rommel was promoted to Field Marshal, the youngest in the German army, and the culmination of a meteoric career. But recognition of his achievements was not accompanied by adequate reinforcements and an increased rate of supply. And without these, his operational freedom was severely constrained. At Alamein, he faced a cruel dilemma. He could neither advance nor safely retreat. Only by defeating 8th Army in the coming defensive battle could he continue to hold the line, while pinning his hopes on Hitler's vaunted offensive in the Caucasus. As a career staff officer in the pre-war American Army, Eisenhower's organizational talents quickly brought him to the attention of General George Marshall, the Army's Chief of Staff and Roosevelt's principal advisor and strategist. In Washington, Eisenhower served as Marshall's subordinate, in charge of operational planning, and in 1942, he was sent to England to coordinate the American build-up for an eventual cross-channel attack. When the decision was taken to mount Operation Torch with a proportion of these forces, Eisenhower was the natural choice as Commander-in-Chief. Although inexperienced as a battlefield commander, his undoubted talents for diplomacy and delegation were regarded as essential attributes for the first major joint operation between British and American forces. The Allied forces for the coming Battle of North Africa consisted of two separate components: the Expeditionary Force, destined for assault landings in Morocco and Algeria, and the 8th Army, facing Rommel in Egypt. While 8th Army's task was clearly defined, the invasion force faced a number of uncertainties. The operation itself had no precedent in modern military history, and no one could confidently predict how the French would react. A hostile reception could have catastrophic consequences. There was a shortage of assault and landing craft, and logistics planning for beachhead supply was seriously deficient. Moreover, the operation had been hastily mounted, and insufficient time had been available to train the assault troops properly in amphibious landings. Much would depend on the attitude of the French and the success or failure of Montgomery's offensive in Egypt. By the end of August, Montgomery had largely completed his primary task of bolstering the Alamein defenses, and a last despairing effort by the Axis forces had been effectively stonewalled. Throughout September and October, all efforts were directed at rebuilding 8th Army's strength and preparing it for the coming offensive. Planning and preparations emphasized the cooperation of all arms, the tactical role of each company and unit, and the expectations placed on individual officers and men. Comprehensive training programs were established to prepare the Army for the hard tasks ahead and to ensure the proper coordination of infantry and armor. The build-up of men and material continued steadily, and by October, 8th Army consisted of 10 fully equipped divisions, 3 of them armored. Montgomery now possessed overwhelming material superiority, not only on the ground, but in the air as well. The Desert Air Force had been heavily reinforced, and Allied air power was further augmented by the dispatch of American Air Force units to the Middle East. This tilted the balance of air power decisively against the Axis. As the 8th Army completed its final preparations, Allied airstrikes on Rommel's assembly areas and lines of communication became almost incessant. The American M3 medium tank was hastily commissioned in 1940 as an interim measure to provide the American Army with a tank comparable to those possessed by European powers. The result was a curious hybrid, half-tank, half-self-propelled gun. The main armament was a 75mm gun mounted in a right-hand sponson with a restricted traverse and capable of firing both high explosive and armor-piercing ammunition. The fully rotating turret mounted a 37mm anti-tank gun and a coaxial machine gun. The M3 entered service with the 8th Army early in 1942 and was known as a Grant. Despite its strange configuration, high profile and comparatively thin armor, the Grant quickly proved superior to all other existing British tanks, though it still fell far short of the best German machines. The British 6-pound anti-tank gun entered service in 1941. Hitherto, the Army had relied on a 2-pound weapon, which had proved ineffective in France and virtually useless against German face-hardened armor in North Africa. Like many British weapons, the 6-pounder suffered lengthy delays between design and production. And when it finally arrived, it was already being overtaken by improvements to German armored plate and by superior counter-engagement weapons. It also fired only uncapped shot, which had a tendency to shatter on impact. Nevertheless, the 6-pounder was a useful defensive weapon when dug in, and could defeat most German tanks at up to 1,000 yards. The 6-pounder's replacement, a 17-pound weapon, was already in production, but only a few of these would see service in North Africa. Entering service in 1937, the Hawker Hurricane was a remarkably good aircraft for its time and was the mainstay of the RAF's fighter squadrons during the Battle of Britain. But as a fighter, it quickly gave way to the Spitfire and was gradually re-equipped as a ground attack aircraft. The Mark II-C, which appeared in 1942, mounted 4 20mm cannons, and the D version, 2 40mm cannons and 2 machine guns. These aircraft were used extensively in North Africa against all sorts of targets, including shipping, supply columns and tanks. By October, Hurricanes equipped 13 squadrons of the Desert Air Force, and although not all were yet cannon armed, most were, and they were already sowing havoc behind the lines. The 8th Army and its predecessor, the Western Desert Force, had fought under 6 different commanders in less than 2 years. Constant changes of command, endless restructuring, and the loss of thousands of their comrades in a succession of avoidable disasters had combined to bewilder and demoralize 8th Army's officers and men. Yet if the Army could be taught to believe in itself again, and was properly trained and prepared for the tasks ahead, Montgomery knew it had the experience, equipment, and manpower to win a decisive victory at Alamein. As the weeks passed, and it became clear that Montgomery knew his job and respected his soldiers, 8th Army quickly recovered both its strength and its morale. Of those forces destined for French North Africa, fully 3/4 were American. In contrast to Montgomery's veterans, they were full of confidence and enthusiasm, but many had only been partially trained, and the American army still lacked cohesion and discipline. How they would perform in the field had yet to be seen. In August 1941, the German Africa Corps and the Italian 21st Corps were combined under unified command to become Panzer Group Africa. In January of the following year, the group was augmented by a further 2 Italian corps and 1 German mechanized division, and redesignated as Panzer Army Africa. Although theoretically a mechanized force, the Army's mobility was constrained both by chronic problems of supply and by its large Italian infantry component. Indeed, so great were the Army's demands and so meager its resources that for long periods of time it was entirely dependent on captured enemy supplies and equipment. By August 1942, fully 85% of its transport consisted of British and American vehicles, and British rations, fuel, and even heavy weapons all played their part in sustaining the Panzer Army in the field. Yet despite these deficiencies, the Army remained a formidable fighting machine. Its German component and its overall German leadership, which gave it vigor and tactical flair in offense, would ensure commitment, resolution, and courage in the coming defensive battle. The Mark III was originally designed to a 1935 specification for a main battle tank, intended for armored combat. Mass production began in 1939, and the tank saw service in Poland and France. But the 37mm gun proved ineffective against Soviet tanks and was soon replaced by a 50mm weapon. Armor thickness was also increased, and technical improvements made to the quality of the plate. Although the Mark III was progressively outclassed in the East and relegated to the role of support tank, huge numbers were sent to Africa, where they provided the bulk of the Africa Corps' armored strength. The Mark III Special entered service in 1942, and was the last significant version of the model. Mounting a long-barreled 50mm gun, face-hardened armor, and extra plates, the Mark III remained in production until 1943 and served with distinction throughout the African campaign. The Italian army entered the war with a tank totally unsuited to its prescribed role. The M1340 and its later variant, the M1441, evolved from a series of light tanks with which Italian tank development had been mostly concerned. Lightly armored and underpowered, the tank was only really effective against soft targets. Indeed, in its general configuration, it betrayed design influences which were more suited to a colonial policing role than modern armored warfare. The 47mm gun, although adequate in 1940, could not be upgraded, and the 4-man tank carried an excessive number of machine guns. Early models also lacked desert filters, and their engines suffered heavily from the corrosive effect of sand. Large numbers were captured intact after having broken down, and were pressed into predictably short service by the British. M13s and 14s equipped 3 Italian armoured divisions, all of whom would see service in North Africa. The 88 entered service with the Wehrmacht in 1933 as a high-velocity anti-aircraft gun, but by 1942 had become the most feared anti-tank gun in the German arsenal. Although the 88 was first used against ground targets during the war in Spain, it was Rommel who first recognized the true potential of the 88 as an anti-tank weapon, employing it in adversity in France, and then modifying it for use as a pure anti-tank gun in North Africa. Whereas the British had always regarded anti-tank guns as defensive weapons, Rommel employed them in an offensive role, attaching mobile batteries to panzer groups. Time and again, British tank formations would be drawn into pursuing retreating German armour, only to find themselves impaled on a screen of 88s. In 1940, in the skies over Britain, the Junkers 87, or Stuka, had suffered heavily when engaged by single-engine fighters. But in ill-defended skies, it still remained a truly awesome weapon. As a dive bomber, the Stuka was highly accurate, and its attack sirens added terror to its more conventional repertoire. In the first years of the war, the screaming Stuka had achieved international notoriety and a reputation far beyond its actual capabilities. In North Africa, it had often benefited from German air superiority, and in such conditions was employed to devastating effect. In 1941, an improved version was brought into service, which had greater armour protection, a more powerful engine, and an increased payload. At Alamein, where the RAF held dominance in the air, the Stuka would not play a major role, but in support of an Axis withdrawal or against Allied forces in French North Africa, it was still capable of inflicting serious damage. Despite the recent setbacks at Alamein and the approaching British offensive, the German soldiers in Rommel's Panzer Army remained confident of his leadership. Many were campaign veterans who had grown accustomed to the hardships and privations of desert service. They were generally well-trained, courageous and professional, and regarded themselves as an elite. Replacements, when they arrived, were incorporated within existing formations and units, learning the tricks of desert living and the techniques of survival from their comrades. But at Alamein, these normally difficult conditions were exacerbated by a serious water shortage. Virtually no fresh water was available at the front. Most of what there was came from old wells and storage systems on the desert coast and was often polluted. Water rations were barely sufficient for the army's needs. Drinking water was in short supply, and there was little left for washing or sanitation. Personal hygiene suffered, and jaundice and dysentery were common. Yet if the Germans were able to endure these difficulties with fortitude, the same could not be said of their comrades in arms. Italian morale had all but collapsed. The obvious inferiority of their equipment and the humiliations they had endured at the hands of the British were compounded now by disillusion, epidemics, and the recognition that they had become very much the junior partners in the alliance. It was these ill-equipped and predominantly infantry troops that would have to bear much of the force of Montgomery's planned offensive in the northern sector. As the final contest for North Africa loomed, Hitler's campaign in southern Russia was grinding slowly to a halt. The drive to the Volga had become bogged down in a desperate battle for the city of Stalingrad. And in the Transcaucasus, the retreating Red Army had established a defensive front among the ridges and peaks of the Caucasus Mountains. The range stretched east to west for nearly 700 miles, and the few mountain passes that existed were heavily defended. By October, snow and ice had made them virtually impregnable. There was now no prospect of a drive south into Persia in 1942. As the German-Italian Panzer Army prepared to meet the coming British offensive at El Alamein, the tide of battle in the central Mediterranean was at last beginning to turn. Throughout the first half of 1942, the island of Malta had been brought almost to its knees by a combination of air raids and attacks on convoys bringing essential supplies. In August, the Pedestal convoy, the most heavily protected merchant convoy ever to sail, ran the gauntlet between Gibraltar and Valletta. Of the 14 merchant ships that set out, only 5 reached the Maltese port, but the supplies they carried were sufficient to maintain Malta in the fight. In October, the air attacks increased in intensity, in a last desperate attempt to bludgeon the island into submission. But again, the offensive failed, and after 8 days of savage fighting, the Axis daylight raiders were driven off. The survival of Malta as a strategic air and naval base astride the main Axis lines of communication would ensure that the Panzer Army continued to suffer the chronic shortages that had blunted its drive through Egypt and brought it to a halt at Alamein in the summer. On the eve of the Battle of Alamein, the Panzer Army suffered from several disadvantages. Among them, the absence of its long-serving and highly respected commander, and its pronounced material inferiority in men, equipment, and supplies. But these were compounded by a complete lack of reliable intelligence. No one knew when or where the British offensive would open. Senior Axis commanders could do little but attend to their own sectors and hope that the blow, when it came, could be contained. On the British side, intelligence appreciations gave an accurate picture of their enemy's strength and general deployment, but only a rough indication of the depth of the Axis defenses. If these survived the initial assault, the offensive would have to be reinforced or even remounted with fresh troops in a different sector. In its final deployment, 8th Army consisted of 3 corps. The strongest of these, the 30th Corps, was commanded by Lieutenant General Oliver Lees. 30 Corps consisted of 5 infantry divisions and 1 armoured brigade group. The composition of 30 Corps, which included divisions from Australia, New Zealand, India and South Africa, reflected the commitment of the British Empire and Commonwealth to the battle. The southern sector of the line would be held by 13th Corps. This was commanded by Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks. 13 Corps consisted of 3 divisions, of which 2 were infantry and 1 armoured. 13 Corps would mount diversionary attacks in support of 30 Corps' main offensive in the north. 10th Corps comprised the reserve and consisted of 2 armoured divisions under the command of Lieutenant General Herbert Lumsden. 10 Corps' task was to exploit the breaches torn in the enemy's front by 8th Army's infantry. Air support would be provided by the Desert Air Force, commanded by Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder. Tedder's squadrons would be required both to protect and support 8th Army in its efforts. Facing these forces, the Panzer Army was commanded, in Rommel's absence, by General George Stummer and consisted of 3 Italian and 1 German corps. The Italian 21st Corps was stationed in the northern sector and was commanded by General Ennio Navarini. 21st Corps consisted of 2 infantry divisions, both of which were deployed in depth behind extensive minefields and fortifications. The Italian 10th Corps, deployed in the south, also consisted of 2 infantry divisions. 10th Corps was commanded by General Eduardo Neber, who expected the main British attack to be launched in his sector of the front. The Italian 20th Corps, commanded by General Giuseppe de Stefanis, contained some of the best formations in the Italian army. 20th Corps consisted of 4 divisions, of which 3 were held in tactical reserve. The 2 armoured divisions close to the front, the motorised division further back. The Folgore Parachute Division was deployed on the extreme southern flank. The Panzer Army's main striking force, however, was the German Afrika Corps, consisting of 2 panzer divisions, 1 mechanised division and 1 infantry division. The Afrika Corps was commanded by General Wilhelm Ritter von Thoma. Von Thoma's infantry, along with detached elements of 15th Panzer and 1 brigade of paratroops, were defensively deployed, while the mobile components provided a tactical reserve. Air support for the Panzer Army would be provided by the 2nd Air Fleet based in Italy and commanded by Field Marshal Albert Kesselring. Kesselring's air fleet, however, had responsibility for the entire Mediterranean, and most of his resources would be devoted to keeping open the Panzer Army's lines of communication. When the 8th Army completed its final deployments on the eve of Alamein, it had already won the Battle of Supplies. It possessed a 2-to-1 material superiority in men, and in tanks, guns and aircraft the difference was even more pronounced. To a large extent, the unsung heroes of the conflict in North Africa were the officers and men of the Royal Navy, and the soldiers, civilians and airmen on Malta. By their efforts in the central Mediterranean, they had rendered the Panzer Army virtually immobile and ensured that the coming British offensive would have the best possible chance of success. At precisely 9:40 p.m. on October the 23rd, 8th Army's artillery announced the beginning of the Battle of El Alamein. For 15 minutes, nearly 1,000 guns pounded the Axis rear areas. Then, after a slight pause for relaying, they began laying down a curtain of fire on the forward defences. As the barrage rolled gradually through the minefields, the infantry attack went in. The main attack was launched on a narrow frontage by 4 divisions: the 9th Australian, the 51st Highland, the 2nd New Zealand, and the 1st South African. Facing them, the Italian Trentino Division and the German 164th Division held strong defensive positions in the complex of fortifications and minefields that lay to the north and east of the Materia Ridge. These forces were supported by the Italian Armoured Division, Littorio, and by 15th Panzer. Advancing behind the barrage, the British infantry and sappers quickly made good ground, cutting paths through the barbed wire and picking their way tentatively through the minefield. The first objective was a line drawn on the field maps halfway through the Axis defences and known as the Red Line. This was reached at around midnight in most sectors, and then there was a short pause while the front was consolidated, companies regrouped, and second-wave battalions came up to take over the lead. While this was being carried out, the artillery barrage fell on the Axis positions to the west and southwest, rolling forward from the Red Line to the night's final objective, the Oxalic Line. This ran along the far side of the Materia Ridge and then swung north towards the coast. In the remaining hours of darkness, the infantry advanced towards these objectives, while the sappers cleared 2 corridors through the minefields behind them. As the night progressed, however, and the German-Italian defenders recovered from their shock, the attack began to lose momentum, and daybreak found the British holding positions in most sectors slightly short of the Oxalic Line. On the 24th, the British made several attempts to pass their armour through the minefield corridors to the Oxalic Line, but all were frustrated, either by uncleared mines or by highly accurate German anti-tank fire. This was a serious setback, indicating that the German defences were much deeper than the British had anticipated. The same fate, for much the same reasons, befell the diversionary attacks launched by Horrocks' corps in the south. But these operations, despite the high cost in casualties, achieved their primary objectives, engaging 21st Panzer and holding it in the southern sector. On the Axis side, the situation, though serious, was not yet desperate. The chaos and disorganization that had followed the opening barrage was gradually being brought under control. General Stummer had been killed in the first few hours of the attack, and von Thoma had taken temporary command until Rommel could reach the front. Despite heavy casualties, the front had held, and the main Axis gun line still remained intact, safely west of the Oxalic Line. For the remainder of that day, and most of the next, the fighting raged incessantly. On the 26th, Rommel transferred 21st Panzer from the south to buttress the defences in the northern sector. By now, the main thrust of the British attack had become obvious. The weight of shellfire alone betrayed their plans. But the redeployment of Axis armour west of the Oxalic line threatened to block this thrust, or at the very least, seriously disrupt Montgomery's timetable. Over the next few days, there was particularly heavy fighting in this sector. On the 27th, 21st Panzer launched a counterattack north of the Materia Ridge, and 90th Light, brought up from reserve, attacked an Australian penetration towards the coast. Neither of these efforts were successful, but the violence of the assaults prompted Montgomery to reinforce Australian operations on the flank, in the hope of halting the build-up of Axis forces in the centre and draining Rommel's last reserves. By the end of October, the British had carved out a large salient, anchored in the south along the Materia Ridge and in the north on high ground known as Point 29. To prevent any further exploitation of the salient, Rommel had deployed all 4 German divisions in a line of containment, stretching from the ridge to the coast. On October the 28th, Australian infantry, supported by elements of the 10th Armoured Division, launched an attack from Point 29 towards the coast. The operation secured a wedge of territory about 1.5 miles long, from which further attacks were launched 2 days later. These operations gradually drew more and more German strength to the area. In particular, 21st Panzer was being slowly dismantled. Some units placed in reserve, others thrown into holding the coastal corridor. The southern sector of the line was now held almost entirely by Italian formations. Inside the salient, Montgomery had been busy reorganizing his forces. The New Zealand 2nd Division was redeployed across the rear of the 51st Highland to take up positions vacated by the Australians attacking to the north. Part of the 50th Division was sent forward to reinforce the Highlanders, and the South Africans took over the defence of the southern shoulder. On November the 2nd, after another heavy artillery barrage, the 3 divisions in the centre of the salient, supported by the 1st Armoured Division, together with parts of the 7th and 10th, attacked towards the flank of the German positions at their vulnerable junction with the Italians. By midday, the British had punched a hole in the Axis defences nearly 2 miles deep. Their leading infantry and tanks were engaging the last significant defences before the open desert, a screen of German anti-tank guns situated on high ground to the west. Behind the guns, what remained of the Axis armour was assembling in preparation for a counterattack. The attack was launched from the northwest against the tanks and guns of the 1st Armoured Division. Both sides suffered heavily, but Axis reserves were by now exhausted and losses were irreplaceable. By the end of the day, the Afrika Korps was reduced to 35 fit tanks. As yet, however, there was still no sign of a breakthrough. Repeated attacks by British armour and infantry continued to meet with fierce resistance. But the gradual process of attrition was taking its toll. The Axis front was now little more than a thin crust. Much of what remained of the Italian infantry had begun withdrawing on the 3rd, leaving only scattered rearguards to hold the line. In the centre and north, the front was held by Africa Corps veterans, supported by the Italian Ariete Division. These forces, however, were exhausted, hungry, and short of ammunition. Efforts to fall back in stages had been frustrated by lack of transport and by remorseless British pressure. On November the 4th, von Thoma was captured, fighting alongside his men in the front line. Huge gaps were now being torn in the Axis defences, and further fighting had become futile. Late that afternoon, Rommel bowed to the inevitable and authorised a full-scale withdrawal. That night, under cover of darkness, the last remaining rearguards slipped away to the west, leaving the field of battle to their enemies. While the battered remnants of Rommel's panzer army struggled westwards, under almost incessant attack from the air, the second great blow to Axis power in the Mediterranean was about to be delivered. In the waters off Morocco and Algeria, the fleet task forces of Britain and America, consisting of some 400 ships and more than 100,000 men, were approaching the French-held coast. As darkness fell on October the 7th, the warships and transports moved up to their assembly areas a few miles offshore. Remarkably, the fleet had sailed from its various ports of embarkation without losing a single vessel, and as the assault troops began disembarking, there was every indication that the element of surprise remained complete. Certainly, some efforts had been made at the highest level to enlist French compliance, but as the assault boats moved to their jumping-off points, no one could be confident of their success. The most violent reaction came, as Allied planners had feared, from French naval units, who were known for their pro-Axis sympathies. In all three target sectors, coastal batteries engaged the invasion flotillas, and at Casablanca, these were joined by French naval guns, including those of the battleship Jean Bart, still under construction. RAF fighters and bombers were sent from Gibraltar to provide extra cover to the landings and to attack the French warships. By comparison, the resistance offered by French colonial garrisons was light, and in many instances merely token. On the landing beaches, the greatest hazard was the unpredictable tide and surf and the inexperience of the boat handlers. Over the course of the day, more landing craft would be lost through accidents, broachings and collisions than to enemy fire. Off Casablanca, the naval duel continued for several hours, and it was here also that the Allies encountered determined fighting on the ground. North of the town, the beaches were stoutly defended, and French aircraft made several strafing runs, adding to the casualties and compounding the confusion of the beachheads. Allied carrier-borne aircraft joined those flown in from Gibraltar, gradually chasing the inferior French machines from the landing areas. By noon, most of the seaworthy French warships had been sunk or disabled, and the guns of the immobile Jean Bart had been put out of action by a well-aimed salvo from the American battleship Massachusetts. French aircraft still appeared intermittently in the area, but as yet, no task force vessel had sustained significant damage. Of the 3 French ports strategically targeted for early seizure, Algiers proved the easiest and was captured with its harbour facilities intact on the first day. The port of Oran, however, proved more difficult, partly due to the failure of 2 key components of the plan. The main Allied landings took place on the flanks, in comparatively quiet coastal sectors east and west of Oran. These were largely unopposed, and beachheads were soon established. But a raiding party, in 2 light vessels, was sent in to secure the town's harbour complex by a surprise frontal assault. These were engaged by shore batteries and by French warships in port, and both vessels were quickly destroyed. A further component of the plan called for the quick capture of 2 airfields, situated to the southeast of the town. These were to be taken by airborne forces flown from England, but the long distances involved, combined with bad weather and poor organization, resulted in most of this force landing on the dry bed of a salt lake, too far from their objectives and too dispersed to have any effect. The southernmost airfield was eventually taken by flying columns arriving from the coast, and a few hours later, 2 squadrons of Spitfires were flown in from Gibraltar. On the following day, the northern airfield was captured by American armoured units pushing along the north edge of the Salt Lake, and by nightfall, Oran and its coastal defences were completely cut off. On the following morning, battleships and cruisers of the task force engaged the seaward defences, while the infantry and armour cut their way into Oran from the rear. The fighting lasted only a few hours, and by midday the town and its port were in Allied hands. That afternoon, the French North African commander, Admiral Darlan, ordered a general ceasefire, bringing the fighting in Morocco and Algeria to an end. For the Allied commanders, the main priority now was the occupation and consolidation of French Tunisia, and elements of General Anderson's First Army were sent eastwards by land and sea to seize the East Algerian ports of Bougie and Beaune. But the battle for Tunisia was destined to be a long and bitterly fought contest. When reports of the Allied landings had first reached him, Hitler had ordered troops to be scraped together and sent by air transport to take control of the key Tunisian airfields and ports. The first German units arrived on the following day, along with some 40 German combat aircraft. Over the next few days, more would be flown in, and a powerful German bridgehead established in Tunisia. On the 11th, Bougie was taken without resistance, and British and American troops began disembarking. Later that day, however, German aircraft flying from Tunisia swooped down on the transports. The attacks persisted for 3 days, sinking several ships and damaging others, and destroying huge quantities of equipment and supplies. Beaune was taken on the 12th, again without resistance from the French, and forward elements of First Army were probing the Tunisian frontier. But on the same day, the first Axis naval transports arrived in the Tunisian port of Bizerta. Thousands of Germans were now pouring into the country, clearly intending to occupy it as a forward strategic base. By this time, Vichy France itself was under German occupation, and on the 13th, the French garrison forces in Morocco and Algeria were rearmed and placed under Allied command. The withdrawal of Rommel's Panzer Army from the Alamein positions had been undertaken only in the face of its imminent destruction and at the last possible moment. Inevitably, much had been abandoned, including a large part of the Italian infantry, through an acute shortage of transport. But the more mobile German divisions, although considerably depleted, had escaped with at least some of their equipment. From Alamein, these units fell back along the unbroken coastal highway to Foucault, some 50 miles to the west. British pursuit was initially hampered by traffic jams and by the inevitable logistical difficulties of processing large numbers of casualties and prisoners. Axis rear guards deployed on the desert flank compounded these problems, and German air units sought every opportunity to harass and disorganize the British. Clearing up and salvage occupied engineering units that might otherwise have been available for minefield clearance. These still presented problems, not only in the Alamein sector, which in some places was still heavily mined, but also at Foucault, where an old, unmapped minefield held up the pursuit for several vital hours, enabling Rommel to pull back a further 50 miles to Mersa-Matruh. From Mersa-Matruh, rain and mud hampered any further attempts to cut off the retreating Panzer Army by outflanking movements through the desert, and efficient German demolition teams and rear guards hampered direct pursuit along the coast. On November the 10th, less than a week after the retreat began, the surviving elements of Rommel's army crossed over the Egyptian frontier to Libya. 2 weeks later, they reached the Mersa Brega positions, from where they had set out to conquer Egypt almost a year before. Meanwhile, at the other end of the continent, the follow-up convoys were unloading stores and equipment and disembarking fresh troops. Huge stockpiles were built up to sustain the Allied forces in their drive east. Airfields, roads, and supply depots had to be constructed, often from scratch, and additional rolling stock brought in to augment the dilapidated French railway system. As the runways were laid, hangars erected, and control systems established, more and more aircraft were flown in. But the carefully planned Allied schedule was rapidly being overtaken by events. Although the Allies had pushed small forces into Tunisia within a few days of the landings, they had failed to capture the key strategic ports of Tunis and Bizerta. These were now firmly in German hands, and the French garrison forces disarmed or driven into the mountains. The German build-up in Tunisia threatened to dislocate the Allied strategy of cutting Rommel's lines of supply. Indeed, the ports of Tunisia were much closer to Italy than those of Libya, the sea lanes more secure, and the bridgehead easier to maintain. In December, Allied spearheads that had come to within 10 miles of Tunis were thrown back, consolidating the bridgehead and securing all the major Tunisian ports and harbors under Axis control. December also brought rain, which fell most heavily in the northwest, flooding roads and turning the battlefield into a sea of mud. By Christmas, further advances had become impossible, and a wretched stalemate settled over the front. In December, Rommel abandoned the Mersa Brega positions and began a phased withdrawal to Burat. In mid-January, he fell back again, this time to the Tunisian frontier, evacuating Tripoli en route. Eighth Army reached Tripoli on January the 23rd, an advance from Alamein of some 1,400 miles. Although Rommel and the remnants of his force had escaped capture or destruction, Montgomery could take comfort in the fact that he had given the Panzer Army a sound thrashing, destroying more than half of it, and driving the rump in full retreat through Egypt and Libya. In Tunisia, rain and mud continued to hamper operations throughout much of January. This was particularly true in the north, where neither side was able to make any headway. In the south, however, the Germans launched limited attacks to seize key passes in the eastern dorsal. These gave access onto the coastal plain and were only lightly defended, mainly by French North African forces. Lacking effective anti-tank guns, the French were easily overwhelmed, and American efforts to come to their aid were thrown back. The Germans at this time were also active in the air, where they enjoyed several advantages, including all-weather runways and overall air superiority. German efforts were focused on disrupting the Allied build-up, harassing their lines of communication, and damaging or destroying their forward airfields. Air superiority allowed the Germans to employ their Stukas to maximum effect, and swarms of these aircraft raided with impunity in the first months of the campaign. Throughout the battle for Tunisia, Allied efforts on the ground would be continually menaced by these attacks, and huge numbers of their own fighters would be lost in the desperate battle to achieve parity, and eventually dominance in the air. At the end of January, the last key strategic pass in the eastern dorsal fell to 21st Panzer, Rommel's veteran desert formation, which had been hastily re-equipped on its arrival in Tunisia. With the capture of the Faid Pass, the Germans had achieved all of their initial objectives, the consolidation of a powerful bridgehead and the concentration of their forces. They were now in a position to seize the initiative and launch a major offensive of their own. The focus of this effort would be the American Second Corps, holding the most southerly sector of the line. Second Corps was deployed in 3 armored battle groups, holding a discontinuous front. On February the 14th, 21st Panzer advanced out of the south, driving northwest towards Sidi Bouzid. 10th Panzer, meanwhile, which had taken over 21st Panzer's positions in the eastern dorsal, attacked out of the Faid Pass, driving due west. Caught between these pincers, the Americans fell back in confusion, and on the following day began a general withdrawal to the line of the western dorsal, some 50 miles to the rear. On the 15th, the attack was joined by a German battle group consisting of the Afrika Korps' remaining mobile formations. But by the 18th, the American withdrawal was complete, and the danger appeared to be averted. On the 19th, however, after pausing to reorganize and resupply, the Germans resumed their offensive. 21st Panzer advanced towards Biber, while the Afrika Korps Battle Group and 10th Panzer assaulted the pass through the western dorsal at Kasserine. The pass fell early on the 20th, and by the afternoon, German armor and mechanized infantry were pouring through the western dorsal onto the comparatively flat plains beyond. Ahead of them lay two key towns, Thala, a vital link in the Allied system of north-south communications, and Tebessa, a major Allied supply dump in eastern Algeria. The speed of the advance was reminiscent of Rommel's early blitzkriegs in Libya and Egypt, and sent a panic through the Allied High Command. If the Afrika Korps and 10th Panzer reached the Algerian frontier and broke through into the rear of the battle zone, they could wreak unimaginable havoc, perhaps even precipitate an Allied collapse. Blocking forces were scraped together from wherever they could be found. Artillery and tanks were rushed to the area, and Allied ground attack aircraft operated around the clock. Savage fighting, confusion and fear characterized these engagements. The Allied blocking forces were ad hoc commands consisting of elements from different units and divisions. Britons, Americans and French fought side by side, commanded by whichever officer happened to be nearest. For their part, the Germans were equally determined to break through and kept up the pressure relentlessly. But they had now advanced for 100 miles, and their supplies of fuel and ammunition were running low. The Allied blocking forces, on the other hand, were fighting only a few miles from their main bases and lines of communication, and were being rapidly resupplied and reinforced. Gradually, the tide of battle began to turn. The Allied lines held, and on the 22nd, the Germans disengaged. Having lost the initiative, Rommel could do little but order a complete withdrawal. The brave gamble had failed, although only just, and the panzer groups would soon be needed to buttress the southern defenses against Montgomery's 8th Army. Forward elements of 8th Army had reached the Tunisian frontier in early February, capturing Medellin on the 16th and closing on the Axis defenses at Mareth. By mid-March, the army had assembled in strength, and Montgomery's plans and preparations for a drive north were now complete. The key to Rommel's southern defenses was the Mareth Line, a complex of interconnecting fortifications built by the French in the 1930s. These ran from the coast near Mareth to the Matmata Hills, through which there were few passes. West of the hills, however, there was open desert leading to the Tabaga Gap and the town of El Hamma. Long-range reconnaissance confirmed a route through the desert leading to the gap. Montgomery planned to send the New Zealand division with attached armor through the desert to assault the gap. While this wide flanking maneuver was being carried out, the Mareth line would be engaged by frontal assaults
mounted by 30 Corps, consisting of the 50th Division, the 51st Highland, and the 4th Indian Division. In reserve were the 2 armoured divisions of 10 Corps. These would exploit whichever axis of attack seemed most promising and pursue the retreating forces northwards. Holding the Mareth line, Rommel had 4 infantry divisions of the Italian First Army, buttressed in the centre by the Africa Corps veterans of the 90th Light and protected on the flank by those of the 164th Division. Behind these, in tactical reserve, was 15th Panzer. But behind the Mareth line, Rommel also had a second potential line of defence, before the open plains of central Tunisia. Near Gabes, the impassable salt marshes of the Chott el Fajjaj came to within 20 miles of the coast. If dislodged from the Mareth positions, Rommel planned to withdraw only as far as this line, where 10th and 21st Panzer were held in strategic reserve, ready to deploy in support either of the Mareth line or of the Gabes positions. Montgomery, however, had requested diversionary attacks to be launched out of the western dorsal by the American Second Corps. By demonstrating towards the coast, Montgomery hoped that Second Corps would draw off the Panzer Reserve. Despite Allied concerns about the combat readiness of Second Corps, the American attack was amongst the most successful of all the preliminary operations. Advancing out of the eastern dorsal, the Americans quickly overcame light opposition, capturing Gafsa and driving some miles down the road leading from Gafsa to the coast. 4 days later, they seized Macnassi in the eastern dorsal and pushed out patrols into the surrounding hills. Meanwhile, Montgomery's operations in the south had met with mixed fortunes. The main attack on the Mareth positions had become bogged down in heavy fighting, and a bridgehead, won by the infantry, was counterattacked heavily by 15th Panzer. West of the Matmata Hills, the New Zealanders had stormed the entrance to the Tobaga Gap, but any further exploitation was soon frustrated by the arrival of strong enemy reserves. The Americans southeast of Gafsa were also attacked by 10th Panzer, but Second Corps, now commanded by General George Patton, was determined to avenge the humiliations of Kasserine and fought with skill and determination, throwing back 10th Panzer's attack with heavy casualties. Montgomery now switched the focus of his efforts from the Mareth line to the Tobaga Gap, sending 1st Armour to help force a way through. Air support was called in, and the gap was saturated with air and artillery bombardment. In the first phase, tactical bombers added 400 tons to the weight delivered by the artillery. Then ground attack aircraft screamed in from the southwest, 30 of them every 15 minutes, flying almost at head height and shooting up everything that moved. While these operations were in progress, 30 Corps maintained pressure on the Mareth line, holding down 15th Panzer and preventing any further Axis reinforcement of the Tobaga Gap. On March the 27th, the New Zealanders and 1st Armoured, bludgeoning their way forward, were almost clear of the gap. Resistance on 30 Corps' front now diminished significantly as the Axis defenders began falling back towards Gabes. By the 29th, the fighting in the gap and battle for the Mareth line was over, and British armour was driving through El Hamma towards the Gabes line, the last major obstacle before the open plains of central Tunisia. In the west, Second Corps' progress had been checked by the arrival of 21st Panzer, but the American attack had now achieved all of its original objectives. The Panzer Reserve had been drawn east at a critical phase in the battle, and then held down in savage fighting, leaving the Axis with no strategic reserve in southern Tunisia. The Gabus positions proved much less formidable than might have been expected, partly because there had not been enough time to prepare them properly. The battle lasted for little more than a day. A breach gouged by 8th Army's infantry in the center of the front was once again plugged by 15th Panzer. But against the withering fire of 8th Army's artillery, there was no hope of holding it closed for long, and there was nothing left in reserve. That night, the battered Axis divisions disengaged and fled to the north. From Gabes, the remnants of the once feared Panzer Army withdrew across the plains of central Tunisia to the comparative safety of the hills surrounding Tunis and Bizerta. Attempts to cut these forces off by attacking through the passes of the eastern dorsal were unsuccessful. But the clearance of central Tunisia gave the Allies important new airfields and radically transformed the balance of air power. From these new forward bases, the Allied air forces were able to mount a systematic offensive against Axis supply ships and against the ports and harbors in the Tunisian bridgehead. In April, the tonnage actually landed in these ports was less than half the required minimum, even for purely defensive operations. By contrast, the Allies had taken advantage of the winter stalemate to build up huge stocks of supplies and equipment, to build roads and airfields, and to amass the necessary men and arms for a decisive victory. The overwhelming material superiority the Allies now enjoyed enabled them to withdraw experienced units and replace them in the line with fresh formations, thus introducing untested soldiers to battle in the most favorable conditions. They also reorganized their command structure and redeployed on a huge scale, bringing up French and American forces for the final offensive, and thus ensuring that the victory honors would be shared equally by all the component nations of the military alliance. Yet despite this pressure and the hopelessness of their situation, the Axis defenders fought stubbornly, bitterly contesting Allied efforts to throw them out of their last mountain redoubts. South of Tunis, they held ideal terrain for defense, a tangle of hills and ravines where the eastern and western dorsal converged. West of Tunis, the line had remained static for months, and the Axis defenses were well organized and difficult to breach. Strong points and commanding heights had to be bludgeoned by artillery and then stormed by infantry. In late April and early May, the Axis bridgehead was hammered remorselessly. Some 16 Allied divisions mounted a series of coordinated offensives, while above them, the Allied air forces bombed, blasted, and strafed, almost with impunity. In early May, the thin Axis crust began to crack, and gaps appeared as the defenders were driven back or pushed aside. On May the 6th, a concerted British effort southwest of Tunis rolled over 15th Panzer, virtually annihilating the veteran desert formation. The breach opened the road to Tunis and threw the Axis defenders into disarray. The last few days of the battle for North Africa saw disorganized and futile fighting in virtually every sector. Tunis fell on the 7th, as did Bizerta, but the fighting continued regardless. Hitler's orders to fight to the last man and the last round ensured that the battle was prolonged unnecessarily, and at the cost of hundreds of lives that might otherwise have been spared. South of Tunis, in the hills above Amphidaville, the remnants of the Afrika Korps held out until the 13th. They were amongst the last to lay down their arms. The final toll of prisoners taken in the closing days of the Tunisian campaign came to nearly 250,000, half of them German. Some of these soldiers had never fired a shot and had only recently arrived from Europe, when the battle for Tunisia was all but lost. Such had been Hitler's determination to hold a bridgehead in Africa. The campaign in North Africa laid the foundations for future Allied successes on the continent of Europe. American soldiers had been tested on the battlefield, and after early setbacks had recovered well and fought bravely. The French North African forces had been brought back into the Allied camp, ending a long period of enforced neutrality and enabling the British and Americans to assume the mantle of liberators rather than of conquerors. A common Allied command structure was established, and the various component armies welded into one homogeneous force. But the greatest single achievement of the campaign was the scale of the victory. 2 entire armies, one German and one Italian, had been utterly destroyed, and the last traces of Axis power and influence had been swept from the continent of Africa. Victory in North Africa also provided the Allies with a springboard for operations against Italy. In July, an Allied invasion of Sicily would quickly lead to the dismissal of Mussolini and efforts by the new Italian government to negotiate an armistice. These efforts were doomed from the outset. In September, Italy was in turn occupied by the Germans and invaded by the Allies. The ensuing battle for Italy would be one of the most protracted and bitterly fought contests of World War II.
From June 1940 to May 1945, the Third Reich and the Western Allies fought the longest battle of the Second World War. For both sides, control of the Atlantic Ocean was the key to final victory or defeat. For Germany, the Battle of the Atlantic was meant to lead to the complete surrender of Great Britain. With numerous U-boats, fast, long-range battleships, and the might of the Luftwaffe, the Third Reich intended to sever Britain's vital transatlantic arteries, starving her war industries and demoralizing her people. In fact, Hitler had made a fatal miscalculation. Germany went to war long before its navy was prepared. The failure to halt the steady traffic of essential supplies flowing across the Atlantic would allow the Allies time to build, in Britain, a gigantic arsenal of men and weapons. In the end, Great Britain would become the springboard from which the vast resources of the United States would be unleashed on Hitler's Reich. On September the 1st, 1939, Hitler's armies stormed into Poland. As the triumphant Wehrmacht ripped through the ill-equipped ranks of Polish conscripts, the world was already uniting in bitter protest. Great Britain, France, Australia, New Zealand and Canada all declared war within a week. But none shared a border with Poland, ruling out any possibility of immediate reprisals. The Nazi offensive had involved almost all Germany's armed forces, including much of its reserves, leaving the Reich's border with France dangerously vulnerable. But France made little effort to relieve its Polish ally. While the war in Europe stagnated, the German submarines, aimed at Britain's vital trade, had already inflicted heavy casualties. Together with Germany's powerful surface fleet, the U-boats ensured that for many months, the sea would be the main arena of conflict. In the weeks before the outbreak of war, the German Navy had dispatched its revolutionary pocket battleships, Deutschland and Admiral Graf Spee, deep into the Atlantic Ocean. Here they would prey on British merchant vessels, sailing along the traditional shipping lanes. Closer to Great Britain, 39 U-boats had taken up positions around the coastline and across the western approaches, where the Atlantic shipping lanes converged. On September the 3rd, the very first day of the war, the U-30 sighted the British passenger liner Athenia, and disobeying orders, it torpedoed the ship without warning, killing 128. It was a disaster for German propaganda, but 2 weeks later, U-29 sank the British aircraft carrier Courageous. This spectacular triumph was soon followed up by the greatest U-boat coup of all, as U-47 sailed into Scapa Flow, base of the British Home Fleet, and sank the battleship Royal Oak. By the end of 1939, in just 4 months of warfare, German submarines had sunk 114 Allied merchant ships. Although the U-boat offensive against British trade had got off to a highly successful start, the German surface fleet had not shared the submariner's success. Early in her voyage, Admiral Graf Spee had sunk 50,000 tons of Allied merchant shipping, forcing the Allies to organize a massive hunt. She was pursued by 7 naval squadrons, relentlessly searching throughout the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Finally, in December 1939, 3 cruisers of Force G correctly guessed the Graf Spee's position and caught up with the battleship off the coast of Uruguay. It was the German, with more powerful radar-assisted 11-inch guns, who fired first, and with deadly accuracy. She soon reduced the largest cruiser to a defenseless burning hulk, but her own damage finally became too great. She turned and fled to the nearest haven, the neutral Uruguayan port of Montevideo. In port, the crew nursed their wounded, while the German authorities frantically negotiated with Uruguayan officials for extra time to carry out repairs. The Uruguayans refused, and just as the allotted 72 hours ran out, the German captain Langsdorff heard news of the arrival of powerful British reinforcements. It was a deception, but demoralized, Langsdorff assembled a skeleton crew and weighed anchor. Out in open water, they laid explosive charges and scuttled the Admiral Graf Spee. The defeat, a damaging blow to Kriegsmarine prestige, was the first Allied victory of the war and gave a great boost to British morale. In the spring of 1940, the German war on Allied trade was temporarily abandoned, as most of the U-boat fleet was withdrawn to its bases in the Baltic to re-equip in preparation for Hitler's coming offensive against Norway. German intelligence had learned of a British plan to seize the Norwegian port of Narvik and cut off vital German iron ore supplies. To prevent the British attack, Hitler ordered the occupation of Norway and Denmark. The daring plan, calling for close inter-service cooperation, would utilize almost the entire German Navy. Several days before the Norwegian invasion began, the Germans had laid submarine screens to trap the British fleet north of the Shetland Islands and outside Scapa Flow. On April the 9th, the Wehrmacht marched into Denmark, while troops from 6 naval groups began landing at Narvik, Trondheim, Bergen, Egersund, Kristiansand, and Oslo. Denmark fell quickly, and to the north, the first 5 assault groups met with almost no resistance, rapidly achieving their objectives. Only at Oslo was a fierce defense put up. The heavy cruiser Blücher was sunk by shore batteries before the city finally fell to Luftwaffe paratroops. The Royal Navy, having escaped the German submarine screens, also took its toll. At Kristiansand, a British submarine torpedoed the light cruiser Karlsruhe. Further south, another British submarine severely damaged the pocket battleship Lutzow, while the cruiser Königsberg was sunk by bombers from Orkney. In just a few days of savage naval battles around Norway's shores, the German Navy lost, in addition to the 4 cruisers, 9 destroyers and 4 U-boats. Although the Kriegsmarine had been severely mauled in the battle for Norway, the U-boats had used the opportunity to practice new tactics of U-boat cooperation. Just as important, the invasion battles uncovered several major weaknesses in U-boat torpedoes. Magnetic detonators had regularly misfired, and a high proportion of torpedoes had failed to run at the correct depth. Further use of the magnetic heads was banned. After Norway, the U-boats would be better prepared than ever before to wreak havoc with Britain's shipping. For the first few months of the war, Adolf Hitler would not countenance unrestricted naval warfare against the United Kingdom. This was in spite of the knowledge that Great Britain was utterly dependent on trade with the Commonwealth, and that the United States was promising to send American aid to the Allies. Hitler was fearful that if Great Britain was destroyed and her empire irrevocably shattered, then faraway powers like Japan and the United States would be in a much better position to pick up the remnants for themselves. Hitler was also keen to retain the spoils of Poland and Norway without resorting to another expensive war. So he remained optimistic about coming to a peace agreement with Britain's leaders. Hitler had always understood that Germany was historically a continental empire, limited by the size of its navy and the vulnerability of its ports. Since Hitler had taken power, his naval policy had been directed towards the creation of a powerful surface fleet that could rival the British. He craved the imperial grandeur of the traditional fleet, with its battleships and cruisers. However, the performance of Germany's navy in the war so far had disillusioned the Führer. The defeat of the Admiral Graf Spee was especially humiliating, and the naval catastrophe in Norway had marred what was an otherwise successful invasion. Only the spectacular triumphs of the U-boat arm maintained his confidence in the Kriegsmarine. Hitler's enthusiastic support continued to grow, ensuring that the U-boat building program would soon be given the highest priority. As a soldier, Hitler understood little of naval issues. He continually interfered with the army, to the general's unending frustration. But he held the naval hierarchy in high esteem and allowed them an unusually free hand in operational decisions. On the outbreak of war, Winston Churchill had returned to the British Admiralty as First Lord, the very same post he had held in the Great War 25 years earlier. The news of his return was heartily welcomed by the Royal Navy he adored. Churchill was quick to recognize that the war in Europe would be won or lost in the Atlantic, and that the link with the United States was of the utmost importance. His relations with President Roosevelt were excellent, and Churchill hoped that in time the US would join the Allies in the fight against Nazi Germany. Meanwhile, America could help supply Britain's pressing need for war materials. In December 1939, Churchill's reputation had received a significant boost with the defeat of the Graf Spee, and shortly after the fall of Norway, Winston Churchill became Prime Minister. Having warned of the dangers of Nazi Germany for more than a decade, and having vigorously opposed the appeasement of Adolf Hitler, Churchill soon made it clear that Great Britain would never surrender and never negotiate. Franklin Roosevelt had recognized the threat of Germany and Japan long before many of his countrymen. He was a strong supporter of Great Britain, but was restricted in his direct support by America's powerful isolationist lobby. Although formally reconfirming its neutrality just 2 days after Britain had declared war, the United States was quick to provide valuable support. America offered facilities for training British pilots and supplied naval escorts for Allied merchant ships in American waters. In the summer of 1940, Roosevelt announced a multi-million-dollar defense program, the largest peacetime military appropriation in American history. For Britain, The first major benefit came in September, when an initiative taken by Roosevelt resulted in the exchange of 50 American First World War destroyers in return for indefinite leases on British Caribbean bases. The scale of American aid would continue to escalate.
I ask this Congress for authority and for funds sufficient to manufacture additional munitions and war supplies of many kinds to be turned over to those nations which are now in actual war with aggressor nations. Our most useful and immediate role is to act as an arsenal for them as well as for ourselves.
In March 1941, Congress would pass the Lend-Lease Act, one of the most important pieces of legislation of the entire war. The Lend-Lease Act allowed Roosevelt to increase massively US involvement in the war without compromising its valued neutrality. During the course of the Battle of the Atlantic, the Lend-Lease Act would supply Great Britain with a quarter of all its military equipment. In 1935, the German Navy had presented Hitler with a strategy to build up naval forces equal to those of Great Britain's within 10 years. The result would be a vast fleet of 13 battleships, 33 cruisers, 4 aircraft carriers, and 250 submarines, which, unlike the ships of the British Navy, would all be brand new. When war finally broke out in 1939, the building program had 5 years still to run. The Kriegsmarine was suddenly forced into a rapid construction program. The objective was to build a strike fleet that could blockade Great Britain and prevent American supplies from fueling British resistance. The first task of the Kriegsmarine was the protection of the German coastal merchant fleet, and to this end, the Navy laid dense minefields in the Baltic and Heligoland Bight. However, the bulk of the Reich's forces would be ranged offensively against Great Britain and her trade. The German surface ships would operate individually in the deep ocean, supplied by covert merchant vessels. Minefields would be laid outside British ports and along her coastline, and the German Navy would be aided by the Luftwaffe, which would bomb British ports and bases. But by far the most important weapons were the U-boats, which patrolled British coastal waters and the western approaches. German intelligence had calculated correctly that Great Britain needed 60 million tons of imports annually, including all its oil, just to maintain its existence. 42 million tons came from ports scattered throughout the empire, carried by the largest merchant fleet in the world along lengthy and highly vulnerable shipping lanes. In order to strangle Great Britain into surrender, it was necessary for the German Navy to sink 750,000 tons a month for a year. With 300 submarines planned, each U-boat would have to sink just 3 merchant vessels every month. It was only in late January 1939 that the British Admiralty had drawn up plans for the European war that was so clearly on the horizon. Germany and Italy were identified as the most likely enemies, and it was noted that Japan would be, at the very least, unfriendly. Great Britain's Royal Navy had not just a country to defend, but also the vital trade routes with a vast empire and with the United States. For this reason, the Royal Navy was divided into three main fleets: the Mediterranean, the Far Eastern, and the Home fleets. By far the strongest British naval force was the Home Fleet based at Scapa Flow. With battleships, carriers and cruisers, the Home Fleet began frequent patrols aimed at securing the Iceland Passage, the largest gateway to the North Sea. The passage was sown with 90,000 mines, and this lethal area became known to the Germans as the Rose Garden. The smaller southern gateway, the Straits of Dover, was patrolled by destroyers and was also heavily mined, which together with sunken block ships made the route impenetrable to German U-boats. A new force, the Channel Force, was created at Portsmouth, with powerful battleships to protect the endless stream of military transports travelling to and from the British Army in France. The most vital area of all was the western approaches, and its defence was coordinated from Liverpool. Based at Liverpool was a strong force of destroyers and corvettes, which would patrol ceaselessly and provide valuable convoy escorts. The convoys would be protected further by minefields along the shipping routes and further out to sea by the Royal Air Force, whose patrol zone would steadily increase as the battle progressed. The Royal Navy had also to take the fight to the enemy, and it immediately mounted a trade blockade against Germany, seizing and inspecting even neutral ships for illegal contraband. An additional strike force of fast cruisers was formed at Hull to counter any German threat in the southern stretches of the North Sea. The British Navy hoped to deny the Germans all entry into the Atlantic Ocean. The Admiralty war plans would stretch the slender resources of the British Navy to the very limit. In order to protect a vast merchant fleet of 4,000 vessels, the Royal Navy could provide just 150 destroyers. Their deployment, too, was flawed. The zone in which they patrolled was a severe underestimation of the range of modern submarines. There was a desperate shortage of air cover, as the Royal Air Force needed fighters and bombers for the defence of British airspace. Of the few that Coastal Command did possess, most were over the North Sea, waiting for the expected breakout of the German surface fleet. The first major step taken by the Royal Navy in protecting the merchant fleet was to force all departing British merchant ships into convoy. The convoy system was a defensive measure that had effectively countered the U-boat threat in the First World War. Now, the Admiralty expected it to succeed again, despite the great technological advances that had taken place in the intervening years. Modern submarines had a far greater range than their forebears and were equipped with more accurate torpedoes. An even greater advance had been made in radio communications, which allowed submarine attacks to be closely coordinated from U-boat headquarters. The British Admiralty was dangerously underestimating the mortal threat from Germany's U-boats. In the 1930s, Karl Dönitz had been faced with the difficult task of rebuilding the German U-boat service from scratch. Dönitz was an inspirational leader, himself a U-boat commander in the First World War, who instilled in his men a deep sense of camaraderie and mission. He led from the front, going to sea, and personally training the new generation of submarine commanders. It was during these exercises that Dönitz had formulated the new tactics of U-boat cooperation, which he would implement to deadly effect during the battle. Admiral Dönitz had achieved legendary status when his personal project, the attack on the Royal Oak at Scapa Flow, had succeeded so spectacularly. The continuing success of his submarine fleet ensured increased funding for more and even bigger U-boats. At the height of the battle, Admiral Karl Dönitz would be promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the entire German Navy. But such was his dedication to the undersea war that he retained full operational control of the U-boat arm. By the war's end, Dönitz would have risen so high in Hitler's estimation that he would be named his successor, becoming in May 1945 the second and last Führer of the Third Reich. Admiral Max Horten was a career sailor, a submariner who in the First World War had sunk a German cruiser, becoming the very first British submarine commander to sink an enemy vessel. Up to the outbreak of the Second World War, Horten commanded the Royal Naval Reserves and brought a force of raw recruits and aging reservists equipped with First War ships up to a state of battle readiness. By applying a powerful combination of perfectionism and ruthlessness, Horten enabled the reserves to become the mainstay of the convoy escorts. At the height of the battle, when attacks on Allied shipping reached a peak, Admiral Horten would become Commander-in-Chief of the Western Approaches, with responsibility for ensuring the safe arrival of every single convoy that crossed the Atlantic Ocean. With characteristic determination, Horten would actually take up residence in the Western Approaches headquarters at Derby House in Liverpool. Here, he created a tactical school that utilized pleasure yachts and training submarines, gaining valuable practical experience for escort commanders. Forceful and determined, Horten was not popular with his superiors, but as one of the most able naval officers of the war, he was universally held in the highest regard. On the outbreak of war, Germany had possessed 2 modern battleships, 3 smaller pocket battleships, 1 uncompleted carrier, 9 cruisers, and almost 60 U-boats. She also had several aging battleships, 20 destroyers, and a small number of mine layers. Since then, the invasion of Norway had severely weakened the Kriegsmarine. A third of its cruiser force and half its destroyers had been sent to the bottom. These losses, and that of the Graf Spee, would be extremely difficult to replace. There were serious shortages of dockyard personnel, and every ton of steel for shipbuilding had to be won in the face of intense competition from the Air Force and Army. Although 2 more powerful battleships were soon to be commissioned, the loss of so many surface ships had made it clear to Hitler that their value was now overrated. The great successes of the U-boats, combined with the fact that they were much cheaper to build, had convinced him that Germany should put most of its naval construction effort into manufacturing submarines. In the summer of 1940, the Kriegsmarine had 51 U-boats, and with an ever-increasing number being launched, the U-boat arm looked set to achieve its aim of 300 operational submarines. The most numerous of all U-boats was the Type 7. Small and cheap to build, it had originally been designed for operations in the Mediterranean. The Type 7 was highly adaptable, and a great many versions would see service. It was fast on the surface, and twin rudders made it highly maneuverable. These qualities, and the ability to remain submerged for 18 hours, made the Type 7 ideal for night surface attacks. The Type 7 was cramped and uncomfortable to live in. But it was the workhorse of the U-boat arm, and nearly 700 would be built, more than half the total number of German submarines. The Type 7's successor was the Type 9, the early models of which were adapted and slightly enlarged 7s. However, the next versions were nearly 40 feet longer. The Type 9s had just 2 slow-running diesel engines instead of 6, which gave the boat an improved surface range at 12 knots of nearly 24,000 miles. 370 would be built during the course of the war, and the Type 9 would have the highest ratio of kills per submarine of all German U-boats. By the end of the war, Germany would launch in all nearly 1,200 U-boats of all types, and they were by far the Reich's most important maritime weapon. U-boats would eventually account for 70% of all Allied shipping losses to the Germans. The Scharnhorst, a 30,000-ton battle cruiser, had been laid down secretly in 1935, contravening the weight restrictions of the Versailles Treaty. Unlike traditional battle cruisers, which sacrificed armored protection for heavy armament, the Scharnhorst reversed the principle. With its lighter, 11-inch guns, armor protection could be considerably increased. Additionally, the Scharnhorst was provided with an unprecedented number of heavy anti-aircraft guns. The Scharnhorst, paired with her sister ship, the Gneisenau, sorted into the Atlantic in early 1941, where their 10,000-mile cruising radius would make them deadly as commerce raiders. Even more importantly, the attempts by the Allies to destroy them would tie up vast quantities of Allied ships, fuel, and manpower. The Focke-Wulf 200 had originally been designed before the war as a long-distance airliner. It was successfully exported and made several record endurance flights. The 200 had once crossed the Atlantic Ocean non-stop in less than 24 hours. It was the Japanese armed forces who had first recognized the aircraft's reconnaissance potential. And in 1940, the Germans introduced their own military version, the Condor. Throughout the battle, Condors would prove highly effective, both as spotters for U-boats and as bombers. For much of the war, it was Germany's only four-engined bomber. Even with a huge 4,000-pound payload, the Condor could remain airborne for 14 hours, enabling it to menace Britain's shipping lanes far into the Atlantic. The Condor was dangerously prone to structural failures, and many aircraft were lost in landing accidents. It was lightly armored, and with just 3 machine guns, was highly vulnerable to other aircraft. Nevertheless, nearly 300 Condors were built, and they earned a formidable reputation among Allied sailors. The secret raiders were German merchant ships, disguised as neutral or Allied traders, and armed with old First World War guns. Dispatched into the Atlantic, the vessels operated alone, preying on unsuspecting Allied shipping. During the course of the war, 11 merchants would be converted into raiders, and many would patrol the sea lanes of the Atlantic. Their greatest success, like the battlecruiser commerce raiders, was in diverting Allied resources away from convoy protection. Of all the secret marauders, the most destructive was Atlantis, known to British intelligence as Raider C. Manned with some of the very best crews the Kriegsmarine could muster, the Atlantis would be responsible for sinking 22 Allied merchant vessels, in voyages eventually totaling more than 100,000 miles. Before going into combat in the Atlantic Ocean, every U-boat officer, engineer, and rating had to have passed through an elite training school, secretly established in 1933. Their training was rigorous. Every single U-boat procedure had to become completely instinctive before there was any kind of tactical schooling. Live torpedoes could only be fired once a crew had carried out 66 attacks on the surface and the same number submerged. Practicing 8 attacks a day and 6 at night for an exhausting 5 days a week pushed the U-boat men to the very limit of their physical and mental capacity. The arduous training undergone by the men of the U-boat service encouraged their belief that they were an elite corps within the already elite Navy. Their beards were not just a practical measure to save valuable fresh water, but a symbol of their elevated status. The sense of being specially chosen for one of the most dangerous and demanding jobs in the armed forces was highly attractive to dedicated young Nazis. As a result, the U-boat arm was more deeply politicized and more driven by ideology than any other branch of the Wehrmacht. In the spring of 1940, when the U-boats returned home from their first sorties against the British, they became the new heroes of the Third Reich. Berliners turned out in their thousands, and entire crews were taken to the Chancellery to meet personally with their delighted Führer. The U-boat arm was by far the most dangerous profession for a German to be in. Of the 39,000 sailors that went to sea in U-boats, nearly 70% would die. This was the highest casualty rate of any service of any nation in the Second World War. During the 1920s and 30s, the Royal Navy had suffered from severe financial restraints. In 1939, all but 3 of the 15 capital ships in service dated from the First World War. Cutbacks had steadily reduced the Navy's design and manufacturing capacity, slowing down the building of new ships, and innovations such as carrier aircraft had been seriously neglected. Historically, the primary role of the Royal Navy had been to ensure the safety of British commerce. But the lean interwar years had left the imperial ports and the lengthy shipping lanes inadequately protected. When war finally came, the Royal Navy found itself with the full-time job of protecting the largest merchant fleet in the world, at a time when even its basic stocks of fuel and ammunition were below battle readiness. Ironically, one of the main causes of the Navy's meager convoy protection was the successful development of an underwater listening device, ASDIC, or sonar. Experiments in the 1930s had convinced the British Admiralty that this secret weapon could make a convoy invulnerable to submarine attack. However, the experiments had been flawed. Conducted in ideal weather conditions, they took no account of the harsh realities of the Atlantic Ocean. In spite of its weaknesses and its heavy losses in the war so far, the Royal Navy, with 14 battleships and carriers, 57 cruisers and over 100 destroyers, remained one of the largest naval forces in the world. As the Admiralty began fully to realize that the entire war could be lost in the Atlantic Ocean, convoy defense would at last be given the highest priority. The Flower-class corvette was a small, armored escort vessel, based on an old 19th century design for a whale catcher. It was easy to build and extremely cheap, at just half the cost of a destroyer. An additional advantage was that many improvements could conveniently be made while the ships were still being built. The corvette was basically a seagoing coastal ship, poorly suited to deep-water voyages in the Atlantic Ocean. It rolled severely, quickly exhausting even the fittest crews. Although too slow to overhaul a surfaced U-boat, the Flower-class corvette could cross the full width of the Atlantic Ocean without refueling. With a 4-inch gun, 6 anti-aircraft machine guns, and 40 depth charges, the corvette would become operational during the most severe escort shortage of the war. Its cheap, fast construction, its long endurance, and its small but deadly armory would make the Flower one of the most important Allied weapons of the battle, the mainstay of the British and Canadian convoy defences. The American consolidated B-24 Liberator, a powerful long-range bomber, was one of the most successful heavy bombers ever, and with over 18,000 built, the most numerous American aircraft in history. It was first supplied to RAF Coastal Command in June 1941, and the British would eventually receive almost 1,700. The Liberator was cold and drafty and earned a reputation for breaking up easily on crash landings. But with a range of more than 2,200 miles, the aircraft, in British and American hands, would at last seal the mid-Atlantic air gap, giving convoys full protection throughout their entire voyage. Later in the battle, they would be fitted with powerful spotlights called lee lights and a revolutionary 10-centimeter radar, which would dramatically enhance their effectiveness. In the Battle of the Atlantic, the B-24 would become one of the most valuable weapons in the Allied arsenal. The short Sunderland, a pre-war passenger flying boat, had been RAF Coastal Command's main frontline patrol aircraft since 1938. It was a large and graceful 4-engined machine, which had an endurance of 14 hours. Almost 750 would be built, seeing service with Canadian, Australian, and New Zealand squadrons. The Sunderland's range and 2,000-pound bomb load made it a formidable anti-submarine weapon. But its greatest advantage was its versatility. Many Allied sailors and airmen owed their lives to its search and rescue capabilities, while as a bomber, it would be responsible for nearly 40 U-boat kills. However, the Sunderland's greatest role was as a convoy escort. The German submarines feared air attack more than anything, and time after time, the mere sight of the Sunderland would force them to dive, not only slowing them down, but greatly increasing their fuel consumption, and so reducing their effective range by hundreds of miles. The Sunderland was slow, with an average cruising speed of just 134 miles per hour. But this was more than compensated for by 10 machine guns and thick armor plating. As a result, the aircraft earned legendary status with the Germans, who nicknamed it the Flying Porcupine. The American Liberty ships had been designed with one guiding principle in mind: to build more ships than the Germans could sink. The result was a large, sturdy, if inelegant, freighter, constructed easily and rapidly. It was assembled with 30,000 standardized prefabricated parts that did not need to be manufactured in a shipyard. The Liberty ship prototype had taken 244 days to build, but within months, the average construction time was reduced to just 42 days. In November 1942, a public relations exercise would be staged, with the Liberty ship completed in an incredible 4 days and 15 hours. Nearly 3,000 would eventually be built, and of these, 200 would be sunk. The many millions of tons of cargo carried across the Atlantic Ocean by Liberty ships would be of inestimable value to the Allies in winning the battle and the war. In 1939, the officers and men of the Royal Navy were some of the most able, well-trained sailors in the world. The already high quality of recruits was raised even further when Winston Churchill swept away many of the old class prejudices and immeasurably boosted service morale. Shortly before the outbreak of war, the Navy's ranks were swelled by the men of the Royal Naval Reserve. The force grew from 119,000 to nearly 200,000. The inexperienced reserves soon became the backbone of the convoy escorts. The opening skirmishes of the war at sea ensured that they were trained in action, and by the time the battle began in earnest, they would be as hardened as their long-service colleagues. For the sailors of the United States Navy, the dangers and hardships of battle were being endured long before their government declared war. They shared not just the treachery of the ocean itself, but also the U-boat terror, which often struck indiscriminately. US sailors would die at sea months before the carnage of Pearl Harbor. Ashore, they were forbidden to talk of their exploits and received no public recognition. Of all the men crossing the Atlantic, none were so fundamental to the Allied effort as the men of the merchant navies. Many convoys were composed of ships from several nations, and often each ship was crewed by a mix of races and nationalities. Most were just ordinary civilians, suddenly forced under military authority and thrust into a terrifying battle of attrition. For all Allied sailors, the already harsh Atlantic was made worse by the constant pressures. The vigilance needed just to maintain station in convoy was compounded by the endless, almost unendurable tension of waiting for the inevitable attack. Ships went down in moments. Cold water killed men in minutes, and the dense Atlantic fogs could foil any attempt at rescue. Worst of all, the convoy could stop for no one. During the course of the battle, merchant sailors would suffer a higher casualty rate than any of the Allied armed forces. Since September 1939, when the British Expeditionary Force had begun crossing to France, 13 British divisions had steadily been fortifying the French border against German attack. Still, Germany had made no aggressive moves towards France, and many people now believed this long period of inaction meant that the war would soon be concluded through negotiation. This illusion was suddenly shattered on May the 9th, 1940, when the Wehrmacht unleashed 2.5 million men against France and the Low Countries. The Allied armies, taken by surprise, were soon in full retreat, harried all the way to the northern coast of France. Hundreds of thousands became trapped in an ever-decreasing pocket around the port of Dunkirk. The Royal Navy launched an audacious and brilliantly successful rescue mission, saving nearly 350,000 British and French troops from certain death or capture. The Germans turned south, and within weeks, France had sued for peace. Never before had the world balance of power shifted so dramatically. Britain now stood alone, her last ally in Europe gone. Her trade routes across the Atlantic were the key to her very survival. The Dunkirk evacuation had cost the British Navy 6 destroyers sunk and 26 badly damaged, leaving less than 80 at sea. Even worse, Great Britain herself was now threatened with invasion, and more escorts had to be diverted to watch the coasts. For Germany, the outlook could not have been better. Newly acquired naval bases on the French Atlantic coast dramatically reduced the U-boats' traveling time. Now, more U-boats could take up station, and they could remain for even longer. With Allied convoy escorts weaker than they had ever been, the U-boats seemed poised to win the war for Germany. On May the 15th, 1940, Admiral Karl Dönitz, commander of the German U-boat arm, had dispatched a single submarine into the Atlantic, the first to go back since the fall of Norway. The U-37 was on an unusual mission: to raise morale by proving that British shipping was still highly vulnerable. In just 2 weeks, with torpedoes and deck guns, the U-37 sank 11 merchant ships, making it the most successful tour of the battle so far. News of U-37's spectacular triumph spread rapidly through the service and gave an immeasurable boost to morale. Dönitz was delighted and immediately ordered that 2 U-boat flotillas be made ready for a return to the rich hunting ground of the Atlantic Ocean. Since the beginning of the war 9 months earlier, the German Navy had lost nearly 20 U-boats. Of these, only a handful had actually been sunk during attacks on merchant ships, while most had been lost to mines or in accidents. All had been replaced by June 1940. The U-boat construction program was currently delivering 13 every month, but was given a considerable boost by the occupation of France. The capture of French raw materials would provide the Navy with an abundance of previously scarce metals, especially copper, which was vital in submarine production. The U-boats continued to operate from their traditional base at Wilhelmshaven and the Norwegian ports. But the main Atlantic fleet would soon strike from U-boat bases being constructed along the French west coast at Lorient, Brest, Saint-Nazaire, and Bordeaux. Admiral Karl Dönitz would set up his new headquarters just outside Lorient at Carnival. For the next year, 30 submarines would operate from these bases. The German fleet would soon be joined by 18 Italian submarines under German operational control. Luftwaffe units of Focke-Wulf Condors and Heinkel 111s would fly from airfields at Mérignac near Bordeaux and Stavanger in Norway. While at Kiel, the battle cruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were undergoing repairs and would soon be ready to sortie, as would the pocket battleship Admiral Scheer in Wilhelmshaven. The battleship Bismarck and the cruiser Prince Eugen were in trials in the Baltic and would not be ready for 6 months. But their mere presence was enough to alarm the British authorities. The Condors could strike over 1,400 kilometers into the Atlantic, almost as far as Iceland. The U-boats would patrol a wide area, initially operating to 25 degrees west, and this would steadily increase as the battle progressed. Also, the first wave of secret raiders had already set sail and were now traveling south through the Atlantic Ocean. The capture of the French Atlantic ports not only saved the German and Italian U-boats a week's traveling time, but the new bases also proved highly effective repair yards. Normally, of the total number of U-boats in service at any one time, a third would be traveling to or from station, a third would be in dock undergoing refits and repairs, leaving only the final third actually on operations. The new French bases were far more efficient than the overworked ports of the German homeland,
and the number of U-boats on operations instead of in dock would rise considerably. Even as the Germans were completing the conquest of France, Hitler had already turned his sights towards Great Britain. While the U-boats were set to cut Britain's Atlantic lifeline, the Luftwaffe began bombing her ports and channel shipping. As British naval forces had been diverted to watch the coastline for a threatened German invasion, many merchant vessels had been left defenseless. Every effort was made to help them protect themselves, and as much of the merchant fleet as possible was now given armor protection. Many merchant ships were also armed, and their crews were trained to fight. In June 1940, nearly half the Royal Navy's 80 destroyers were deployed in the screen thrown around the south coast of Great Britain to watch for a German invasion. Even more were utilized in formations called search and patrol groups. These had a roving brief to sweep the ocean for prowling U-boats. This left the Western Approaches Command responsible for the defense of all Atlantic convoys, with too few destroyers and less than 50 sloops and corvettes. The Western Approaches warships were soon to be based in the ports of Liverpool, Greenock, and Londonderry. Later in the battle, Admiral Max Houghton would become Commander-in-Chief with his headquarters at Liverpool. The Western Approaches warships initially could only escort the outward-bound convoys as far as 12 degrees west, 100 miles west of Ireland. At the 12th meridian, the convoy would have to continue the rest of the 4,000-kilometer journey alone, or with just light defense. The Western Approaches escorts would wait at the edge of their patrol limit to meet the more important homeward-bound convoys. There were two types of homeward sailing convoys. The faster convoys formed up at the Canadian port of Halifax, Nova Scotia, and were coded HX. The slow convoys formed up at Sydney, Cape Breton, and were coded SC. For their protection, the Royal Canadian Navy presently had less than 10 destroyers, which could only provide the convoys with a light escort for about 400 miles. In order to keep the European conflict out of American waters, the United States maintained the Neutrality Patrol out to 300 miles east, which with 8 destroyer groups and 5 Catalina squadrons was for the time being enough to deter any long-range U-boats. East Atlantic air cover was provided by less than 30 RAF Coastal Command squadrons flying from Great Britain. British and Canadian resources were stretched to the full, and even with American help, the convoys faced a huge gap in the middle of the Atlantic, with little surface and no air protection. In late May 1940, the first wave of U-boats, refitted, rearmed, and with well-rested crews, set sail for the Atlantic. Many Allied merchant ships still continued to travel independently, without the benefits of convoy protection, and so were utterly defenseless. The only hope for these independents lay in the vast emptiness of the ocean, where the sheer expanse of sea made discovery almost impossible. However, the enemy U-boats had several critical advantages. They were equipped with good radio direction finders, which pinpointed the positions of merchant radio transmits. At closer ranges, hydrophones picked up and amplified the sound of ships' engines and propellers.
Just as important as the detection equipment, the U-boats often had the benefit of good air reconnaissance. And above all, they were provided with excellent intelligence. British naval radio transmissions were intercepted, and many could already be decoded, giving away convoy positions and headings. German secret agents had been placed in most ports of the British Empire, and the U-boats were told about departing vessels. In addition, American insurance companies still did business with neutral European countries, and German agents could learn the origins and destinations of particularly valuable cargoes. In June alone, the U-boats had sunk 64 merchant ships. At 261,000 tons, this was the most destructive month of the war so far. In July, even that figure was beaten, when the first of the French U-boat bases became fully operational. The devastation continued throughout August, and far outweighed Allied construction of new ships. With as yet just 30 submarines, the U-boat arm was already achieving a third of its monthly target. In the battle so far, 80% of nearly 150 merchant ships sunk had been independents, vessels sailing out of convoy. The U-boats had only to find the trade routes and pick off their victims from a predictable succession of targets. But many merchants were now sailing in convoy, which meant that the U-boat could either be deterred by an armed defense or fail altogether to intercept the ships. With vessels coming from many different ports, each convoy took a long time to form. Its ships assembled for several weeks at the designated harbour before departure. Once there were enough ships and enough escort vessels, Western Approach's headquarters would allocate it the safest known route across the Atlantic. On departing, only a handful of the convoy's senior officers would know its course and destination. In a typical convoy, the merchant ships would form 7 columns, each half a mile apart. The inner 3 columns, with the most valuable or explosive cargoes, would contain 5 vessels, and the more vulnerable outer columns would contain 4. In column, each ship sailed 600 yards apart. The formation was a broad front rectangle, and would occupy a relatively small sea area of 6 square miles. The box-like formation had been adopted after it was found that long columns tended to string out, not only greatly increasing the visibility of the convoy, but leaving the tail-enders highly vulnerable. The main benefit of the compact rectangle was the resulting short perimeter, along which 4 or more escort vessels patrolled. The size of a convoy could be considerably increased without the need for a corresponding increase in the number of escorting warships. Maneuvers in convoy were always dangerous, especially for inexperienced crews, and so were kept to a minimum. The Commodore, in a central ship towards the front, ordered the course changes. Early in the battle, this was brought about by the ships on the inside of the turn slowing down, while the whole formation wheeled around. However, this method forced the convoy to lose valuable speed. Later in the battle, the wheel was often replaced by a technique that had started out purely as an emergency maneuver. This was a sudden 45-degree turn, carried out simultaneously by all vessels.
it greatly increased the risk of collision and left the convoy in an echelon that was disconcerting to the ship's captains. But critically, the convoy lost no speed, and with experience, it could be carried out with the ships still maintaining station. Convoy safety ultimately depended on strong escorts, and especially on secure communications. With such a shortage of escort vessels, security was more important than ever. Incapable of fighting it out, to survive, the convoys had to evade the U-boats altogether. By late August 1940, the German Navy was able to intercept and decrypt British naval signals early enough to mount powerful attacks. This allowed Admiral Dönitz to try out long-planned tactics to defeat the convoys. Dönitz, as a First World War U-boat commander, had already fought against convoys, and anticipating that the Allies would once again use the system, had developed a tactic to defeat it. Dönitz now had enough U-boats and good enough intelligence to implement the Rudel tactic, better known as the Wolf Pack. The Wolf Pack, given advance warning by German intelligence, would be disposed in a chain, often several hundred miles long, across the suspected course of a convoy. When one U-boat sighted the merchant ships, it then radioed the convoy's position and course back to headquarters. Headquarters then alerted all the nearest U-boats and vectored them towards the target. Once the U-boats found their prey, each commander was free to choose his own position from which to attack. Most remained a safe distance beyond the escorts and launched a fan of torpedoes at the convoy's flank. They hoped that out of 4 or 5 torpedoes aimed into the middle of the convoy, 1 or more would hit a ship. However, the bravest U-boat commanders waited for nightfall. They sailed slowly on the surface, evading the underwater detectors, steamed straight through the escort perimeter screen and right in amongst the merchant vessels. The U-boat's low silhouette and the inexperience of convoy lookouts enabled the commander to wreak havoc by picking off individual targets at almost point-blank range. As soon as a submarine attack began, the merchant vessels and their escorts immediately fired hundreds of flares and starshot, lighting up the sky in an attempt to reveal the U-boat's position. Even if they did see the enemy, at such short range, the escorts were unable to depress their deck guns low enough to hit the target. The escorts could still ram the submarine, but often, before they had a chance to do so, the U-boat had dived. The problem for the escorts now was finding the enemy. The German submarines usually stayed shallow, knowing that the Allied ASDIC underwater detector beam was at its most unreliable near the surface. Even if the escorts did discover the U-boat, they could still only fire depth charges from the stern. This meant they had to sail right over the enemy, and in so doing would lose ASDIC contact, and therefore any accuracy they might have had. At close range, the U-boats had all the advantages. The most steel-nerved U-boat commanders remained near the surface and close to a merchant ship. They bided their time until the panic was over, then quietly slipped away.
The first real chance for the Kriegsmarine to form wolf packs came in early September 1940. The tactic soon proved devastatingly successful. Again and again, the U-boats ambushed lightly defended convoys, and by the end of the month, 59 Allied merchant ships had been sunk, the highest monthly total yet. In early October, German intelligence decrypted several British naval signals that gave them 4 days' notice of a slow convoy, SC-7, sailing from Canada. The Germans knew not just its time of departure, but also its course and speed. The nearest U-boats were immediately formed into a powerful wolf pack and placed in the path of the oncoming convoy. Convoy SC-7 contained 34 merchant ships and was sailing south of Iceland, escorted by a single sloop. On October the 15th, U-124, one of a screen of U-boats several miles apart, sighted a straggler, sank her, and the next morning found the rest of the convoy. It radioed headquarters and quickly sank 3 more merchant ships before being forced to submerge by the escort. U-boat headquarters immediately vectored in 6 submarines. An additional sloop and a Flower corvette arrived from Western Approach's command, but to little effect. Over the next 2 days, the 6 U-boats managed to sink 16 of the 30 remaining merchant ships. 60% of the entire convoy, more than 100,000 tons, were destroyed by the Wolfpack, without the loss of a single submarine. In the 4 months from June to October 1940, called the Happy Time, the U-boats had sunk 274 ships at 1.5 million tons for the loss of just 6 submarines. The wolf packs had comprehensively demonstrated their superiority over the convoy defenses. At this rate of destruction, Great Britain, despite enforcing a strict rationing program, was going to be 6 million tons of imports short of the minimum required to maintain existence. In November 1940, the U-boat's happy time finally came to an end, when fierce storms sweeping through the North Atlantic forced many to withdraw. Allied countermeasures had also begun to have an effect. Convoys had been routed further north towards Iceland, and merchant radio codes had been altered. The weather, which had driven many U-boats home, had also caused Hitler to abandon his plans to invade England, and many small warships, released from the protective screen thrown around Britain's south coast, became available as convoy escorts. By now, most of the 50 American First World War destroyers, exchanged for British bases, had arrived at Western Approaches. In early 1941, the U-boats once more returned to battle, refreshed and confident in the belief that victory could soon be won. However, the Allied improvements in convoy defense were now starting to have an effect, and to their surprise, the U-boats were far less successful than before. Most convoys escaped the German submarines unscathed. The U-boat arm suffered a further setback in March, when its 3 most brilliant commanders were lost in the space of 2 weeks. Gunther Prien, hero of Scapa Flow, was killed having sunk 33 ships. Joachim Schepke destroyed 37 ships before being sunk by a British escort. And Otto Kretschmer, greatest ace of all, was captured, having destroyed 44 ships, the most successful naval commander in history. However, this temporary and unexpected low point in the fortunes of the U-boat arm
was more than offset by the successes of the German surface navy and the Luftwaffe. In February 1941, the battle cruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau had left their base at Kiel and had broken through the British blockade into the Atlantic. They wreaked havoc on Allied shipping, destroying 22 ships in just 6 weeks. More importantly, the warships caused widespread fear and disrupted the entire convoy system. The result was a severe drop in British imports. At the same time as the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were on operations, the pocket battleship Admiral Scheer was preying on convoys in the North Atlantic. Further afield, the heavy cruiser Hipper had been prowling along the African coast, while in the south, the secret raiders were causing panic, forcing the Allies to hunt them down and diverting valuable warships from escort duty. The Luftwaffe, too, had increased its activity in the Atlantic, and Hitler had put Group 40 under the direct operational control of the Kriegsmarine. The result was 27 merchant ships sunk by aircraft in February alone. Allied leaders were deeply concerned at the growing level of cooperation between the German Navy and Air Force. Complete disaster for the Allies was only averted by the capture of a German patrol boat with its code books intact. The Allied codebreakers could now pinpoint the positions of many U-boats. For a time, convoys could simply be diverted clear out of the way of enemy-infested waters. Since the beginning of the battle, the British had been researching how best to use the few escort ships they had. One result was the development of the escort group. The escort group was perfected by Captain John F. Walker, who was later knighted for killing 2 submarines in a single morning. The group was a formation of small warships, which, unlike the failed search and patrol groups, would operate in close consort with the convoys. Later in the battle, when there were more than enough warships, the more successful escort groups would be given complete independence and renamed support groups. These would move from convoy to convoy, protecting the merchant ships through the most dangerous stretches of ocean. The escort group traveled in close consort with a convoy and was usually made up of corvettes and destroyers. When a U-boat was detected, the group would break off from the convoy, leaving just enough permanent escorts to secure the perimeter. The group would bring maximum firepower to bear on the submarine, inflicting as much damage as possible and forcing it to dive. The escorts then had to find the submarine with their ASDIC underwater detectors. The warships sailed line abreast 3 or 4 miles apart, maximizing the area of sea covered. Once ASDIC contact was made, then the escorts launched a barrage of depth charges, either destroying the U-boat or forcing it to the surface, where the wounded U-boat would be shelled or rammed. No escort group would ever give up the hunt until its prey was destroyed or had clearly escaped. The first 4 escort groups at western approaches supported convoys as far as 35 degrees west. In May, the Royal Canadian Navy received 8 new destroyers and 20 corvettes, which meant that now, for the very first time in the battle, the convoys could be given full surface protection right across the Atlantic. Air cover, too, had been considerably increased. and RAF Sunderlands and Hudsons had begun flying from Iceland, providing cover out to 400 miles. Additional air bases had also been completed at Gibraltar, Sierra Leone, and Halifax. As a result of the growing strength of Allied defences in the North Atlantic, Dönitz decided to transfer the U-boats to less well-protected waters further south. While the U-boat force had struggled against ever stronger convoy defences, the German surface fleet had also faced considerable difficulties. After returning from successful tours, the Scharnhorst, Gneisenau and the Admiral Scheer were all blockaded in Kiel by the RAF and the Royal Navy. Far worse for Germany, Bismarck, the Reich's most powerful warship, was attacked by British battleships George V and Rodney and sunk off the southern coast of Ireland. She had never even seen the convoys she was meant to annihilate. By late spring 1941, the Allies had successfully contained or destroyed the bulk of the German surface navy, finally ending the threat of German warships. Every month, convoy defences had been steadily improved. Yet in May 1941, 66 merchant ships were sunk, 25 of which had been sailing in convoy. The escort groups were growing ever more efficient, but as yet, there were just not enough warships to turn the tide of battle. The Allies' defence against the Wolf Pack was nowhere near foolproof. In mid-1941, 8 U-boats were transferred to the Arctic Ocean. Hitler, in his war against the Soviet Union, needed to destroy supplies being sent to the Russians from the west. The transfer of submarines away from the Atlantic convoys meant a desperately needed reprieve for Great Britain. Imports rose to 1 million tons a week, well above the minimum required. The Allies consolidated their gains by once more changing the convoy routes. Air patrols over the Bay of Biscay were also stepped up to catch more U-boats entering and leaving their French bases. In June 1941, in a move that startled the Germans, the United States declared that Allied convoys containing non-American merchant ships would now be escorted by American warships. Germany protested at this breach of international law, but to no effect. American destroyers would respond with force to any U-boat threat. In the new Western Hemisphere defense zone, the United States Navy now escorted convoys as far as 22 degrees west, halfway across the Atlantic. Air cover was growing stronger every month, but was still incomplete. The mid-Atlantic air gap still left convoys highly vulnerable to submarine attack. In September, the Germans changed their naval codes, and Dönitz immediately transferred 5 wolf packs back up north into the air gap. By the end of the month, 71% of all merchant ships destroyed had been sunk by wolf packs. This was the highest percentage of the battle yet, and proved that when supplied with good intelligence, the wolf packs were still unstoppable. With the devastating September attacks, Admiral Dönitz had seized the initiative from the Allies. Again and again, the wolf pack had comprehensively defeated the convoy. However, in October, Hitler once more intervened in the U-boat war. Over the next 8 weeks, the Führer ordered 16 submarines to the aid of Axis forces in North Africa, aiming to cut the British Army's supply lines in the Mediterranean. The diversion of so many U-boats away from the Atlantic once again gave the Allied convoys an unexpected respite. In November,
just 17 merchant ships were sunk in the North Atlantic. Only 4 were sunk in December. For 2 full months, the convoys had crossed the Atlantic almost unmolested, greatly increasing British supply levels. On December the 7th, 1941, the United States Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor was bombed by the Japanese Navy. The United States declared war on Japan, and 4 days later, Germany, in support of her Axis partner, declared war on America. For the German U-boats, here was a rich new source of unprotected shipping. Cargo vessels bound for Britain were no longer the only submarine targets. Now, ships in American waters could be attacked. Admiral Dönitz knew that every Allied vessel sunk, whether British or American, would have to be replaced, costing the enemy precious time, raw materials, and manpower. The main priority of the United States Navy was in the Pacific Ocean, and it had as yet made few plans for participating in the Battle of the Atlantic. Domestic merchant ships continued to sail independently, believing it would be some time, if ever, before the war actually reached American waters. For the protection of the merchant fleet, the US Navy possessed just 3 destroyer flotillas and 5 Catalina squadrons to patrol a 1,500-mile coastline. Meanwhile, matters were not helped by a sudden wave of public hysteria, overwhelming the authorities with thousands of reported submarine and enemy invasion sightings. There were no city blackouts as chambers of commerce refused to jeopardize their valuable tourist trade. The bright lights of East Coast cities like Miami, Atlantic City, and New York made navigation simple for the U-boats prowling offshore. But worst of all, the bright lights perfectly silhouetted merchant ships for the U-boat commanders. Operation Paukenschlag, or drum roll, the German opening offensive against the United States, could for the time being only be carried out by 9 Type 9s, the only German submarines which had the range to operate on the eastern seaboard of the United States. The submarines were ordered not to shoot at any targets, unless especially large, until they had reached their stations along the east coast of New York, Boston, Portland, Maine, and Norfolk, Virginia. On January the 12th, 1942, when all 9 U-boats were in position, Dönitz ordered that the offensive begin. The first victim was a British tanker just off Cape Cod. Within 4 weeks of the start of the offensive, the U-boats operating independently destroyed 50 merchant ships, nearly 300,000 tons. This spectacular success convinced Hitler to allow more U-boats to be transferred from the Arctic and Mediterranean. In addition, 20 Type 7s, modified for longer ranges, were now able to reach Canada. Eastern Atlantic U-boat operations slowly spread as far as the Caribbean. In February, the U-boats sank another 55 merchants, much of whose cargo was ultimately bound for Britain. Over 1 million tons of American shipping was destroyed before a single U-boat was sunk. With sinkings now running at 627,000 tons a month, the United States was forced to resort to desperate measures. Firstly, in a reversal of Lend-Lease, Great Britain sent the US Navy 10 corvettes and 24 armed trawlers, complete with their trained and experienced crews. Then, along the East Coast, a series of interlocking convoy operations was begun, and as resources allowed, these were continually expanded. For the first time, city blackouts were ordered by the federal government. Finally, the authorities took back 70 aircraft intended for the British Air Force and instead employed them on patrols along the coast. Week after week, all these improvements slowly took effect, and the number of sinkings began to fall. The Germans' second happy time was over. Dönitz knew that the U-boat's concentration in American waters had given a respite to British Atlantic convoys. U-boats operating along the US seaboard used up much of their supplies in just getting there, and could only remain on actual operations for a third of the time they could operate in the western approaches. The U-boats still had to destroy 700,000 tons of shipping a month in order to defeat Britain, and Dönitz decided it was time to return to the eastern Atlantic and reform the wolf packs. Great Britain's transfer of armed trawlers and corvettes to the United States had reduced the number of escorts available for British convoys, especially in the eastern Atlantic. The weakness was only offset by improvements in existing escort ships and patrol aircraft. Powerful spotlights were fitted to long-range aircraft and greatly helped their ability to hunt U-boats, while at sea, the first forward-throwing, multi-barrel depth charge called a Hedgehog was proving highly successful. The Hedgehog removed the escort's main weakness in close-range combat and finally allowed the warship to fire depth charges while still maintaining ASDIC contact. By the summer of 1942, the number of Allied escort groups had increased substantially, and every month, yet more would plough the convoy routes. Because their ships and crews worked together voyage after voyage, they became highly effective teams, and the escort groups soon developed into supreme U-boat killers. By now, several small aircraft carriers had begun operating across the Atlantic, and their Martlets and Avengers were not only long-range eyes for the convoy escorts, but were also highly effective weapons in their own right. Despite all the improvements in convoy defense, the U-boat arm continued to go from strength to strength. After the second happy time, morale was the highest it had ever been. There had also been a series of logistical improvements. Special supply submarines called milch cows had been used on the American operations. These large submarines resupplied the U-boats in mid-ocean, enabling the U-boats to remain on station for even longer. There had also been important technical advances. Many U-boats were re-equipped with new and deadly acoustic torpedoes that homed in on merchant ship propellers. Metok's radar detectors were now fitted as standard and alerted the crew when they had been discovered by a convoy escort, giving them enough time to dive and escape. By the autumn of 1942, Allied air coverage along the Atlantic convoy routes had been considerably increased. But in the north, where the bulk of British imports crossed, a large air gap still remained, known to Allied sailors as the Black Pit. It was close to this air gap that Dönitz concentrated his U-boats, 30 in American waters and 40 in the western approaches, including several strong wolf packs. In early November 1942, SC-107, sailing from New York with 42 ships, was attacked in the largest convoy battle of the year. In just 4 days, 15 Allied merchant vessels were sunk, and altogether, the U-boats destroyed more than 80,000 tons. In the last 6 months of 1942, throughout the Atlantic and Caribbean, the U-boats had sunk a massive 575 Allied merchant ships. If the Germans could maintain this rate of destruction, the British war effort would collapse. The building of new merchant ships had fallen behind schedule. But most dangerous of all, Britain had just 3 months' supply of fuel oil left. For the Allies, the Battle of the Atlantic had reached a crisis point. Allied commanders knew that it was their failure to sink large numbers of submarines that lay behind their constant reverses. They had made a concerted effort to destroy U-boats by bombing their yards and bases. But the U-boat bases had been equipped with huge reinforced concrete bunkers, or pens. The pens were completely impervious to even the largest bombs. At sea, in 1942, the Allies had sunk 87 U-boats, higher than the year before, but averaging less than 8 a month. The Germans had built 3 for every 1 lost. And during the year, the number of operational submarines had risen from 91 to 212. For Admiral Dönitz, although 1942 had ended on a high note, he was not totally confident. Dönitz feared Allied technical improvements. He had learned of the powerful searchlights fitted to maritime aircraft and was beginning to suspect the existence of the new Allied 10-centimeter radar. To form wolf packs and intercept the convoys, U-boats needed their full range and their full speed. Therefore, they had to stay surfaced as long as possible. Dönitz knew that if the Allied countermeasures could keep the U-boats from traveling on the surface, then the wolf pack would be defeated. To prevent this, the U-boats were fitted with more powerful anti-aircraft guns and ordered to fight it out instead of diving. And once again, U-boat radio codes were changed, maintaining the intelligence advantage for the Germans. In early 1943, unexpectedly fierce storms once more swept through the Atlantic, reducing submarine activity, and for a short time, the convoys went unmolested. It would be spring before the weather lifted and the offensive could be resumed. In March, Dönitz sent all his available U-boats into the ocean and stationed them in the very heart of the mid-Atlantic air gap. As the U-boats pounced, they proved again and again that Allied air cover was still inadequate. Convoys were as vulnerable as ever. U-boats tore into a string of merchant ships, achieving some rapid and spectacular victories. Then, just a few days into the renewed offensive, German codebreakers informed Admiral Dönitz of the course and position of 2 convoys carrying vital war materials bound from the United States. This gave the Admiral time to set up the largest and most devastating wolf pack ambush of the entire battle. German intelligence indicated that 2 eastbound convoys had left New York, SC-122, and the faster HX-229. On March the 12th, Dönitz deployed the biggest concentration of submarines ever, 38 U-boats in 3 wolf packs, coded Raubgraf, Stürmer, and Dränger. The slower convoy passed through the 600-mile-long Raubgraf unnoticed, and HX-229 outran it. But in the early hours of the 16th, a submarine from Raubgraf returning home with engine trouble steamed right into the midst of the unfortunate 229. The U-boat radioed the convoy's course back to headquarters, and immediately every single U-boat in the three wolf packs was ordered to converge and intercept. The resulting onslaught lasted for 4 days and stretched over 600 miles of ocean. The U-boats sank 21 ships, which at 141,000 tons, made it the most destructive convoy battle of the entire war. The crippling loss inflicted on HX-229 and SC-122 was the low point of a terrible month for the Allies. In the first 3 weeks of March, 97 merchant ships were sunk, 500,000 tons destroyed, nearly twice as much as the Allies could build in the same time. All Germany's hopes in the U-boats had been justified. Although Dönitz and his crews sensed triumph, the latest successes of the U-boats were not evidence of an imminent German victory. These successes, however dramatic, were due to a sudden combination of unusual circumstances. In fact, although neither side yet knew it, the Allies had already turned the tide of battle. By March the 21st, 1943, merchant ship losses had become so great that several senior British commanders believed the convoy system defeated, and that Allied leaders should start trying to find an alternative defense. But the commander-in-chief of the Western approaches, Admiral Max Horton, was confident that the U-boat successes over the last few weeks would not continue. For a time, the German code changes had blinded the Allies, but the new U-boat cipher had taken only 10 days to break. From now on, the majority of convoys could once again simply be rerouted around known Wolfpack positions. What was more, increased air support, particularly with the very long-range Liberators, finally sealed the mid-Atlantic air gap. Good intelligence, powerful escorts, and the closure of the infamous Black Pit all combined to make a sudden and decisive impact on the course of the battle. In the last week of March, just 2 more merchant ships were sunk in the North Atlantic. There was no longer any part of the ocean where the German submarines were safe from Allied bombers. By stopping the U-boats traveling on the surface, the Allies defeated the Wolfpack. Having crushed the U-boat's most successful tactic, the Allies now went all out to destroy the submarines and eliminate them altogether from the ocean. Bombing raids against the U-boat construction yards were stepped up, and one raid on Bremen alone destroyed the hulls of 9 submarines. Air patrols over the Bay of Biscay were increased. And for the escort vessels, the convoys were now a useful bait. The merchant ships attracted the U-boats, which the warships could then hunt down and destroy. The result of the Allied offensive against the U-boats was devastating. By the end of March, 16 submarines had been sunk for the loss of 95 merchant ships. In April, the Allies sank 17 submarines. In May, Dönitz had more U-boats in the Atlantic than ever before, but to no avail. That month, the Allies destroyed an incredible 47 U-boats. For the very first time in the entire battle, the Allies had destroyed more submarines than the number of merchant ships lost. Such a price was too severe for the Germans. And finally, on May the 24th, 1943, Admiral Dönitz was forced to order the withdrawal of the surviving U-boats from the Atlantic Ocean.
The Allied destruction of so many submarines in the spring of 1943 left the U-boat arm irreparably damaged. The German Navy had suffered one of the most dramatic turnarounds ever in a battle of attrition, with victory almost in sight. 1,000 of its very best officers and men had been killed in a single month. The Allied closure of the air gap, the brilliant use of intelligence, and the deadly submarine-killing escort groups had made certain that the U-boats could never again hope to change the course of the war. Even so, Admiral Dönitz did not give up. New and ever more deadly submarines took to the seas to destroy Allied merchant shipping. The struggle would continue to the very last day of the war, but each and every German development was matched and defeated by the Allies. The long and terrible Battle of Supplies cost the German Navy 27,000 submariners and the Allies 30,000 sailors. In the end, the Kriegsmarine was not only unable to knock Great Britain out of the war, but failed to halt the vast buildup of American forces in the British Isles. By June 1944, the Allies were strong enough to launch the invasion of Europe that within a year would see the final defeat of Nazi Germany.
Between June 1941 and February 1942, the Third Reich and the Soviet Union clashed in a titanic struggle which changed the course of history. In the battle for Russia, the German Wehrmacht, the most highly trained and successful military machine on earth, attempted to defeat the Red Army and win for Germany a vast Eastern Empire. The result was a collision of unprecedented violence. Beginning with the German invasion and culminating in the fight for Moscow, more men, tanks, guns and aircraft were committed to the inferno than had ever before been thrown into any battle. With each side led by an unscrupulous dictator and each army driven by a pitiless ideology, war was waged with a ferocity and barbarism up to then unimaginable. To Adolf Hitler, the assault on the Soviet Union was meant to bring a victory unmatched in the annals of warfare. In reality, the battle for Russia would end in disaster for Germany. Instead of a lightning conquest, the Wehrmacht would suffer a catastrophic defeat, a defeat that would mark the beginning of the end for Hitler's Reich. In Moscow, on August the 23rd, 1939, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union signed an agreement which shocked the world. The Third Reich, the most violently anti-communist regime in existence, had agreed to cooperate with Stalin's dictatorship. Each undertook not to attack the other, and huge quantities of Soviet food, oil and minerals would be exchanged for German manufactured goods. There was also a secret protocol, a protocol which assigned to Germany and Russia their own spheres of influence in Europe, areas in which the other would not interfere. For Adolf Hitler, the agreement came just in time. His armies were already massing on the Polish border,
and he needed an absolute assurance from the Russians that they would not intervene if he invaded. 8 days after the signing of the Nazi-Soviet pact, German armies surged across Polish frontiers. For the Poles, struggling desperately in the face of the Nazi tide, the German-Soviet pact quickly took on a chilling reality. 2 weeks into the battle, the Red Army invaded Poland from the east. With German connivance, the Soviets were to take more than half the country. Within a few days of Hitler's attack on Poland, Britain and France had declared war on Germany. To Joseph Stalin, the sight of the great European powers at each other's throats was deeply satisfying. It was a priceless opportunity to seize yet more territory with little fear of opposition. Anxious to strengthen his northern flank, Stalin demanded strategically important areas of Finland. He was refused, and on November the 30th, 1939, 29 divisions of the Red Army attacked across Finnish borders. Russian forces were deployed in 5 armies. In the south, the main blow was struck by 7th and 13th armies, pushing across the Karelian Isthmus. To the world's amazement, the Finns checked the advance. In the north, the Russian 14th Army cut off the port of Petsamo on the Arctic coast, a strategically important nickel mining area. However, in the center, the Soviets suffered humiliating defeats. The most costly when a penetration by 9th Army was completely cut off and destroyed. The battle for Finland lasted 4 months, during which a Finnish army of only 9 divisions fought with exceptional determination. The terrain was a wilderness of lakes and forests, greatly favoring the defenders. And it was only when the Soviets brought up another 11 divisions, more armor and heavy air power, that the Red Army made a significant breakthrough. In March 1940, the Finns were forced to sue for peace. To the Red Army, which had thrown 1 million men into the battle, the cost of the Finnish war was almost 200,000 killed. But the real damage was even greater. In the eyes of the world, the much vaunted Soviet armed forces looked incompetent and utterly ineffective. Less than a month after the end of the Soviet-Finnish War, Adolf Hitler launched his own campaign of conquest in Scandinavia. On April the 9th, Norway and Denmark were invaded by land, sea, and air. The invasions were carried out with ruthless efficiency. The Germans had complete control of the skies, and in spite of interventions by the British Royal Navy and a Franco-British expeditionary force, within weeks, all of Denmark and most of Norway were in German hands. However, for the Western Allies, the worst blows were yet to come. On May the 10th, 1940, 7 German armies, spearheaded by powerful armored formations, struck at France and the Low Countries. For the campaign in the West, the Germans deployed 3 army groups. Army Group A in the center was given most of the armored formations. Facing the Wehrmacht were the Belgian and Dutch armies, 3 French army groups, and a highly mobile British Expeditionary Force. In the north, Army Group B swept into Holland and northern Belgium, drawing the French and British up to meet them. In the center, Army Group A, spearheaded by its panzer groups, bypassed the fortifications of the Maginot Line, smashed through thin French defenses, and raced into the interior. The tanks then swung north to reach the Channel coast. By May the 27th, most of the Allies' best divisions and almost all their mobile formations were trapped in a huge cauldron. By June the 5th, the pocket had been all but eliminated, and the British had been evacuated from Dunkirk. The main German effort now switched to the south. And 4 days later, Army Group B reached the Seine below Paris. Army Group A broke through on May the 12th, and with Army Group C, encircled French forces behind the Maginot Line. With the French retreating all along the front, on June the 17th, the government sued for peace. In less than 6 weeks, Germany had conquered 4 countries and 250,000 square miles of territory. On June the 22nd, the French signed the armistice that confirmed Adolf Hitler as master of Western Europe. The campaign had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. But even as his generals looked forward to their field marshals' batons, their estates, and the wealth of plunder that would be theirs, Hitler's own thoughts were elsewhere. He had won his empire, but he also faced a fundamental strategic problem. To sustain the German military machine, the Reich needed oil, raw materials, and foodstuffs, and neither Germany nor the newly conquered territories could provide them. Hitler worried that Germany was already dependent on huge imports from the Soviet Union, and there was no telling how long these would be forthcoming. Even more troubling, Russia had once again taken advantage of German commitments in the West. To the Soviet conquest of eastern Poland in September 1939, and the seizure of Finnish territory that winter, Stalin now added the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. In June 1940, they were declared part of the Soviet Union, threatening German trade in the Baltic. Hitler's reply was an agreement with the Finns that would allow German troops on Finnish soil. The next stirrings of Soviet ambition were felt in the south, Romania was ordered to hand over Bessarabia and northern Bukovina. And on June the 27th, these territories were occupied by the Red Army. Romania was Germany's main source of oil, and the Soviets now had strong forces massed within striking distance. Hitler's response was to deploy powerful formations in Poland, and later he would win a string of agreements, allowing him to send German troops to Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. While Germany and the Soviet Union jockeyed for advantage in the Balkans and the Baltic, in the West, there remained a thorn in Germany's side. Britain was still defiant. Her army had been driven from France, leaving nearly all its heavy weapons behind. But Winston Churchill, the new Prime Minister, was refusing to negotiate. Not only did he proclaim that Britain would fight to the end, but he also launched a diplomatic initiative to turn Russia against Germany. In fact, Stalin had no intention of being drawn into a war which could only benefit the capitalist West. The British overture was firmly rebuffed. By the time Adolf Hitler had returned to Berlin after his triumphant campaign in France, he had already made up his mind to attack and conquer the Soviet Union. From the beginning, Hitler had built the Nazi Party on a deep hatred of communists, Jews, and Slavs, and he was convinced that Soviet communism was a Jewish conspiracy. Now he had a unique opportunity to destroy his ideological and racial enemies. At the same time, he could win for Germany the resources that would secure the Reich for generations to come. Hitler was haunted by two great fears. The first was that the Soviet Union, already embarked on a massive armaments program, would soon be so well prepared for war that the chance of a successful German attack would vanish forever. The second was the prospect of an alliance between Russia, Britain, and the United States. An alliance which Germany's slender resources could never defeat. Hitler concluded that the Reich's only hope of survival lay in the complete destruction of the Soviet Union. However, it would have to be done within a year at the very most. On July the 31st, 1940, Hitler announced to his senior military commanders that he intended to attack Russia not later than the summer of 1941. The generals protested that with Britain still hostile, Germany was exposing itself to the danger of a war on two fronts. Hitler dismissed their fears. He had seen the Red Army's dismal performance in Finland, and now he predicted, "You have only to kick in the door, and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down." Since 1928, Joseph Stalin had kept his position of supreme power in the Soviet Union by the most devious and ruthless means. Everyone who might conceivably threaten his authority was killed. In 1937, he had turned his attention to the Soviet armed forces. In a relentless sweep, Stalin executed all 11 deputy commissars for defense, 3 out of 5 field marshals, 13 out of 15 army commanders, and tens of thousands of middle-ranking and junior officers. Many more were sent to labor camps. Stalin replaced the executed senior commanders with cronies from his Civil War days, however incompetent, and within a year, the Red Army was firmly under the dictator's personal control. In 1940, the army's humiliation at the hands of the Finns had persuaded Stalin that the Soviet armed forces had to be reformed. The incredible speed of Germany's victory over France only underlined the urgency of the task. However, with so many of Russia's most effective commanders gone, progress was slow and hesitant. Although Stalin was deeply worried about German intentions, he was sure that while Britain was still fighting, Hitler would never attack the Soviet Union. The German leader would apply pressure to get what he wanted, but unless he was provoked, Hitler would stop short of actual war. Surrounded by men who dared not question his judgment, Stalin would persist until the very end in believing that the German threat was no more than a gigantic bluff. The key to a German victory over Russia would be speed above all else. Hitler insisted that Soviet forces in the West would have to be defeated within 10 weeks of the start of the invasion. A complete German victory would have to be won within 17 weeks. The reason was not just the notorious Russian winter, but also the inescapable fact that there would only be enough fuel, ammunition, and supplies for a quick and decisive campaign. Time was everything. From the start, German planners had to take account of a major natural obstacle which lay in the path of any direct thrust into the Soviet Union. The Pripyat Marshes was a vast area of swamps and forests, 150 miles long and 300 miles deep. It was expected that the Soviet defenders would be in two main concentrations, divided by the marshes, with a reserve around Moscow. The German offensive, codenamed Operation Otto, would be launched by 3 army groups, 2 of them to the north of the marshes and 1 to the south. Army Group Center would have the most important task, a drive straight towards Moscow, the hub of the Soviet system. Army Group North would push towards Leningrad, an important arms production center. Army Group South would attack towards Kiev, from southern Poland and from Romania. After all 3 army groups had pushed deep into the interior, the northern and southern groups would swing inwards to support Army Group Center for the final advance on the Soviet capital. The threat to Moscow would draw in the remnants of the Red Army and ensure their total destruction. Although the Army High Command had developed its plan over 4 painstaking months, testing and refining it with war games, Adolf Hitler was far from satisfied. Haunted by the fate of Napoleon, who had taken Moscow but failed to destroy the Russian army, he insisted that the Soviet capital was irrelevant. In early December, at a stroke, Hitler changed the entire emphasis of the campaign. His new plan was named Operation Barbarossa. Hitler insisted that the Red Army had to be destroyed west of a line linking the rivers Dnieper and Dwina. His plan was designed, above all else, to prevent the enemy from withdrawing into the interior. As before, Army Group North would strike towards Leningrad. Army Group Center would force a breakthrough towards Minsk and Smolensk. However, in the new plan, their main task would be to destroy the Red Army in the north. They would achieve this by two encirclement operations, one around Minsk and the second in the Baltic states. The Baltic offensive would culminate in the capture of Leningrad and give the Wehrmacht valuable ports to supply its offensive. Below the Pripyat marshes, Army Group South would make a single thrust towards the Dnieper at Kiev and would drive southeast along the river to prevent a Russian withdrawal. The Soviets would be attacked from the rear and annihilated. Army Group South would then push east towards the industrial Donets Basin and the oil fields of the Caucasus. Only after their great flanking operations had destroyed the bulk of the Red Army would the invaders turn their attention to the capture of Moscow. After the destruction of the reserve Russian armies and the fall of the Soviet capital, the next stage would be the establishment of a German defensive line stretching from Archangel to the River Volga. The last remaining industrial areas east of the Volga and beyond the Ural Mountains would now be in easy reach of the German Air Force and would be bombed into the ground. Without an industrial base, the Russians would be unable to mount an effective resistance for the foreseeable future. Operation Barbarossa depended for its success on the performance of the armored formations which would spearhead every thrust. However, the men who led the panzer groups were already deeply unhappy with the plan. Heinz Guderian, the tactician who had done most to develop German armored warfare, pleaded for a bolder stroke. The panzers, stripped to their fighting core and supplied by parachute drop, should race deep into the Soviet Union, perhaps even to Moscow, completely paralyzing the Russian defense. Mopping up could be left to the infantry following on behind. Hitler and his senior commanders, nearly all infantry and artillerymen by training, would have none of Guderian's plan. The panzers were to fight classic battles of encirclement, no deeper than a few hundred miles into the Soviet Union. In the early stages, the armor would even be controlled by infantry generals. The panzer leaders, Germany's greatest assets in its campaigns so far, would begin the most ambitious offensive in the Reich's history with their hands firmly tied. Since the start of the war in Europe, the Soviet Union had been building vast stockpiles of food, strategic metals, and oil.
At the same time, an increasing proportion of Soviet industry was being located far to the east, in relative safety beyond the Urals. However, Stalin resolutely ignored advice to move the strategic stockpiles east as well. The disagreement was part of a larger dispute between Stalin and his military planners. Where should the forces defending the Soviet Union be deployed? On the western borders or deeper inside the Russian heartland? During the 1930s, the backbone of the Russian defense was the Stalin Line, a series of fortified areas. The most formidable stretches were in the north, those between the Pripyat marshes and the upper Dniester, and those guarding the approaches to key cities and towns near the frontier zone: Leningrad, Pskov, Smolensk, Kiev, Korostan, and Odessa. The system was capable of causing immense problems for any invader, and it sheltered the main Red Army formations along with their supply depots and training areas. By 1941, Russian expansion in Poland, the Baltic, and Romania had left the defenses of the Stalin Line well to the east of the Soviet frontier. Stalin now insisted that the Red Army should move west, leaving its fortifications and supply dumps behind, and take up positions on the new borders. Stalin's insistence on a forward defense was strongly opposed by many Russian commanders. They feared that in the event of a German attack, they would be outflanked all too quickly. There was little time to build new defenses, and the Army's lines of communication to its base areas were now dangerously stretched. Nor were there adequate mobile forces well behind the borders to counterattack a German breakthrough. Stalin, however, had his own agenda. He had hopes that he might yet mount another invasion of Finland or snatch more territory in the Balkans. Meanwhile, the Red Army was expected to mount a defense of the Soviet Union from little more than an incomplete system of trenches. Walter von Brauchitsch was appointed by Hitler Commander-in-Chief of the German Army in 1938. A competent, but by no means outstanding soldier, he was chosen more for his pliability than for his professional qualities. At the same time, the once powerful post of Commander-in-Chief was downgraded, becoming merely an instrument for carrying out Hitler's orders. Although Brauchitsch was in charge of operational matters during the Polish and Western campaigns, he had no real say in the way the war as a whole was fought. On one occasion, Brauchitsch did try to stand up to Hitler. During the preparation of the French campaign, he criticized the logistical side of the plan, and for his pains, he was severely reprimanded. To add to the indignity, Hitler refused to let him resign. When Operation Barbarossa was being drawn up, Brauchitsch voiced doubts that the Luftwaffe could fight both Britain and Russia at once. Hitler instantly browbeat him into submission. and when Brauchitsch supported a direct thrust at Moscow, he was told that only ossified brains could think of such an idea. Humiliated, it was the last attempt Brauchitsch made to challenge Hitler's plan or to defend the professional independence of the German army. Georgy Zhukov had joined the Russian army during the Great War and the Red Army in 1918, rising quickly through the ranks. A ruthless and hard-driving commander, utterly intolerant of weaknesses in his subordinates, Zhukov made his reputation during the Russian-Japanese War in Mongolia in 1939. There, he won his victories by insisting on rigid cooperation between artillery, tanks and infantry, and by a total disregard for casualties. In January 1941, Zhukov had taken part in elaborate war games, supervised by the Defense Commissar, Marshal Timoshenko. Zhukov had commanded the forces representing the Germans and had succeeded in wiping out the Russian defenders on the borders and penetrating deep into Soviet territory. Afterwards, Stalin fired the chief of the General Staff and Zhukov was given his job. Like virtually all Soviet commanders, Zhukov subscribed to the belief that the best form of defense was attack, and that to do this, room was needed for maneuver. He disagreed profoundly with Stalin's plan for a forward defense of the western frontiers, and wanted to hold back strong formations in the interior. Although Zhukov would go on to be one of the few Red Army commanders willing to argue openly with the dictator, this time he did not dare press his case too hard. Following his decision to invade Russia, Hitler had ordered a major expansion in the German army. By the time of Operation Barbarossa, it would be almost 4 million strong, with over 200 divisions. However, there would be no corresponding increase in quality. At Hitler's insistence, the number of panzer divisions had been doubled from 10 to 20. Typically, the order had been made without considering where the extra tanks were to come from. As a result, the number of machines in each division fell by more than a third, down to an average of 160 tanks. Nor were there enough of the newer, heavier models to compensate. More than half the machines available for Barbarossa would be Mark 1s and 2s and Czech 38s, light tanks, never meant to be part of the panzer divisions. There was also a shortage of supporting vehicles. Each armored division needed almost 3,000 trucks to carry infantry, fuel, and other supplies. Newly formed motorized infantry divisions also needed trucks, and Hitler had made no provision for increased production. Many units were instead equipped with captured vehicles, mostly French, much less robust than German types. There was also a 50% shortfall in stocks of tires. In fact, so far was the German army from being a mechanized fighting force that the infantry divisions would haul their supplies into the Soviet Union using 625,000 horses. In Poland and the West, the Luftwaffe had played a key role in supporting ground operations. German aircraft had provided an umbrella for the infantry, had disrupted enemy communications, and had hammered troop concentrations and fortified positions. This time, it was by no means certain that the Air Force could perform anything like as well. In the Battle of Britain, the Luftwaffe had been dreadfully mauled, and it had no more aircraft for the Russian campaign than it had deployed against France in 1940. Meantime, 1/3 of its available machines were desperately in need of service or repair. The Mark III Panzer had been designed in 1937 as the mainstay of the German armoured divisions. In the Battle of France, the Mark III had encountered Allied tanks with very heavy armour, and its 37mm gun proved nowhere near powerful enough to cope. After the 1940 battles, Hitler ordered the Mark III fitted with a more powerful 50mm L60 high-velocity gun. However, because of supply problems and the confusion which typically arose when attempts were made to keep up with the Führer's personal interventions, a different gun was actually fitted. The 50mm L42 had a lower muzzle velocity than the L60, and in the Soviet Union, it would prove ineffective against the thick, sloping armour of the latest Soviet tanks. For Operation Barbarossa, German fighter groups were equipped with the Messerschmitt 109, a superb aircraft, superior to any current Soviet fighter. The 109F, which reached the squadrons in the spring of 1941, was a substantial improvement on its predecessor. Its fuselage was aerodynamically cleaner, and its wingspan had been slightly increased, giving a better performance at all altitudes. The airframe was also strengthened to exploit the extra power offered by new versions of the DB601 engine. Fast, maneuverable, and a delight to fly, the 109F was armed with a single cannon firing through the spinner and 2 machine guns on the nose. Because pilots were unhappy with the 15mm cannon fitted to early Fs, later versions mounted a far more destructive 20mm weapon. The Pak-36 anti-tank gun had entered service with the German army in 1938. In the Battle of France, the 37mm weapon had been far from adequate against the heavy armour of many French and British tanks. Its shot could penetrate 50mm of plate at 500 meters, but only in ideal conditions, with the projectile hitting the armour at right angles. In 1940, a more powerful version of the gun was introduced. The 50mm Pak-38 could penetrate 80mm of armour at 500 meters, although again, only under perfect conditions. In Russia, of the 72 anti-tank guns in each infantry division, less than 1/10 would be Pak-38s. The rest would be the much less effective 37mm weapon. The stunning victories of the previous 2 years had left the German soldier utterly confident of the invincibility of the Wehrmacht. In training, tactics, and leadership in the field, the German army had been shown to be without equal. By 1941, it was even better than before. Training had been improved in the light of battlefield experience, and the relations between the men and their officers, always good, had been tempered in combat to a new level of confidence and trust. As for the officers themselves, although they were as tactically skilled and as disciplined as at any time in the history of the German army, many had little else in common with their forebears. Under Hitler, the influence of the traditional military class had declined, and rearmament had increased the size of the officer corps very quickly. A large number of newly commissioned men were committed Nazis, and even amongst the rest, there was a gradual acceptance of many Nazi beliefs. The conviction that Russians were an inferior race and a hatred for Jews was by now widespread amongst German officers. When Hitler demanded that in Russia ruthless measures must be taken against Bolshevists, partisans and Jews, there was little protest from German commanders at any level. In the Soviet Union, the German army would descend to levels of barbarism that the officer of only a generation before would have found unthinkable. Although the Red Army could field 4.5 million men and 23,000 tanks, more armor than the rest of the world put together, its equipment was mostly obsolete, its doctrines were confused, and its operational effectiveness was abysmally poor. Finland, and now the German victories in France, had shocked the army into frantic efforts to reform itself. But the task was a mammoth one. A top priority was rebuilding the large-scale mechanized corps which Stalin had disbanded in 1939. Their tanks had been scattered amongst the infantry divisions, and now they had to be equipped, manned, and trained from scratch. By the spring of 1941, the reorganization of the Soviet armed forces was still far from complete. Only 30% of Russian tanks were fully serviceable. The new mechanized corps had only half the machines they had been promised, lacked motorized support vehicles, and had no tracked supply or infantry vehicles at all. Motor transport was short throughout the Red Army, as were spare parts. Ammunition supplies were a problem for the artillery, for the newer tanks, and for the anti-tank guns. There was also a desperate lack of ancillary equipment, particularly radios, and in nearly all Russian armored formations, only the tank of the unit commander would be equipped with wireless. Like the rest of the Red Army, the Air Force was burdened with huge numbers of obsolete machines, and it too suffered from poor maintenance and equipment shortages. The Air Force's problems would be compounded by the fact that of 1,000 airfields in the West, only 200 were operationally serviceable. The BT series of fast tanks was based on a revolutionary suspension system developed in America and licensed to the Russians in the early 1930s. The machines had a superb cross-country performance and were capable of almost 50 miles per hour. Although it was armed with a 45mm gun, almost as good as the best of its German counterparts, the BT-7 was lightly armored and could easily be destroyed by any German tank or anti-tank gun. BT-7s made up the bulk of Red Army medium tank forces on the eve of the German invasion. The T-34 was the best all-round tank design of the Second World War and entered service with the Red Army in the summer of 1940. Its excellent suspension had been developed from the BT-7, and with its wide tracks and powerful diesel engine, it was capable of traversing ground that would be impossible to any other tank of its weight. The T-34's armor was thick and well sloped to deflect anti-tank rounds. The tank was armed with a high-velocity 75mm gun, better than any other tank gun in the world. With such a powerful weapon, the T-34 could engage and destroy an enemy at long range with little risk to itself. In the 12 months up to the German invasion, the Soviet Union produced almost 1,200 T-34s, and in spite of initial teething troubles, they would have an effect on the course of the battle, out of all proportion to their numbers. The Petlyakov PE-2 entered frontline service with the Soviet Air Force in late 1940. Although designed as a high-altitude fighter, it was as a light bomber that the aircraft became one of the most useful weapons in the Russian armory. A popular aircraft with the men who flew it, the PE-2 was easy to handle, stable in a dive, and capable of very accurate bombing. It was also faster than the German 109E fighter, although when it encountered the later 109F, it had to depend for survival on its high-altitude capability, and bombing accuracy suffered as a result. The PE-2 would prove one of the most successful aircraft of its type in any Allied Air Force, and it would be updated throughout the war. Although only 458 were in service at the start of Operation Barbarossa, before the battle was over, the aircraft would take a very heavy toll of German armor and supply columns. Before Stalin's purge, the Red Army had been an innovative and highly professional force. The loss of a whole generation of highly trained men had left it desperately lacking skilled commanders of all ranks. There was a wave of early promotions, and thousands of officers suddenly held commands well beyond their abilities. Of those leading regiments, barely more than 10% had been trained above the level of junior lieutenant. A massive training program was mounted, particularly aimed at infantry officers, but there was little time. The situation was so serious that 4,000 ex-commanders were released from labor camps or brought back from disgrace. The rapid expansion of the Russian Air Force posed even greater training problems than those faced by the army. Pilots took a great deal of time to produce, and the flying schools were overburdened and ill-equipped. There was also a shortage of combat-experienced instructors. Many Russian pilots would fight the veterans of the Luftwaffe with only 15 hours flying time behind them. And even amongst the better trained, tactical skills were extremely poor. In Directive 21, Hitler's order for the attack on Russia, he had given a date of May the 15th, by which time all preparations must be complete. By the beginning of the month, nearly 80 German divisions were already in place, their movements covered by an elaborate campaign of deception and disinformation. Dozens of forward airfields had been built in secret, and vast quantities of fuel, stores and ammunition stockpiled close to the jumping-off areas. However, there were already signs that Hitler's timetable was falling to pieces. The winter of 1940 had been exceptionally long and harsh, and the eastern frontier regions were still a quagmire. Neither had the army yet received anything like the number of trucks it needed. With a postponement looking ever more likely, events in the south soon made it inescapable. In October 1940, Greece had been invaded by the Italians, but the Greeks had succeeded in driving them back to Albania. The British sent an expeditionary force to help Greece, suddenly posing a grave threat to Germany's Romanian oil supplies. Adolf Hitler was furious at the British intervention and ordered the invasion and occupation of Greece. The Greek campaign was intended to be a simple operation, and Hitler thought he could count on the support of Yugoslavia. However, on March the 27th, an anti-German faction, encouraged by British agents, mounted a coup and deposed the Yugoslav government. Hitler was forced to improvise. On April the 6th, German troops, led by powerful panzer formations, swept into both Yugoslavia and Greece. Until the armored units could be retrieved from the Balkans, the invasion of the Soviet Union would have to wait. The new date for Operation Barbarossa was June the 22nd. The defeat of Yugoslavia took the Germans only 12 days. It was a savage campaign in which the capital Belgrade was bombed into rubble, killing 17,000 civilians. 2 more weeks and Greece was also overrun. By the end of April, the British Expeditionary Force had been evacuated by sea, leaving thousands of its men prisoners and abandoning most of its heavy equipment. As soon as the Balkan campaign was over, German armored forces and headquarters units began to trickle northwards to join the massive forces already assembling in Romania, Poland, and East Prussia. Meanwhile, reconnaissance units of the Luftwaffe worked at a frantic pace.
Every available hour of daylight was used to plot Russian troop concentrations, supply dumps, headquarters and airfields, and mark them down for destruction. For the invasion of Russia, fully 75% of the entire German army, more than 3 million men, was assembled into 3 massive army groups. The armored fists of the attack deployed more than 3,500 tanks, and the ground forces were supported by 2,500 aircraft. It was an enormous effort, and there was no possibility that it could be completely hidden from the Russians. However, Adolf Hitler had a ready explanation for Stalin. With breathtaking audacity, he sent a message telling him that he had moved his troops to Poland to protect them from British bombers. By the beginning of June, the infantry divisions were in place close to the Soviet frontiers. Soon after, the motorized units and armored divisions, the spearheads of the assault, began to edge nearer to their jumping-off positions. Army Group North was concentrated in East Prussia. Commanded by Field Marshal Wilhelm von Leyte, Army Group North had 18th and 16th Armies. Von Leyte's armored spearhead was General Herpner's Panzer Group 4. The infantry armies would field 20 divisions, and the Panzer Group 3 armored and 3 motorized infantry divisions. The Finnish, Karelian and Southeastern armies would join the battle later, in loose cooperation with Army Group North. For air support, von Leyte could call on the 1st Air Fleet. Army Group Center was deployed in Poland. Commanded by Field Marshal Fedor von Bock, Army Group Center had 9th and 4th Armies. Its armored forces were Hoth's Panzer Group 3 and Guderian's Panzer Group 2. The 2 infantry armies fielded 33 divisions, and the Panzer Groups 9 armored, 6 motorized, and a cavalry division. Army Group Center could call on 2nd Air Fleet for support. Army Group South was deployed in southern Poland and Romania. Commanded by Field Marshal Gert von Rundstedt, Army Group South had 6th and 17th Armies in Poland and 11th Army in Romania. Its armored force was Kleist's Panzer Group 1. The infantry armies had 33 divisions, and the Panzer Group 5 armored and 3 motorized divisions. Supporting von Rundstedt would be 2 Romanian armies, the 3rd and 4th, 1 Hungarian and 1 Slovakian infantry corps, and an Italian motorized corps. The 4th Air Fleet would support ground operations. In the last fortnight before the German invasion, the pace of Soviet preparations for war accelerated dramatically. Although Stalin was still refusing to believe that the German danger was real, his commanders were forcing through precautionary measures wherever they could. 793,000 reservists were called up for training, so at least some frontline units could be brought up to strength. The the building of fortifications on the frontiers was stepped up, although to do so often meant stripping army divisions of transport, tractors and men. Anti-aircraft defences were also strengthened, although their crews were still under the strictest instructions not to open fire on German aircraft. Of total Soviet strength, 2,900,000 were deployed on the western frontiers, along with 15,000 tanks and 9,000 aircraft. More divisions were on their way. However, by the time of the German invasion, a full Soviet mobilization would not even have begun. The Western Soviet Union was divided into 4 military areas: the Baltic, Western, Kiev, and Odessa districts. After the start of the battle, these were reorganized and renamed fronts. The Northwest Front was commanded by Colonel General Fyodor Kuznetsov. Kuznetsov fielded 8th and 11th Armies, with 27th Army in its second echelon. Altogether, Northwest Front had 28 rifle, 4 tank, and 2 motorized divisions. The West Front was commanded by General Dmitry Pavlov. West Front deployed 3rd, 10th, and 4th Armies, with 13th as a Supreme Command Reserve. Altogether, 25 rifle and cavalry divisions, 13 tank and 7 motorized divisions. The Southwest Front was in the Ukraine and was commanded by Colonel General Mikhail Kirponos. Kirponos had 5th, 6th, 26th and 12th Armies, with 27 rifle and cavalry divisions, 12 tank and 6 motorized divisions. Bordering the Black Sea was the South Front, commanded by General Ivan Chulenev. Chulenev had 9th and later 18th Armies, with 17 rifle and cavalry divisions, 6 tank divisions, and 3 motorized divisions. As well as the armies in place with the 4 Soviet fronts, another 4 armies, the 22nd, 19th, 21st, and 16th, a total of 114 divisions, were already under orders to move west. These would arrive after the start of the battle. Each of the fronts also had its own aviation component of bombers and fighters for support of ground operations. Starting at 3:15 on the morning of Sunday, June the 22nd, 1941, German guns opened up on one sector of the Soviet frontier after another. The salvos were carefully targeted. Communication centers, fuel and ammunition dumps, border defenses and barrack accommodation were all pounded without mercy. At hundreds of border posts, Soviet guards were killed without warning by specially trained assault troops who secured the bridges and crossing points. Far behind the beleaguered Soviet frontier units, German warplanes had appeared with the dawn. The first waves concentrated their destructive power on Red Army airfields. most Russian aircraft were caught helpless on the ground. On the first day alone, the Luftwaffe would destroy more than 1,400 Russian planes. As the hail of high explosives rained on the Soviet frontier defenses and rear areas, Russian commanders frantically tried to interpret their instructions from Moscow. They had been warned not to react to provocations, but no one had told them how to tell a provocation from a full-scale attack. In a welter of confusion, orders were given and then countermanded. Many units received no orders at all. Key communication centers were out of action, bombed, or the victims of nationalist saboteurs trained by the Germans. By 6 a.m., the whole frontier zone from East Prussia to the Carpathians was engulfed in one gigantic battle. However, it was in the center, in Belorussia, where half of all Germany's mechanized units were in action, that the most crucial battles of the opening phase were about to take place. Opposite the German Army Group's center were 4 Soviet armies. The 10th, 3rd, and 4th of the West Front, and the 11th Army of the Northwest Front. The Russians occupied a salient which jutted into German territory, its center at Bialystok. Beyond Bialystok was Minsk, a key rail junction and guardian of the main highway to Moscow. To the north, Panzer Group 3 smashed through at the junction between the 2 Soviet fronts and crossed the river Niemen. Panzer Group 2 forced the river Bug, and by the second day had penetrated 40 miles into Soviet territory. With the panzers racing forward on the outside, 4th and 9th Infantry Armies cut into the salient with pincer movements, squeezing between them the Russian armies around Bialystok. The panzers' objective was to meet at Minsk and prevent any Russian withdrawal. As the German spearheads sliced through the Soviet frontier armies, Moscow failed completely to grasp the dimensions of the catastrophe which had befallen Russia. On the evening of the first day, the Defense Commissar, Marshal Timoshenko, had ordered all 3 Soviet fronts to mount a general counteroffensive and sweep the enemy from Soviet territory. Timoshenko's order was a fantasy. The Soviet reserve was not yet fully mobilized, and there was no operational plan. All General Pavlov, commander of the key West Front, could do was turn for inspiration to war games played the previous January. With control and communications in the frontline areas almost completely broken down, with fuel and ammunition dumps burning, and the German Air Force in control of the skies, the attacks were doomed from the start. On June the 27th, 5 days after the invasion, the armored jaws of Guderian's Panzer Group 2 and Hoth's Panzer Group 3 closed near Minsk. 200 miles into the Soviet Union and a third of the way to Moscow. It was a stunning achievement. In the vast pocket that had been created around Bialystok and Minsk, 32 Soviet infantry and 8 tank divisions were facing annihilation. While Army Group Center was smashing its way into the Soviet West Front, Army Group North had thrown its 600 tanks at the junction of the Soviet 8th and 11th Armies of the Northwest Front. The German spearheads were the 41st and 56th Panzer Corps of Panzer Group 4. Their objectives were to cross the rivers Niemen and Dvina, the most difficult natural obstacles in front of Army Group North. On the first day of the attack, the armoured spearheads crossed the Niemen and penetrated 50 miles. Near Rassenier, on the second day, 41st Panzer was counterattacked by 300 tanks of the Soviet 12th and 3rd Mechanized Corps. It took 4 days for the Germans to encircle and destroy the Russian force. Meanwhile, 56th Panzer Corps dashed for the river Dvina and, in a remarkable coup, seized bridges at Dvinsk intact. After the seizure of the Dvina bridges and the fall of Dvinsk, the leading formations of 56th Panzer Corps furiously set about enlarging the bridgehead. A priceless opportunity now offered itself. An immediate drive forwards would make it almost impossible for the Soviets to defend Leningrad. However, it was not to be. Orders, received with disbelief by the tankmen, were to wait for the infantry to arrive. In the end, the wait would last almost a week. While German operations in the north and in the center had produced dramatic advances, in the south, the invasion forces attacked a sector whose commanders had woken up quickly to the German threat, and whose tank forces vastly outnumbered the panzers. From the start, the invaders faced a determined resistance. On the German side, the left wing of Army Group South was made up of the 17th and 6th Armies, along with one panzer group, the 1st. Opposite stood the Soviet 5th, 6th and 26th Armies. While German infantry struck at the junctions between Russian formations, Panzer Group 1 drove its armoured spearhead of 600 tanks towards the town of Brody. On June the 26th, 5 Soviet mechanized corps, with over 1,000 tanks, mounted massive counterattacks from north and south. The aim was to cut through the flanks of Panzer Group 1 and meet near Dubno. The battle between Panzer Group 1 and the massed armor of the Soviet Southwestern Front was one of the fiercest of the whole invasion, lasting a full 4 days. The Russians fought furiously, and crews of German tanks and anti-tank guns found to their horror that the new Soviet T-34s and heavy KVs were almost immune to their weapons. However, the tanks were seldom handled well or concentrated into powerful groups. They could be isolated, and after they had been immobilized by blowing off their tracks, they could be destroyed at close quarters. Meanwhile, the Luftwaffe was ranging freely over the battlefield, smashing Russian armor wherever it was found. The Soviet armored pincers failed to meet at Dubno. Although Panzer Group 1 took a severe battering in the battles around Dubno, it survived the confrontation, still capable of operations. The Soviets did not. The last substantial tank forces in the south had been used up, consumed in the inferno. By the end of the first week of Operation Barbarossa, all three German army groups had won major battles on the frontiers and had shattered every counterattack which had been thrown at them. The German High Command was jubilant, and there was already talk of reaching Moscow within a fortnight. Hitler told his followers, "To all intents and purposes, the Russians have lost the war." The euphoria would last barely a week. Events would occur on the Central Front that changed Hitler's mood from exuberance to extreme anxiety. To the astonishment of German soldiers, the encircled Russian forces in the pockets at Minsk and Bialystok were fighting on, even when their situation was plainly hopeless. Mopping up was taking far too long and costing too many German casualties. The German infantry, with no motor transport, had been slow to seal the encirclements, and many Russians were escaping the net, the very thing that Hitler had been most anxious to avoid. Although 290,000 Russian prisoners were marched westwards, and 1,500 guns and 2,500 tanks were destroyed or captured, 250,000 Russian soldiers would evade the trap or fight their way back to Soviet lines. As Hitler and his commanders realized that the victories at Bialystok and Minsk had been only partial, there were bitter recriminations. Hitler blamed the leaders of Army Group Center, particularly the Panzer generals, for leaving gaps in the ring. The Panzer leaders, for their part, were deeply frustrated. For almost a week, their advance east had been stopped, while they closed the pocket and waited for the infantry to catch up. They feared that if the momentum of the armored offensive was lost, further east, Russian resistance would stiffen behind the rivers Dnieper and Dvina. On July the 3rd, Joseph Stalin made his first broadcast to the Soviet people since the start of the German invasion. Laying aside the cloak of communist ideology, he appealed for a patriotic war. There would be no surrender, and everything that could be of use to the invader was to be destroyed in his path. Behind the lines, partisan bands were to be formed, and meantime, the strategy was to defend the Soviet Union as far to the west as possible, where most of its population and its industries were based. Provision was being made to dismantle key factories which lay in the path of the invader and ship them east, along with their skilled workers. But it would all take time. Terrified that the Soviet state faced complete collapse, Stalin quickly introduced the harshest penalties for those accused of being panic-mongers, cowards, or incompetents. In the following weeks, Pavlov, the commander of West Front, was executed, along with members of his staff. As for lesser commanders, many who had broken out of encirclements were also shot for not having resisted to the end. Meanwhile, on the German side of the lines, captured Red Army soldiers thought to be communists, commissars or Jews were handed over by the army to SS special action groups for immediate execution. In the months to come, many Red Army units would fight to the bitter end because their leaders dared neither surrender nor retreat. On the same day as Stalin called for a great patriotic war, the panzer leaders of Army Group Center at last got the go-ahead to resume their drive east. The main panzer forces had been static for almost a week, and now, on the very day the general offensive was resumed, the weather broke. As sudden rainstorms, typical of early July, turned the sandy tracks into streaming rivers of mud, the advancing armored divisions found themselves immobile for hours at a time. All the while, the Russian defense became more determined. Many bridges were blown, and for the first time, mines were laid to slow the German advance, an easy task with the convoys confined to the very few roads. The delays gave the Soviets time to organize for a massive armored counterblow. The ultimate objective for Army Group Center was the city of Smolensk, which commanded the road to Moscow. Facing the Germans, along the rivers Dnieper and Dvina, were stretches of the old Stalin Line fortifications. The defenders were 13th Army of the West Front and the 22nd, 20th and 21st Armies of the Supreme Command Reserve. Another army, the 19th, was forming up at Vitebsk, while the 16th was arriving at Smolensk. It was the threat in the north, from Panzer Group 3's 39th Panzer Corps, that most worried the Russians. On July the 6th, 20th Army's 7th and 5th Mechanized Corps launched an attack with 700 tanks. The Germans had overwhelming air support, and in a 3-day battle, the two Soviet mechanized corps were virtually wiped out. Meanwhile, 20th Panzer Division won a bridgehead on the eastern bank of the Dvina and threatened Vitebsk. To the south, away from the main crossings, Panzer Group 2 launched surprise attacks, forcing the river Dnieper. The 13th Army was pushed back, losing 5 divisions. As both German panzer groups drove east, 3 Soviet armies faced the prospect of encirclement around Smolensk. South of Smolensk, Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group advanced at speed, and its 29th Motorized Infantry Division took the city on July the 16th. However, to the north, Hoth's 3rd Panzer was moving much more slowly. The terrain was swampy, the rain was still a problem, and the Russians were fighting desperately to escape the trap that was developing. On July the 18th, the great armored pincers of the 2 panzer groups came within 10 miles of closing. But the jaws would not finally snap shut for another 8 days. In the end, although 300,000 Russians were captured, more than 200,000 would break out to stand between the Germans and Moscow. By now, nearly 4 weeks into the campaign, it was obvious to German commanders and to Adolf Hitler himself that the number of divisions the Red Army could field had been grossly underestimated. There was no sign that the Soviet Union was about to collapse. In fact, there were worrying threats to the flanks of Army Group Center. On August the 4th, Adolf Hitler flew to Army Group Center's headquarters at Borisov, east of Minsk. By now, he had lost faith in battles of encirclement and had begun to believe that he could best defeat the Soviet Union by inflicting severe economic damage. That meant making better progress in the south to cut off Russia's oil, and in the north, the speedy capture of Leningrad. He had come to Minsk to tell the commander of Army Group Center, Field Marshal von Bock, that his drive east towards Moscow was to be stopped, and his tanks were to be sent to Leningrad and the Ukraine. Hitler's plan involved sending the armor on 300-mile detours. The Panzer generals, Guderian and Hoth, were appalled. Moscow was only 200 miles from the front, and most of the Red Army was deployed around the city. The generals were certain that only an attack there gave any chance of winning the war outright. However, Hitler was adamant, and a final desperate appeal by the Army Commander-in-Chief, von Brauchitsch, was rejected out of hand. Hitler complained that his generals knew nothing of the economic aspects of war. The panzers were to be diverted, and that was final. By mid-July, below the Pripyat marshes, the 6th Army of Army Group South, along with Panzer Group 1, had reached to within a few miles of Kiev. The armor had then swung south, while the advance from Romania, with the Romanian 3rd Army and the German 11th and 17th, pushed east. 3 Soviet armies were squeezed into a pocket near Uman. As the pocket was eliminated, the tanks turned north and crossed the Dnieper. Meanwhile, Guderian's Panzer Group 2 had driven south and crossed the river Desna, with 2nd Army on its right. The 2 panzer groups now threatened to trap 4 Soviet armies and parts of 2 more against the great bend of the river Dnieper. For its final thrust at Leningrad, 4th Panzer Group of Army Group North had, on Hitler's orders, been reinforced by tanks from Army Group Center. On August the 8th, the panzers broke through Soviet defenses, and while 16th Army attacked to the northeast, 18th Army cleared Estonia and advanced around Lake Peipus. By the end of August, Panzer Group 4 and 18th Army had penetrated to within 30 miles of Leningrad. Meanwhile, the Finns had pushed southeast on both sides of Lake Ladoga, reaching the old Finnish-Soviet frontiers. On September the 9th, Army Group North began a final push on Leningrad. Within 2 days, German soldiers were on the heights only 7 miles from the city, and artillery was pounding the inhabitants relentlessly. Hitler's latest orders were that Leningrad should not be stormed. The advance had severed all of its road and rail links to the rest of the Soviet Union, and the city was now to be bombed, shelled, and starved into submission. The Führer had changed the priorities of the campaign yet again. Leningrad could wait. Army Group North's tanks were to be sent to the center for an all-out drive on Moscow. It was the Soviet West Front, launching furious counterattacks with its ground and air forces, which had drawn Hitler's restless attention to the Moscow sector. The problem was that Army Group Center was in no position to launch an immediate offensive. It was only 13 days since most of the group's tanks had been sent on their marathon drives to the north and south. These operations, particularly the one around Kiev, had to be finished before Operation Typhoon, the assault on Moscow, could begin. The encirclement of Soviet forces in the south was achieved on September the 16th, when Kleist's Panzer Group 1 and Guderian's 24th Corps met at Lochwitze, 120 miles behind Kiev. For the Russians, a disaster of staggering dimensions now unfolded. The encircled Russian armies at Kiev did not give up easily. A savage battle in which the Soviets were hammered by artillery, tanks and aircraft had to be fought before the pocket was reduced. In the end, after 10 days of carnage, the Germans claimed 600,000 Red Army soldiers captured. No one knew how many had been killed in what Hitler called the greatest battle in history. After Kiev, for the first time since the invasion, the Red Army no longer outnumbered the Germans, and there were no more reserves. To defend Moscow, Stalin could field 800,000 men in 83 divisions, but no more than 25 of those divisions were fully effective, and there was a desperate shortage of armor and aircraft. On the German side, there were 2 million men in 70 divisions. Almost 1/3 of the divisions were mechanized, the highest proportion of mechanized units to infantry in any German attack of the war so far. Operation Typhoon, the drive on Moscow, began on October the 2nd. In front of Army Group Center were the Soviet West and Bryansk fronts. There was also a series of elaborate defense lines, up to 250 miles long, the first centered on Vyazma and the others on Mozhaisk. The first blow took the Soviets completely by surprise. Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army, returning from the Kiev battle, took Orel, a vital road junction 75 miles behind the first Russian defense line. 3 days later, the panzers pushed on Bryansk, another communication center, while 2nd Army attacked from the west. 3 Russian armies were trapped. To the north, 3rd and 4th Panzer armies threw their pincers around Vyazma, trapping another 5 Soviet armies. Moscow's first line of defense had been shattered in the opening blows, and the door to Moscow had been burst open. It was Stalin's insistence on manning defensive lines to the very end that made the situation at Bryansk and Vyazma so catastrophic. The pockets yielded 663,000 Russian prisoners, bringing the tally since the start of the invasion to 3 million. Once again, the German High Command allowed itself to believe that the war in the East was won. This time, they were certain their belief was justified. On the Russian side, only 90,000 men and a handful of tanks were left on the last defense line in front of Moscow. In desperation, Stalin summoned General Zhukov, who had been organizing the defense of Leningrad, and gave him the job of saving the capital. Weeks before, Zhukov had resigned as chief of the general staff after a disagreement with the dictator, but now Stalin chose to forget their differences. By this time, the situation outside Moscow was critical. On October the 13th, 4th Infantry Army penetrated the last Soviet defense line at Kaluga. At the same time, to the north, 3rd Panzer penetrated to within 90 miles of the capital and looked set to break into the Soviet rear. For the Russians, serious as the situation was on the flanks, in the center there was mortal danger. There, 10th Panzer Division and the SS Das Reich Motorized Division had beaten off a furious counterattack at Borodino. They were now driving up the Smolensk to Moscow highway, advancing on Mozhaisk, the key to the central sector of the Moscow defense line, and only 60 miles from the city. With the German armies on the threshold of the capital, there was panic in Moscow. Martial law was declared. Government departments and embassies were evacuated. And there was a frantic effort to build last-ditch defenses in and around the city. Although the citizens of Moscow expected little mercy from the Germans, in fact, none knew the savage reality of Hitler's plans for the Soviet capital. The German armies had been instructed not to accept its surrender. Its inhabitants might be allowed to flee, but the city was to be obliterated from the face of the earth. In its place was to be built a gigantic reservoir. Almost from the beginning of Operation Typhoon, the weather had deteriorated steadily. The German advance, first in the south and then in the center, had gradually slowed as the season of rain and sleet had begun. Under the weight of traffic, the 3 roads on which the whole offensive depended for its supplies were reduced to quagmires. As the rain and snow persisted into a 3rd week, the supply system broke down completely. Eventually, only tracked vehicles could move at all, and their fuel consumption soared, while engines rapidly wore out. Meantime, the troops were living in appalling conditions, permanently wet, cold, and utterly exhausted. The advance slowed to as little as 2 miles a day. On October the 31st, the German Army High Command ordered a halt in Operation Typhoon. For General Zhukov, the pause was of priceless benefit. Although his forces were desperately weak, down to 190 working tanks, fresh formations were being created at great speed, and in little over a month, 11 new armies would be raised. Although some of the new formations were made up of barely trained conscripts, 30 divisions would be well-equipped and immensely tough Siberian troops. These had been freed from the eastern frontiers as Soviet intelligence assured Stalin there was no longer a threat from the Japanese. With the Siberians would come 1,000 tanks and 1,000 aircraft. On November the 7th, in a defiant gesture of normality, the annual Revolution Day parade was held in Moscow. The night before, the first severe frosts had hardened the ground. Only 50 miles from the city, the German armored columns were once more capable of movement. The last great effort to capture Moscow began on November the 15th. In increasingly heavy falls of snow, and with temperatures sinking ominously, the Germans threw themselves at the Soviet defenses. For their part, the Russians, on Zhukov's orders, launched a series of spoiling attacks. Little quarter was given on either side. Both attacking and defending troops knew that this could be a war-winning battle. Facing the German advance on Moscow were 3 Soviet fronts: Kalinin, West, and Southwest. However, it was the 6 mostly understrength armies of General Zhukov's West Front that would bear the main weight of the assault. The German intention was that 3rd and 4th Panzer armies would cross the Volga Canal and envelop Moscow from the northeast. 2nd Panzer Army would first take Tula, then strike behind Moscow from the southeast to close with the northern pincer. As the Russians reacted and moved to the flanks, 4th Infantry Army would smash in the center. In 2 weeks of desperate fighting, in ever more arduous and exhausting conditions, the battle in the north slowly but remorselessly crept towards the Russian capital. However, in the south, against all the odds, Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army was being blocked. At Tula, the Soviet 50th Army, in spite of being almost surrounded, could not be dislodged. Then came a stunning blow for the Germans. At Kashira, on November the 27th, a savage attack by well-equipped Siberian infantry, T-34s, and new Katyusha rocket launchers inflicted a severe and shocking defeat on Guderian's forces. While Guderian's attack was being blocked, then broken to the north, after 10 days of bitter and continuous fighting, 4th Panzer succeeded in crossing the Volga Canal within 20 miles of Moscow and beginning the encirclement of the capital. On December the 2nd, a forward patrol penetrated to within 15 miles of the Kremlin. Hitler and his senior commanders were convinced that one last gargantuan effort would see the final collapse of Russian resistance. It would all depend on the last battalion. On December the 2nd, the first blizzards of winter swept across the German armies facing Moscow. The war in the east was supposed to have been long since won, and the Wehrmacht had never been equipped for conditions like these. At night, the temperature would soon plummet to as low as -40 degrees Fahrenheit. Frostbite and disease had already begun to cause as many German casualties as the endless Russian counterattacks. Dead and wounded had reached 155,000 in 3 weeks. And the strength of the infantry divisions had fallen to 50%. Meanwhile, the bitter cold caused serious problems for weapons and vehicles. Guns failed as their recoil systems froze, and engines had to be run every 4 hours, devouring fuel that was already in desperately short supply. Most disturbing of all for men who had always been able to count on protection from the air, conditions all too often grounded the Luftwaffe, while the Red Air Force seemed to grow more active as each day passed. On December the 1st, in the center, the German Fourth Army had launched a final massive effort to smash what defenses remained in front of Moscow. Everything depended on the Russians having no reserves. However, for weeks, Zhukov had been denied reinforcements, as Stalin had held back increasingly powerful reserve formations, including the bulk of the Siberian divisions and their armor. The strength of the defenders was now up to over 500,000 men. On December the 5th, Zhukov launched the reserves in a massive counterattack. The Russian offensive was launched along a front 600 miles long. To the Germans, whose own offensive was being carried on with the last ounce of their strength, it came as a hideous shock. Along the entire length of the line, German armies were shattered into thousands of isolated units, fighting desperately for survival. The Battle of Moscow was lost, and with it, the German Wehrmacht had lost the battle for Russia. Although the Russians were strong enough to throw the Germans back from the gates of Moscow and liberate 11,000 towns and villages, they were still nowhere near capable of inflicting a decisive defeat on the invaders. A second counteroffensive in January stalled against increasingly solid German defenses on a line still deep inside the Soviet Union. The battle for Russia had cost the German army 250,000 dead, 500,000 wounded, and most of its tanks. Hitler fired 2 field marshals and 35 generals. But nothing could change the fate to which Germany was now condemned. No new sources of oil or strategic materials had been won, and the Wehrmacht was embroiled in conflicts on two fronts. Worst of all, America had entered the war the previous December. Hitler now had to face the very thing he had been desperate to avoid from the start: Russia, Britain, and the United States in an alliance Germany could never hope to defeat. The battle for Italy was to be one of the most bitterly fought and protracted conflicts of World War II. Although Sicily was captured comparatively easily in the summer of 1943, Allied attempts to exploit Italian disarray through landings on the Italian mainland were doomed to frustration and disappointment. The Italian armed forces played virtually no part in the campaign. When the Allies landed at Salerno in September, the country was occupied by the Germans, and the landings themselves were contested by first-line German formations. The battle for Salerno was only the first in a series of battles fought between the Allies and the Germans in southern Italy. The country was ideal terrain for defense: mountainous, rugged, and scored by deep ravines and fast-flowing rivers. From Naples, the Allies fought their way slowly northward, before being brought to a halt at the Gustav Line, the last German defensive position before Rome. From December, the front remained deadlocked, despite several offensives and landings behind the Gustav Line at Anzio. The line was finally broken in May 1944 by a major Allied offensive involving 12 divisions. The breach opened the road to Rome and relieved the Anzio bridgehead, which had now been under siege for nearly 4 months. The capture of Rome in early June effectively brought the campaign to an end. Although the fighting in Italy continued almost to the end of the war, the principal Allied objectives were achieved, with the seizure of the Italian capital and the collapse of the Axis as a military and political alliance. In November 1942, Italian ambitions to dominate the Mediterranean and to carve out an empire in Africa suffered a paralyzing blow. At El Alamein, the British 8th Army comprehensively defeated a combined German-Italian army, destroying several Italian divisions and sending the remnants in full retreat through Egypt to Libya. In the same month, British and American forces landed in the French North African territories of Morocco and Algeria. The landings were only seriously contested by French naval units defending Oran and Casablanca. When these were defeated, further French resistance soon came to an end. The Allied landings and the lack of commitment shown by the French prompted Hitler to send troops by air and sea to occupy French Tunisia, before it too fell to the Allies. 2 days later, German forces marched into Vichy France itself, unilaterally abrogating the armistice agreements of 1940 and putting an end to the fiction of Vichy French autonomy.
In December, rain and mud brought the fighting in northwest Africa to a halt and allowed the Germans to consolidate their hold over all the principal Tunisian ports and airfields. In late January, the Axis bridgehead was further strengthened with the capture of key strategic passes in the eastern dorsal and significantly reinforced by the arrival of the German-Italian forces withdrawing from Egypt and Libya. In February, these forces combined to launch an attack against the American Second Corps, holding the most southerly sector of the Allied line. The attack threw the Americans into confusion, and within a few days, German armored formations were pouring through the Kasserine Pass into the rear of the Allied positions. The arrival of the British 8th Army, however, prevented any further exploitation of this breakthrough, and by early March, the Axis had been forced back onto the defensive. In mid-March, the Axis front line in the west lay along the crest of the eastern dorsal, and in the south, between the Matmata Hills and the coast. The Mareth line was the key to the southern positions and was held by infantry forces of the Italian First Army and by the German Afrika Corps. On March the 20th, Allied attacks were launched in 3 sectors: against the Mareth line by 8th Army's infantry, west of the Matmata Hills by a mechanized battle group driving towards El Hamma, and in the center by a reinforced American Second Corps attacking through the southeastern dorsal. For 2 weeks, the Axis defenders fought stubbornly, falling back slowly and systematically. But in early April, the front began to disintegrate, and the remaining Axis forces fled to the north to form a new front centered on the port of Tunis. In late April and early May, the Axis bridgehead was hammered remorselessly, slowly buckling and contracting under the pressure. Although now clearly doomed, Hitler insisted that the bridgehead be defended to the last. These orders merely ensured that the battle was prolonged unnecessarily, that no attempt was made to evacuate men and equipment to Italy, and that the Allied victory, when it came, was complete and overwhelming. Altogether, 250,000 prisoners were taken in the closing weeks of the campaign. But the damage to Axis power in the region as a whole was more extensive. In attempting to supply and support the bridgehead, the Italian Air Force and Navy had suffered heavily, as had the Luftwaffe, and the cumulative damage, combined with the loss of North Africa, had fundamentally transformed the balance of power in the Mediterranean in favor of the Allies. Hitler's willful determination to hold a bridgehead in Africa was all the more remarkable for the catastrophe that had resulted from a similar decision he had taken in the East. When the powerful German Sixth Army was trapped in Stalingrad in the winter of 1942, he had forbidden a breakout attempt, and instead insisted that the army hold its positions until it could be relieved. From that point, the fate of Sixth Army was sealed. But by committing himself to such a reckless strategy, he placed his entire southern wing in jeopardy, and inadvertently ensured the destruction of the Axis alliance as a military force.
In early December 1942, the German front west of Stalingrad ran along the line of the Upper Don and the River Chir. The front was held by two army groups. Army Group B in the northern sector consisted of the German Second Army, the Hungarian Second Army, and the Italian Eighth Army. Army Group Don in the south consisted of the 4th Panzer Army, supported by remnants of the 4th Romanian Army and 6th Army trapped in Stalingrad. The Soviet forces in the sector were deployed in 4 fronts. The Don and Stalingrad fronts, separating 6th Army from the rest of Army Group Don, and the Voronezh and Southwest fronts, facing Army Group B. In December and January, while 6th Army was slowly strangled in Stalingrad, the Soviet forces in the northern sector attacked across the Upper Don, demolishing in turn the Italian 8th Army and the Hungarian 2nd Army. These operations tore huge gaps in the front line and threatened a massive encirclement of the remaining Axis forces in the south. By the end of the month, these forces had fallen back to the Donets, abandoning 6th Army together with all the territory won in the previous year. The fighting in Stalingrad came to an end on February the 2nd. Of the 320,000 German soldiers cut off in the encirclement, only a little over 100,000 remained to be taken prisoner. Most of the rest had been killed or had died slowly of frostbite and starvation. The loss of 6th Army in its entirety was a disaster for Germany, but the damage inflicted on the Axis was irreparable. Between November 1942 and February 1943, 3 Axis satellite armies had been utterly destroyed, and a 4th so badly damaged that it was soon disbanded. In March, before the spring thaws brought the fighting to a close, the Germans reorganized their command system in southern Russia, creating Army Group South out of the remnants of Army Groups A and Don, and dismantling Army Group B. In the same month, they recaptured Kharkov, which had fallen to the Russians in February. By the end of March, the front had stabilized. Both sides were exhausted and needed time to regroup and consolidate. But for Germany, the future was now bleak. Defeats in the East and in Africa had plunged the Axis into disarray and transformed Hitler's war of conquest into a battle for survival. The Anti-Comintern Pact, signed by Japan and Germany in 1936, and later by Italy, formed the basis for the military alliance later known as the Axis. A state visit by Hitler to Rome in 1938 further strengthened the bond between Italy and Germany and helped prepare the ground for the military adventures of 1939. In 1940, after the fall of France, the Axis was joined by Hungary and Romania, and in the following year by Bulgaria. For Hitler, these alliances were essential to the security of the Reich and to the creation of a pan-European alliance against Bolshevism. They also lent legitimacy to the Nazi regime.
and helped to reassure the German people that they were not alone. The destruction of the Axis satellite armies in the east and in North Africa was therefore a political as well as a military disaster. Yet as far as he was able, Hitler would not desert his allies, nor would he allow them to desert him. In the summer of 1943, he would authorize plans to be drawn up for a German occupation of Italy. In August 1941, Mussolini dispatched 3 Italian divisions to fight alongside those of Germany, Hungary, and Romania in the Soviet Union. In the same month, he traveled with Hitler to Brest-Litovsk to survey the devastation wrought on the Red Army during the battles on the frontier. Mussolini was impressed and fully accepted Hitler's assurance that the war in the East would be over by the spring of 1942. A year later, there were 10 Italian divisions fighting in Russia, and little prospect of a decisive victory in the foreseeable future. In Egypt, the German-Italian Panzer Army had been stopped in its tracks and forced onto the defensive. By now, Mussolini's fortunes and those of Italy herself were entirely dependent on those of Germany. The disasters that befell the Axis between November 1942 and May 1943 were therefore felt most heavily by Italy. All 10 Italian divisions in the east were destroyed, and a further 14 were lost in North Africa. Italian patience was wearing thin. In the summer, Mussolini would be deposed in a vain attempt to extricate Italy from the war. For Churchill, the victory at Alamein in November 1942 marked the end of a long period of defeat and humiliation for the British Army. Victory also restored his own political fortunes, which had fallen to their lowest ebb with the loss of Tobruk earlier that year, and the subsequent retreat of the Eighth Army through Egypt to the Alamein positions. With the final defeat of the Axis in Tunisia, Churchill's priority now was to consolidate and extend Allied power in the Mediterranean. His was the driving force behind British proposals for landings in Sicily and Italy. Behind this strategy lay concerns about long-term Soviet plans for Eastern and Central Europe. By knocking Italy out of the war, Churchill hoped to influence events in Central Europe to the Western Allies' advantage and secure Greece and the Balkans from Soviet intervention. It was this essentially post-war strategy that most infuriated both Roosevelt and Stalin and led to serious disagreements that would fundamentally affect the conduct of the campaign. The series of setbacks suffered by the Americans in North Africa, culminating in the rough handling of the American Second Corps in central Tunisia, was a sobering experience for American planners and for Roosevelt. British doubts about the combat readiness of American troops and the tactical abilities of American commanders had been fully borne out by events. As a result, Roosevelt's position was to a certain extent undermined, and his preferred strategic priority, an early attack on the French coast, was quietly postponed in favor of the British proposal for an invasion of Italy. Neither Roosevelt, however, nor his senior military advisors were entirely happy with this outcome. And as the campaign progressed, they would gradually withdraw their support, insisting on the transfer of men and equipment to Britain in preparation for the projected invasion of France. The possibility of an invasion of Sicily was first raised in London at a meeting of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the summer of 1942. At the Casablanca Conference early in the following year, the proposal was adopted as official Allied strategy, subject to one important qualification, namely that the campaign would not interfere with the preparations in Britain for a cross-channel attack on the French coast, scheduled for early in 1944. Although initially opposed to the idea and doubtful of the military value of such an operation, American planners were conscious of the need to maintain the momentum built up in North Africa. The clearance of Tunisia was taking longer than expected, and when it was finally completed, there would be huge forces available for a summer campaign. In addition, most of the principal North African ports had been brought up to full operating capacity, and all the necessary infrastructure established to maintain and service 16 full divisions in the field. For the British, Sicily was a tempting target. Situated in the center of the Mediterranean, the island was only a little more than 100 miles from the major Allied North African ports of Tunis and Bizerta. Airfields on the Tunisian plain, along with others on the North African coast, would ensure adequate tactical air support for an invasion attempt, while those on the islands of Malta and Pantelleria would provide virtually constant fighter cover. Possession of these islands also provided the Allies with comparatively secure sea lanes for the final approach of the invasion convoys. If Sicily was captured easily, follow-up operations could be mounted across the Strait of Messina, or even, in the event of an Italian collapse, higher up the peninsula. The capture of Sicily would also give the Allies absolute control over the central Mediterranean and provide additional airfields to prosecute the air war against Italy's ports and cities. The assault landings were to take place in two sectors: south of Syracuse on the east coast by the British 8th Army, and between Licata and Scoliti on the south coast by the American 7th Army. Among the primary objectives in the American sector was the capture of Axis airfields north of Gela. Primary British objectives included the capture of Syracuse and Axis airfields in the southeast corner of the island. Once the beachhead was established, the important east coast ports of Augusta and Catania were to be taken, along with a further group of airfields to the west. The final reduction of Sicily was to be accomplished by a general advance on either side of Mount Etna, to the north coast and the town of Messina, the capture of which would isolate any remaining Axis forces still fighting in the west. During the spring of 1943, while these plans were being refined and the invasion force assembled and trained, Allied air power was employed against targets in Italy and Sicily, These included ports, airfields and military bases, all of which were attacked heavily. Coastal shipping was harassed, and fighter and reconnaissance sweeps over southern Italy were incessant. The underlying objectives of the air plan, in addition to ongoing reconnaissance, were the destruction of the Luftwaffe and the Italian Air Force in the south, the isolation of Sicily by strategic and tactical bombing of the island's communication links, and the steady erosion of Italian morale by systematic attacks on the island's defences. Heavy bomber raids on industrial targets and major population centres on the Italian mainland were intended to disperse the concentration of effort and generally undermine Italy's already wavering commitment to the Axis. After Stalingrad, Hitler's main priority was to strengthen his position in the east. With the recapture of Kharkov, Army Group South had halted the rout of Axis forces from the Don steppe and anchored the front along the line of the Donets. North of Kharkov, however, the front line curved dangerously around a huge bulge, created in February when Soviet forces overran the Axis satellite armies on the upper Don. Yet the Wehrmacht was no longer the force it had been in 1941, when 3 million men had stormed through the Soviet Union to within 20 miles of Moscow. Nor was there any possibility in the near future of a return to Stalingrad or Moscow. The task for the Wehrmacht in 1943 would be to straighten the line in the east through a series of limited offensive operations in preparation for a long war of attrition. The bulge in the front line stretched from just south of Orel to Belgorod and was being continuously fortified by the Russians in expectation of an attack. Hitler's plan was to mount concentric offensives from the north and south towards the city of Kursk in the center of the salient. The attack in the north would be spearheaded by the 9th Army, heavily reinforced from Army Group Center's reserve. The attack in the south would be led by the 4th Panzer Army, supported by the 8th Army, both part of Army Group South. The objective of the campaign was to pinch out the salient and isolate the Soviet forces west of Kursk. This would, it was hoped, deal a damaging blow to the Red Army, and by straightening the line, enable the Wehrmacht to go over to the defensive, releasing men and formations for service in the west. By reinforcing the German-Italian forces in North Africa, Hitler, by design or inadvertently, had prolonged the conflict in the region into the early summer of 1943. The consequent Allied build-up that was to lead to the invasion of Sicily also ensured that there would be no major landings on the French coast before 1944. With France safe from attack for another year, Hitler could devote most of his dwindling resources in the West to the defense of southern Europe. But he had no clear idea of where the Allies would land. Despite the concentration of air attacks in southern Italy, there were indications that the main Allied landings would take place in Greece or in Sardinia. Greece was garrisoned by an Italian army of occupation, recently reinforced by the 1st Panzer Division, transferred from France. In Italy, there were 3 armies, one of which, the 6th, was wholly concentrated in Sicily. 6th Army was supported by 2 German divisions, the 15th Panzer Grenadiers and the Hermann Göring Panzer Division. In Sardinia, the Italian garrison was supported by the 90th Panzer Grenadiers, and in nearby Corsica, the 16th SS Panzer Grenadiers were forming up. In northern Italy, Hitler established German Army Group B, with a further 3 German divisions to coordinate all German forces in Italy. This command would eventually become the German 10th Army. These then were the principal forces available to Hitler on the eve of the Allied attack. He had little confidence in his Italian ally and expected his thinly spread German formations to intervene quickly and decisively wherever the landings took place. Like most British generals, Harold Alexander first saw action with the British Expeditionary Force in France. As commander of the 1st Division, he was charged with organizing the retreat and evacuation of the force from the Dunkirk beaches. Alexander's rearguards held the line during the final days of the evacuation and were amongst the last British troops to leave the beach. In 1942, after service in England and then in Burma, he was appointed Commander-in-Chief, Middle East. In this capacity, Alexander had overall responsibility for General Montgomery's offensive at El Alamein and shared a lot of the credit for the victory. In February 1943, Alexander was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the 15th Army Group in Tunisia. Alexander's conduct of the Tunisian campaign was exemplary, and his tact and impartiality were decisive in settling inter-Allied disputes. In the final weeks of the Tunisian campaign, Alexander used his material superiority to bring to battle all the component forces of the military alliance. This ensured that the victory honors were shared equally, and that untested formations were given valuable battle experience in preparation for future campaigns on the continent of Europe. After a brilliant career in the German army during the interwar years, Albert Kesselring transferred to the Luftwaffe, rising to become the service's most powerful and important officer after Hermann Göring, Hitler's appointed deputy and the Luftwaffe's commander-in-chief. As Chief of Staff from 1936, Kesselring was largely responsible for the military effectiveness of the Luftwaffe at the outbreak of war, and subsequently commanded powerful German air fleets in Poland and the West. During the Battle of Britain, Kesselring commanded the principal German air fleet and came very close to defeating the RAF. In 1942, Kesselring was promoted to Field Marshal and appointed Commander-in-Chief South, with overall responsibility for all German operations in the Mediterranean and North Africa. Kesselring's unique understanding of both air and ground forces enabled him to coordinate their use properly, achieving results sometimes quite out of proportion to his limited resources. This was particularly true in Tunisia, where the Luftwaffe held tactical air superiority for much of the campaign. Kesselring's inner confidence and professionalism, combined with a razor-sharp mind, made him a truly formidable opponent. In Italy, commanding both ground and air forces, he would conduct a faultless campaign, gradually withdrawing northwards and exacting a huge price for every Allied gain. By the early summer of 1943, there were more than 500,000 Allied servicemen in the Mediterranean theatre. This huge force included divisions from 7 nations. Most of these were British or American and had taken part in the battle for Tunisia, but the force also included divisions from French North Africa, New Zealand and India. And 2 fresh Canadian divisions were in the process of assembling and training for the Italian campaign. A Polish corps of 2 divisions was also being formed. Most of its recruits had suffered imprisonment in the Soviet Union following the defeat and division of Poland in 1939. But after Germany's attack on Russia in June 1941, the survivors had been released from captivity and assembled in southern Russia under the command of the veteran Polish general Władysław Anders. From there, they had made their way south across the Russian frontier, first to Persia and then to Iraq. There they were supplied and trained by the British in preparation for the Italian campaign. Training programs for all the Allied forces were generally much more thorough and focused than they had been in the past. In particular, amphibious operations were rehearsed extensively. Many of the setbacks suffered by the Allies in French North Africa had been due to inadequate preparation and poor training. Boat handling and assault landings in Morocco and Algeria had been dangerously flawed. More than 50% of the assault boats had been lost on the first day, and only the quick capitulation of the French defenders had prevented a catastrophe. By comparison, the naval forces had performed superbly, and naval gunfire in support of ground forces had been much more effective in North Africa than Allied planners had expected. For the invasion of Sicily, by far the most hazardous enterprise yet undertaken by the Allies, adequate naval support would be essential, and a force of more than 250 warships would be employed to cover and support the landings. The American M4 Battle tank entered production in 1942 and utilized many of the proven features of its predecessor, the M3, such as the chassis, hull, engine and transmission system. But the 75mm gun was mounted in a fully traversable turret with a consequent height reduction of 15 inches. With greater armor protection, a reduced profile, and a more effective gun mounting, the M4 was the first Allied tank to approach German standards, and quickly became the main battle tank in service with both the British and American armies. The personal weapon of the British soldier for most of the 20th century was the Lee Enfield service rifle. The Mark V was an improved version of the model that had served the British Army throughout World War I and retained much the same basic design. The magazine held 10 rounds, which were loaded in clips of 5, and the adjustable sights gave it a remarkably high degree of accuracy. The weapon was also easy and cheap to mass produce, and was sturdy and reliable in service. The classic and probably the best submachine gun at the outbreak of war was the Thompson M1928. A simplified version, however, the M1, was quickly designed for wartime production. The M1 retained the principal advantages of its predecessor, while dispensing with some of its more expensive refinements. Although still a comparatively costly weapon, the M1 was produced in huge numbers to service an almost insatiable demand by America's allies for an effective and reliable light automatic weapon. Many were sent overseas as part of Lend-Lease and equipped British and French as well as American forces. The best light machine gun of World War II was based on a Czech design of the early 1930s and entered service with the British Army in 1938 as the Bren gun. Although its rate of fire was comparatively low, the gun was light and easy to handle. In adversity, it could be fired from the shoulder or hip. The versatility of the weapon, combined with its accuracy and reliability, made it ideal for infantry fire support at platoon and section level, and equipped most British Commonwealth and Dominion forces throughout the war. One of the most celebrated infantry support weapons of World War II was the American bazooka. Officially known as the M1 rocket launcher, the weapon was operated by a two-man team and fired a fin-stabilized projectile with a shaped charge warhead. The bazooka was designed as an anti-tank weapon, but could be used with equally devastating results against pillboxes and fortified positions. Nearly 500,000 bazookas were produced during the war, and the weapon provided the inspiration for the German Panzerschreck. Victory in North Africa had given a valuable boost to Allied morale. For the British, the Battle of Alamein had marked a turning point, and the advance west through Egypt and Libya had restored the British soldiers' sense of confidence and pride. For the Americans, the campaign, and particularly the battles of 1943, had turned raw recruits into seasoned veterans. They had been tested in the most adverse conditions against some of the best and most experienced formations in the German army, and after early reverses, had recovered well and fought with skill and courage. The Allied forces in North Africa were also well supplied and superbly equipped. Their tanks, although slightly inferior to the best German machines, were vastly more numerous, and their infantry weapons were amongst the best in the world. Material superiority in all arms, thorough training programs, and extensive logistical support gave the Allied soldiers of all the various nations a level of morale second to none,
enabling the fighting men to approach the coming battle with complete confidence in ultimate victory. While the battle for North Africa was still unresolved, the principal German presence in Italy consisted of Luftwaffe units committed to holding open the sea lanes between Italy and the few North African ports still in Axis hands. These included air defense formations as well as fighter and bomber groups, and most were concentrated in Sicily or southern Italy. In the summer of 1943, however, when the North African campaign came to an end, Hitler began reinforcing southern Europe with a few carefully selected German formations, and earmarked others for immediate transfer in the event of an invasion. These forces included Panzer and Panzer Grenadier divisions and parachute units. The Panzer divisions were amongst the best available and were equipped with a mixture of medium and heavy battle tanks. The Panzer Grenadier divisions, though well equipped, sacrificed armor for mobility, fielding a range of light and medium artillery, some of it self-propelled. Both types of division, however, were highly mechanized, and their attached infantry was normally fully motorized. The parachute units, on the other hand, were equipped only with light weapons, but their training was of the highest quality, and their combat experience was particularly suited to an Italian campaign. Like all airborne forces, German parachute troops were selected for their fitness and aggression. Their training program was more intense than most other soldiers, and more was expected of them. Parachute troops were trained to be self-sufficient, to fight both as an individual and as part of a team. As lightly armed assault troops, they would need to show a high degree of initiative, combined with speed and aggression. As a rapid reaction force in defense, these qualities would make them formidable opponents, particularly in the difficult conditions and mountainous terrain of mainland Italy. They had seen service in virtually all theatres, including Norway and the Low Countries, where they had demonstrated the new art of airborne warfare to an astonished world. In Crete, they had defeated a far superior British force by virtue of their aggression and skill, though suffering heavy casualties in the process. They had also served in North Africa and the Eastern Front, mainly in a defensive role. In July, the 1st Parachute Division was training in the south of France and was ready for immediate deployment, wherever the Allies should land. Self-propelled guns for infantry support were an integral part of German pre-war military planning, and the Stug series of assault guns utilized the chassis, suspension system, and drivetrain of the Mark III battle tank. Dispensing with the turret reduced the weapon's profile significantly, and at the same time allowed armor thickness to be increased. From 1942, the series mounted a 75mm assault cannon, capable of engaging tanks as well as field targets, and protection was further increased with the addition of extra armor. Assault guns were originally intended for service in artillery regiments, but as the production of tanks was gradually overtaken by these weapons, increasingly numbers were delivered to Panzer and Panzer Grenadier divisions. When the Mark III battle tank was discontinued in 1943, production was switched entirely to the assault gun, and more than 10,000 were eventually produced. The obsolete Czech-built 38T tank formed the basis for a number of highly successful self-propelled anti-tank guns. These were designed to utilize the tank's chassis and drivetrain, while massively outgunning it by replacing the turret with an open manplet. This allowed the longer recoil of a larger weapon and gave the gunner increased visibility, although at the expense of protection. From 1942, they fulfilled an important role as auxiliary tank destroyers attached to mobile forces and were best employed in defense or in ambush. Self-loading rifles had been under development in Germany for many years, and these efforts finally bore fruit in the Walter Gewehr 41. The automatic bolt was operated by muzzle gases deflected back onto an annular piston. The Gewehr 41, however, although accurate, was muzzle-heavy and unreliable, and was superseded in service by the Gewehr 43, an altogether better weapon, which also used the gas operating system. The Gewehr 43 was fitted with telescopic sights and was commonly used as a sniper rifle. The MG-34 was the first true general-purpose machine gun. It was light enough to be carried into battle and was belt-fed, allowing a prolonged and heavy rate of fire. The weapon was superbly crafted and had a dual-action trigger, giving the gunner the option of full or semi-automatic fire. The bipod could be positioned either at the end of the barrel for accuracy or near the breech for ease of maneuver. The weapon could also be mounted on a tripod frame, and the air-cooled barrel was easily and quickly changed, giving the gun the capability and performance of a heavy machine gun. Production of the MG-34 continued right up until the end of the war, and the gun also equipped all marks of German tanks. The standard German mortar throughout the war was an 80mm weapon, simply constructed and cheap to produce. The barrel, base plate and bipod could be carried as a three-man load, giving the infantry a light artillery capability at section level. The weapon had a well-deserved reputation for accuracy, and in the hands of an experienced mortar team, could be employed to devastating effect in both an offensive and defensive role. Mortars caused more casualties amongst British and American troops than any other enemy weapon. What Hitler lacked in numbers, he had tried to remedy in terms of quality. Of the two German divisions in Sicily, the Hermann Göring division was deployed in the target sector and would be thrown into action on the first day.
It was well equipped and carried the twin designations of a panzer and parachute formation. The division's personnel, although drawn mainly from the ranks of the Luftwaffe, were of the highest caliber and regarded themselves as elite troops. Morale within the ranks was high, as it was generally throughout the Wehrmacht's mechanized panzer and parachute divisions, and all of these shared an unwavering commitment to victory. While these deployments were taking place in southern Europe, the vast bulk of the Wehrmacht's offensive power was being concentrated in the east for the coming Battle of the Kursk salient. A shortage of armor and equipment had caused the attack to be postponed 3 times, giving the Russians time to prepare their defenses and squandering the advantage of surprise. The build-up of force by both sides was enormous, and the Germans had committed most of their armor to the battle, including almost all of their heavy tanks. The battle opened early on July the 5th with a preemptive bombardment by the Russians. When the German attack began at dawn, they were already partially disorganized and made slow progress. Within 2 days, the northern attack by the German 9th Army had come to a virtual standstill after gaining only a few miles, while the 4th Panzer Army, attacking in the south, was becoming bogged down in increasingly desperate fighting. As the Allies completed their final preparations for the invasion of Sicily, the Germans were facing the prospect of yet another failure in the east.
In early July 1943, while the Allies were completing their final preparations for an invasion of Italy, the Wehrmacht was fighting a critical battle of attrition with the Red Army on the Eastern Front. The Battle of Kursk was intended to severely damage the Red Army, establish a strong defensive position for the Wehrmacht, and enable forces to be withdrawn from Russia to buttress the defenses of southern Europe. The battle had begun badly, with a preemptive Soviet artillery barrage, and had quickly become a slogging match in which the Wehrmacht could ill afford to become embroiled. Although German tactics and weapons were superior to those of the Red Army, the Red Army's seemingly inexhaustible reserves of manpower and material gave it greater endurance. Until the Battle of Kursk was resolved, there could be no major German redeployment from east to west. Meanwhile, from bases in North Africa, the Allies continued to prosecute the air war against Italy. Italian morale had already been gravely undermined by the loss of North Africa and the destruction of the Italian 8th Army on the Eastern Front. If the pressure was kept up by airstrikes and by landings in southern Italy, Allied commanders believed that Italian morale might collapse completely, leading to the defection of Italy from the Axis and a general capitulation. In the first week of July, the Allied invasion convoys began assembling in the ports and harbors along the North African coast. In addition to more than 250 warships, the invasion fleet would consist of a further 2,000 vessels.
Mainly, these were merchant ships carrying supplies and equipment, landing ships carrying troops, tanks and vehicles, or assault craft of a variety of types. When the embarkation of men and equipment was complete, the convoys set sail for their final rendezvous areas north of Malta. In the assault wave were 8 divisions, nearly 200,000 men. Most of them were expected to be ashore by the 3rd day, along with more than 2,000 tanks and guns, 14,000 vehicles, and supplies of food, fuel, and ammunition, sufficient for several days' fighting. The invasion and conquest of Sicily was to be carried out by 2 Allied armies, both part of General Alexander's 15th Army Group. The American 7th Army was commanded by General George Patton, who had previously commanded the American 2nd Corps in Tunisia. For the assault landings on the south coast, 7th Army had 3 infantry divisions, with a further armoured division in reserve. The British 8th Army was commanded by General Bernard Montgomery, who had proved himself in North Africa one of the most able field commanders of the war. Landing in the southeast corner of Sicily, Montgomery had 4 divisions, 2 of which, the 50th and the 51st, were veterans of the North African campaign. The invasion fleet was deployed in 2 task forces. The Western Task Force was commanded by Vice Admiral Kent Hewitt of the United States Navy and would be responsible for landing and supporting 7th Army's troops. The Eastern Task Force, assigned to the British landings, was commanded by Admiral Sir Bertram Ramsay, mastermind of the Dunkirk evacuation and the Royal Navy's foremost expert on amphibious operations. Air support would be coordinated by Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Tedder as Commander-in-Chief of the combined Mediterranean Allied Air Forces. The principal Axis formation in Sicily was the Italian 6th Army, commanded by General Alfredo Guzzoni. 6th Army had a field strength of more than 300,000 men, deployed in 9 divisions. Most of these, however, were garrison commands, poorly equipped, ill-trained, and of low fighting value. The main striking force on the island was the 14th Panzer Corps, consisting of the 15th Panzer Grenadiers and the Hermann Göring Panzer Division. The 14th Panzer Corps was under the administrative command of Lieutenant General Fridolin von Senger, who was also the German liaison officer with General Guzzoni's 6th Army. During the battle for Sicily, the 14th Panzer Corps would be reinforced by elements of a further 2 German divisions and placed under the temporary command of General Hans Huber, a veteran of the Eastern Front. Air support for the Axis forces in Sicily would be provided mainly by the German 2nd Air Fleet, which was now under the command of Field Marshal von Richthofen. 2nd Air Fleet had extensive bases in Sicily and southern Italy, and still possessed several hundred serviceable aircraft. On July the 9th, the wind rose unexpectedly,
and the normally placid waters of the central Mediterranean grew high and rough. Within a few hours, winds of 40 miles an hour were sweeping in from the west, and the invasion armada was pitching and tossing in a growing swell. Although the British landings on the east coast would be sheltered from the worst effects of the weather, the American landings, if conditions persisted, would have a dangerous combination of crosswinds and high waves. Allied leaders considered the option of postponement, but the huge operation was already too far advanced, and the element of surprise would almost certainly be lost. Fortunately, there were indications that the wind might ease off during the night, and the decision was taken to proceed according to schedule. When the Allied invasion fleet approached the Sicilian coast in the early hours of July the 10th, the high winds which had bedeviled its passage from Malta had diminished to no more than a strong breeze. Hoping for surprise, the naval guns remained silent as the assault boats crept shoreward. Then, while still dark, they erupted in fury, pulverizing the coast in response to distant enemy artillery and machine gun fire. Over the next few hours, while the warships trained their guns on targets inland, the invaders swarmed ashore in ever-increasing numbers. The enemy coastal defenses proved completely inadequate and were easily overwhelmed. Their Italian garrisons were either routed or surrounded and forced to surrender. On the first day, the most determined resistance came from the Luftwaffe, flying mainly from bases in southern Italy. In the British sector, the landing areas came under intermittent attack, and a hospital ship was sunk. In the American sector, several vessels were hit, including the destroyer Maddox, which went down with heavy loss of life. These attacks persisted throughout the first 2 days of the landings, before Allied air superiority over the beaches could be properly established. The warships were also active during this period, in counter-battery fire and in breaking up enemy concentrations. 2 attempts by the Hermann Goering Division to drive wedges through to the coast were successfully defeated by accurate naval gunfire, and by the 13th, the division had gone over to the defensive. For the Allies, the initial stages of the campaign were marked everywhere by astonishing successes. All the landing beaches had been quickly secured at the cost of only a few hundred casualties, and during the first 2 days, they had put ashore 80,000 men, 10,000 vehicles, and 1,000 guns. By the 15th, the Allies had secured a firm lodgment in southern Sicily. In the British sector, Siracusa had been captured with its port facilities intact on the first day, and Augusta had been taken on the 13th. From Licata, Gela, and Scoglieti, the Americans had advanced between 15 and 50 miles inland, clashing first with the Hermann Goering Division and then with the 15th Panzer Grenadiers. Several Axis airfields had been captured and would soon be pressed into service as bases for Allied close support squadrons. West of Catania, the Germans had established strong defensive positions on either side of Mount Etna. These were held by an improvised battle group, supported by elements of the 1st Parachute Division, which had begun arriving on the 13th. On the 16th, Kesselring appointed Huber as commander of the 14th Panzer Corps, comprising all German formations in Sicily and Luftwaffe flak batteries guarding the Strait of Messina. On the same day, he ordered Huber to begin a withdrawal to eastern Sicily and establish a defensive line anchored on the Etna Massif and running from Catania through Troina to San Fratello. On the 18th, these forces were further strengthened by the arrival of the 29th Panzer Grenadiers from Italy. West of Troina, the Axis front line was now held only by weak infantry formations of the Italian 6th Army, and on July the 19th, the Americans launched a major offensive towards the north coast and the town of Palermo. Within 4 days, all resistance had collapsed, and the whole of western Sicily had fallen into Allied hands. The fall of Palermo was a savage blow to Italian pride, and the first casualty was Mussolini, who was dismissed from office amid public protests and expressions of disgust. In Sicily, however, the Allies were making only slow progress. The Etna Massif and the rugged country around Troina provided the Germans with ideal defensive terrain, effectively cancelling out the Allies' huge numerical and material superiority. The battle for the Etna line was to be only the first in a series of battles fought in Sicily and Italy, in which the Allies would find their progress severely hindered by a combination of difficult terrain and brilliant German defensive tactics. The Etna line held throughout the first week of August, and when it was eventually breached, the advancing Allies found that the German defenders had merely withdrawn to new positions further east. When they abandoned the Etna line, the Germans withdrew only a few miles, anchoring their new positions on the town of Cesaro. Simultaneously, they began withdrawing their heavy equipment across the Strait of Messina to the Italian mainland. On August the 10th, the headquarters of the Italian 6th Army was relocated to Reggio, leaving the defense of northeast Sicily to Huber's 14th Panzer Corps. Over the course of the following week, the Germans withdrew steadily and systematically, successfully evacuating more than 40,000 of their own troops, along with 60,000 Italians, from Sicily to Italy. The conquest of Sicily netted the Allies nearly 150,000 Italian prisoners, but very few Germans. The campaign in many respects had been a resounding success, in others a disappointment. Italian resistance had proved far weaker than anyone had anticipated, and the Italian navy had not even left port, despite repeated German requests for assistance. Indeed, the contribution of the Italian armed forces to the defense of Sicily had been virtually negligible.
encouraging the impression that Italy herself might be a hollow shell. But the Allies had suffered heavily at the hands of experienced German formations, who had retained the initiative to the end, conducting a phased retreat and escaping almost unscathed. In the last phase of the Sicilian campaign, the Allies had agreed to follow up the capture of the island with landings on the Italian mainland. The first of these was to be mounted by elements of General Montgomery's 8th Army across the narrow Strait of Messina. The landings on September the 3rd were uncontested. The Germans had prudently withdrawn the previous night, and the Italian coastal garrisons surrendered without firing a shot. As the British 8th Army advanced northwards along the toe of Italy, the American 5th Army, newly activated under General Mark Clark, was sailing for the Gulf of Salerno, 200 miles further up the coast. During the voyage, the invasion fleet was attacked intermittently by German bombers, and its progress was clearly being monitored by the Luftwaffe. But Allied commanders were confident of a successful operation. The landings on September the 9th were timed to coincide with a formal Italian surrender, and many of those aboard ship were expecting to walk ashore unchallenged. Their confidence was soon to be rudely shaken. When the first assault craft hit the beaches, the invaders suddenly found themselves under heavy fire. In the preceding weeks, Field Marshal Kesselring had deployed elements of 8 German divisions in southern Italy and had moved quickly, seizing control of the country and disarming the Italian army. For the Allies, the Battle of Salerno would be no walkover. On the first day, the landings were counterattacked savagely, and the fleet was harried by wave after wave of German fighters and bombers. While the assault troops swarmed ashore to seek safety and shelter behind the dunes, Kesselring was ordering reinforcements to the area for a full-scale assault on the beachhead. On September the 8th, 1943, the German 10th Army in southern Italy consisted of 8 divisions. 2 of these, the 26th Panzer and 29th Panzer Grenadiers, were withdrawing slowly northwards before the advance of the British 8th Army, and the 1st Parachute Division was deployed near Bari on the Adriatic coast to secure the line of retreat. The 2nd Parachute Division and the 3rd Panzer Grenadiers were in Rome, ready to seize power in the event of an Italian defection. The Hermann Göring Panzer Division and the 15th Panzer Grenadiers were refitting near Naples, leaving only the 16th Panzer Division at Salerno to face the American 5th Army's attack. For the assault phase of the landings, 5th Army had 3 divisions, with a 4th in floating reserve. Their primary objective was to secure a firm lodgment and then drive north towards Naples, which they expected to enter on the 3rd day. 16th Panzer, however, was deployed on high ground, dominating the beachhead area and the main roads leading north. On the first day, the Allies achieved only a shallow beachhead, far short of their objectives. 16th Panzer, meanwhile, deployed its artillery in the hills overlooking the beachhead
and sent units to fortify the mountain passes north of Salerno. During the first 3 days, the division's main striking force was employed in counter-attacking British penetrations towards Montecorvino airfield and the important road junction at Battipaglia. On the 12th, the German defences were strengthened by the arrival of the 29th Panzer Grenadiers, and elements of the Hermann Göring Panzer Division took over the defence of the northern passes. On the same day, the Germans recaptured Battipaglia, which had now changed hands 4 times in as many days. On the 13th, they launched an attack down the corridor of the Selle River, driving to within a mile of the shore. The main weight of the attack fell on the Americans, who were thrown into confusion and very nearly routed. Indeed, so serious was the situation in the American sector that plans were secretly drawn up for an emergency evacuation. This was only averted by accelerating the build-up of reinforcements in the beachhead and by calling for support fire from the warships. During these engagements, the fleet remained under almost incessant attack from the air. 2 cruisers and a battleship were crippled and forced to withdraw, and numerous smaller vessels were sunk, including a destroyer and several transports. On the following day, the Germans attacked again, but the line held, thanks to coordinated action by Allied ground and naval forces and strong support from the air. Over a 24-hour period, Allied tactical and strategic aircraft flew nearly 2,000 sorties over the battle zone, dropping some 1,400 tons of bombs. By the 15th, the crisis had largely passed. Allied reinforcements continued to pour ashore, and the beachhead was steadily strengthened and pushed out. On the 16th, German resistance in the American sector slackened significantly, and advance units of Clark's Fifth Army met up with forward reconnaissance patrols from Montgomery's 8th, which had been pushing steadily northwards against determined German rearguards. North and west of Salerno, the British component of Fifth Army still faced strong resistance and occasional counterattacks, but it soon became obvious that these were mainly rearguard actions, and that the Germans were in the process of a phased withdrawal to the north. The arrival of 8th Army brought the Battle of Salerno to an end and created a broad front across the Apennine spine of Italy. But the Allies had achieved far less than they had hoped. The landings had failed to exploit the opportunity provided by Italy's capitulation, and those in the Gulf of Salerno had almost met with disaster. In addition to the damage wrought on the invasion fleet, the Allies had suffered twice as many casualties as their outnumbered opponents. Indeed, Salerno had been a much tougher test for the Allies than the invasion of Sicily, and signalled German determination to hold on to Italy for as long as possible. From Salerno, the Allies made only slow progress, entering Naples on October the 1st, more than 2 weeks behind schedule. They found the city in ruins and the port unusable. What had not been damaged by Allied bombing had been systematically demolished by the Germans prior to their evacuation. Restoring order and repairing the port would take many more weeks, consuming valuable resources and further delaying the advance north. Between Naples and Rome, the Germans had reconnoitred several lines of defense. Clark's Fifth Army reached the first of those on the Volturno River on October the 8th. The line was held by 3 German divisions, but was only partially prepared and was not intended as a main line of defense. On the 16th, after a week of hard fighting, the Germans began falling back to another, hastily improvised and temporary line 15 miles to the rear. On the Adriatic coast, the British Eighth Army was also meeting stiff resistance. In early October, assault units crossed the Biferno River, but the intensity of the fighting brought the advance to a halt along the line of the River Trigno. During November, the Germans continued to pull back in stages, trading ground for time and inflicting heavy casualties on the pursuing Allies. The various dislocations and delays to the Allied timetable were now being felt by the troops on the ground. The Italian winter was setting in, and heavy rain was swelling the numerous streams and rivers, most of which ran directly across the Allied line of advance. Minor roads were often either flooded or churned to mud by the passage of so many tanks and heavy vehicles. Congestion of the few remaining major routes badly affected the movement of supplies and reinforcements. Closer to the front, the roads and main approaches were sown with mines and were often covered by enemy artillery. For the infantry, the weather brought misery, and the frustration of fighting in difficult and mountainous terrain against a skillfully retreating enemy drained morale. Compared to casualties from wounds, Allied soldiers actually suffered more heavily from sickness, including trench foot, an affliction not seen since the First World War. Italy was a campaign in which infantry and artillery played an inordinately important role. The terrain and conditions were simply unsuitable for tanks, and they were used only occasionally, mainly in a support role. Offensives were carried by mass gunfire and by infantry, attacking over rough ground or through rubble-filled streets. During November and early December, the Allied infantry fought a series of such actions, evicting the Germans, sometimes at bayonet point, from their mountain redoubts and strongholds. On the Adriatic coast, Eighth Army pushed across the River Trigno, and then the Sangro. West of the Apennines, Fifth Army was inching its way into the mountains overlooking the plain of Naples. But in December, both forces were beginning to come up against the forward defences of the Gustav Line, the last and by far the most formidable of the German defensive lines south of Rome. The Gustav Line ran from Ortona on the Adriatic coast, along high ground dominating the valley of the River Sangro, and then through the Apennine Mountains to Minturno, at the mouth of the Garigliano. The line was heavily fortified,
and hinged on the forbidding fortress abbey of Monte Cassino. The abbey commanded the entrance to the Liri Valley, the only major route through the mountains to Rome. The northern end of the Gustav Line was held by the 76th Panzer Corps, which consisted of 4 divisions. The southern end, including Monte Cassino, was held by the 14th Panzer Corps, which also consisted of 4 divisions. But it was in this sector that Kesselring expected the main Allied offensive to be launched. Here, he concentrated the bulk of his reserves, a further 4 divisions, to prevent any Allied breakthrough into the Liri Valley. Facing the 76th Corps, 8th Army had 5 divisions, but the line of advance was not promising, and 8th Army operations were to be scaled down in favor of the main effort, which would be mounted by Clark's 5th Army. For the assault on the Gustav Line, Clark deployed 2 British divisions, 3 American divisions, and 2 French divisions. He also secured the transfer of 2 divisions from 8th Army to his own. The 5th Division was slotted into the line on the left of the 56th, and the 2nd New Zealand was placed with the 45th Division in tactical reserve. Thus, massively reinforced, 5th Army would attack across the Garigliano River and its northern tributary, the Rapido, aiming to break into the Liri Valley and collapse the German defenses south of Rome. The offensive was launched on January the 17th, but despite some small gains in the coastal sector by the British 5th and 56th Divisions, the main attack across the Rapido by the American 36th Division met much stiffer resistance. On the 21st, instead of reinforcing and exploiting the British bridgehead, Clark insisted priority be given to the American effort and ordered the 36th Division to renew its assault across the Rapido. While the Americans pressed their offensive against the Gustav Line, a force of 2 divisions, 1 British and 1 American, was embarking for the town of Anzio, 60 miles further up the coast, and only 30 miles from Rome. The landings at Anzio were intended to cut the lines of communication to the Gustav Line and prevent the Germans from conducting an orderly retreat. The troops went ashore on the 22nd, completely unopposed. German reserves had been called south to combat 5th Army's offensive, and there were virtually no German units for miles. Despite this, Clark instructed the commander of 6th Corps at Anzio to secure a strong beachhead before pushing inland, with the result that the element of surprise was lost, and the opportunity to win a significant victory in Italy was squandered. While 6th Corps consolidated its position and built up its supplies in the Anzio beachhead, Kesselring was ordering reserves to the area. Among the first to arrive were units of the Hermann Göring Panzer Division and the 4th Parachute Division, elite troops sent to block the main exits from the beachhead and seize control of the road and rail links between Rome and the Gustav Line. Within a few days, these would be joined by a further 6 divisions, some of them brought from as far away as France and Yugoslavia. Clark, meanwhile, had achieved little with his main offensive against the Gustav Line. In the first 2 days of the battle, the American 36th Division had lost nearly 2,000 men in repeated attempts to force a crossing of the lower Rapido. When this formation was exhausted,
Clark ordered the 34th Division to attack higher up the river, hoping to take the town of Cassino and its abbey by flank envelopment. The abbey dominated the battlefield, and although not actually occupied by the Germans, possession of the hill itself and of other surrounding hills gave them a huge defensive advantage. German observation of Allied movements on the plain below was uninterrupted, and concentrated fire could be brought to bear on every attack. Once again, the American attack ran into a hail of fire, but by sheer perseverance, they carved out a bridgehead on the far side of the Rapido and began pushing forward into the hills. The first battle of Cassino was to last until February the 10th. The Americans, supported on their right flank by the French, made several important gains. The bridgehead was consolidated, and several key hills were taken, although at the cost of a further 4,000 casualties. At Anzio, there was only sporadic fighting in the first week after the landings. Kesselring still lacked sufficient strength for a decisive counterstroke, and was wary of wasting what he had in small-scale, unprofitable engagements. While reserves were assembled for a full attack, he ordered the beachhead to be contained and the Allied build-up to be disrupted by long-range artillery and airstrikes against the invasion fleet. These were murderously effective. Despite considerable losses in aircraft, the Luftwaffe inflicted immense damage, sinking or seriously damaging several warships and numerous transports. By early February 1944, the Allies had achieved only a precarious lodgment, nowhere more than 10 miles deep, and centered on the main road leading from Anzio to Rome. The original 2 assault divisions of 6th Corps, however, were being rapidly reinforced by a further 3, one of them armored, and despite the depredations of the Luftwaffe, the invasion fleet still possessed more than 20 major warships. Kesselring, by this time, had 4 divisions deployed in a defensive cordon, and 4 more assembling for an attack. On February the 7th, these were launched against a vulnerable salient created by the Allied thrust northwards. After heavy fighting, the Allies were driven back, but pausing briefly to reorganize, the Germans attacked again, driving straight down the road towards Anzio. On the first day, the Germans made good progress, punching a breach in the Allied lines 2 miles wide and a mile deep. The second day saw more modest gains as the Allies recovered and responded with local counterattacks supported by concentrated artillery and naval gunfire. The Germans pressed their offensive for a 3rd day, but every fresh thrust was met by a deluge of shellfire and by determined fighting from the infantry. The line held, and on the 4th day, the Allies counterattacked vigorously, recovering some of the ground they had lost. But both sides were now exhausted, and both, in different ways, had suffered defeat. Although Kesselring's offensive had failed in its primary objective of driving the Allies back into the sea, it had badly shaken them and forced them back to inferior positions. More ominously, the Germans were now deploying for defense and seemed more than capable of containing the Allied beachhead indefinitely. With the failure of the 6th Corps to make progress at Anzio, it was clear that the Gustav Line would have to be taken by frontal assault. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, although unoccupied, was regarded by many Allied commanders as the single most formidable position in the entire line. The plan for the Second Battle of Cassino called for the destruction of the abbey by a massive air bombardment and for the subsequent capture of the hill and of the town below it. The destruction of the abbey, however, proved to be a military blunder of the first magnitude. The operation had been hastily mounted, and no attempt had been made to coordinate the airstrike with the ground offensive. Predictably, the ruins were quickly occupied by the Germans, providing them with an almost unassailable position. When the attack on the abbey was finally launched, 2 days later, by the 4th Indian Division, it was repulsed with heavy casualties. The attack on the town was equally unsuccessful. After a difficult assault crossing of the Lower Rapido, 2 companies of the 2nd New Zealand Division fought their way through the edge of the town to the railway station. But there, they were soon counterattacked by German Panzer Grenadiers. The fighting in the town lasted for only 1 day. The outnumbered New Zealanders lacked heavy weapons, and the failure of the Indian Division to take the abbey and the commanding heights rendered their position untenable, forcing them to withdraw. Although the Second Battle of Cassino had been a costly failure, plans and preparations were already being made for a third. Once again, this was preceded by a massive airstrike, this time obliterating what remained of the town. The bombardment lasted for 4 hours, yet remarkably, failed in its main aim of dislodging the defenders. Indeed, the rubble-strewn streets proved virtually impassable to tanks, and provided the German parachutists, who had taken over the defense of the town, with an even stronger redoubt. The Third Battle of Cassino was pressed for 8 days, from March the 15th to the 23rd, and was to end in yet another impasse. In one of the most savage engagements of World War II, the infantry of the 2nd New Zealand Division and units of the German 1st Parachute Division duelled at close quarters, contesting every mound and crater. Although many of their comrades had been killed and almost all their heavy weapons destroyed in the bombardment, the parachutists rallied brilliantly, fending off with mortars, machine guns and rifles every attempt by the New Zealanders to clear them out of the town. By the 5th day, they had effectively regained the initiative and had established a strong position west of the railway station. Mounting casualties, exhaustion, and growing frustration eventually brought the battle to a halt. But the fighting among the ruins was to continue sporadically for weeks, as both sides attempted to consolidate or expand their positions. The failure of the Third Battle of Cassino finally convinced General Alexander that only a full-scale offensive against the Gustav Line could hope to succeed, and that General Clark was not the man to command the main attack. Accordingly, he stripped Fifth Army of its British and Commonwealth divisions and extended 8th Army's sphere of operations to include the Cassino sector and the entrance to the Liri Valley.
The attack would be launched on a broad front, spearheaded by 9 divisions of 8th Army, and supported on the left by 4 French and 2 American divisions. Clark still retained operational responsibility for the 6th Corps at Anzio, which was reinforced by a further American division. 6th Corps was ordered to break out to the north when the main offensive was underway and cut off the German line of retreat. This was essentially the task for which 6th Corps had originally been put ashore 4 months earlier. The offensive opened on May the 11th, with a sustained artillery barrage by more than 2,000 guns. While 4 British divisions attacked across the Rapido into the Liri Valley, a Polish corps of 2 divisions attacked the Monte Cassino stronghold. The Poles were recent additions to 8th Army's frontline strength, and as well as being fresh, they were utterly fanatical and driven by an intense patriotism and hatred for the Germans. The Poles launched 2 offensives. The first made steady progress initially, but petered out in the face of bitter German resistance and fierce counterattacks. The second, mounted some days later, gained a key ridge west of the Abbey, threatening it with encirclement. Polish casualties by this time were frighteningly high, but the Poles were undeterred, either by their own losses or the ferocious fire that was directed at them from the Abbey and adjacent heights. That night, the Germans began withdrawing, and on the following day, the Poles raised a regimental pennant above the ruins of the Abbey, bringing to an end the 4th and last Battle of Cassino. While the Polish Corps was fighting at Cassino, the British in the Liri Valley and the Americans on the extreme left wing were making only slow progress. The British attack, although strongly supported by artillery, faced the same problems that had defeated the Americans in January, in particular, very heavy and accurate defensive fire. In the coastal sector, the American Second Corps, consisting of 2 fresh divisions, launched its attack out of the Garigliano bridgehead. But this sector of the front had been static for months, and the German defenses were well organized. In the first few days of the battle, the Americans suffered heavy casualties, achieving only minor penetrations. In the mountains to the north, however, the French were making remarkable gains. On May the 13th, they had broken through surprisingly weak German defenses and were soon rapidly pressing forward through terrain previously considered by the Germans to be virtually impassable. The French breakthrough and the capture of Monte Cassino by the Poles opened the way for the Americans and British respectively. The Americans resumed their advance cautiously, but encountered only light rearguards. The Germans facing them, isolated and in danger of being cut off by the French, had quietly disengaged and were now in full retreat to the northwest. In the Liri Valley, the defense was more resolute, but the Gustav Line was no longer tenable, and the Germans everywhere were conducting a fighting retreat. By May the 22nd, the Gustav Line had crumbled completely,
and a further fallback position had been breached. On the following day, 6th Corps launched its long-awaited breakout from Anzio. The German line of containment had been thinned out to provide troops for the Gustav Line, and there were no tactical reserves. Moreover, the blow fell on the weakest sector of the front. In 2 days of remorseless fighting, the Americans opened a huge breach in the defences, capturing Cisterna on the 25th and linking up with units of the American 2nd Corps advancing along the coast. The bulk of the German 10th Army at this time was still well to the east, and a push north by 6th Corps, with support from 2nd Corps, would almost certainly have cut the main German line of retreat. But this was rejected by Clark, who ordered 6th Corps to turn west and head directly for Rome. The maneuver took almost a day to complete, and when 6th Corps resumed its offensive, it soon ran into difficulties. The approaches to Rome were strongly held by German panzer grenadiers and parachutists, and the front was heavily fortified. The attack stalled, and the offensive broke down. On 8th Army's front, the German 10th Army was now rapidly disengaging and retreating through the Liri Valley towards Rome. Against 6th Corps, the remnants of the German 14th Army held the line until the end of May, when it too began falling back. During the first 3 days of June, the Germans completed their withdrawal, extricating successfully the bulk of their forces in southern Italy, and surrendering Rome and the Tiber bridges intact to the Allies. The first American units reached the Italian capital on June the 4th. Ironically, not from Anzio, but from the Liri Valley. Yet the capture of Rome, although a great prize, had been marred by the failure of the Allies to coordinate their efforts and inflict a crushing defeat on the German forces in southern Italy. Both Clark and Alexander were at fault. Clark for his willful disobedience of orders and for his determination to see Rome liberated by the Americans. Alexander for his lack of forcefulness and resolution, and for allowing the campaign to degenerate into a race in which the only real winners could be the Germans. In the event, Clark's moment of glory was to be short-lived. On June the 6th, the Allies landed in Normandy, shifting the focus of Allied efforts from Italy to France, and relegating the Italian campaign to one of only marginal significance. In Italy, the fighting was to continue for a further year. From Rome, the Germans fell back to the northern Apennines, where they conducted a bitter and protracted defense through the winter and spring of 1945, before finally surrendering only a few days before the end of the war. In October 1944, the last major naval battle of the Second World War was fought between the United States of America and the Japanese Empire. In the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the Imperial Navy tried to destroy the United States Pacific Fleet and defeat an American invasion of the Philippines. The result was the greatest naval battle in history.
At Leyte Gulf, 280 warships and 200,000 sailors and airmen fought a series of furious naval engagements by night and by day over a vast area of ocean. There was almost every kind of fighting known in sea warfare, from carrier strikes to full battleship actions. Leyte was also the first battle of the war in which the Japanese used the suicide tactics of the kamikaze. For Japan, Leyte Gulf was intended to be the decisive battle which would halt the American advance across the Pacific. In reality, the Japanese Navy's last great gamble would lead to its complete destruction as a fighting force. After Leyte, the United States Navy would command the Pacific Ocean, and there would be nothing the Japanese Empire could do to save itself from total defeat. It was the Battle of Midway in June 1942 that had marked the turning point in the Pacific War. By attacking Midway Island, the Japanese had hoped to draw in and destroy the few American capital ships left after Pearl Harbor. However, instead of being the unsuspecting victims of a Japanese ambush, the outnumbered American aircraft carriers attacked. At Midway, American strike aircraft sent to the bottom 4 Japanese carriers and a cruiser for the loss of 1 carrier and a destroyer. It was a devastating blow to the Japanese and the greatest defeat ever suffered by the Imperial Navy. In the wake of the victory at Midway, American commanders were keen to go on the offensive and push back the boundaries of Japanese conquest in the Pacific. The plan was a 3-stage campaign codenamed Operation Watchtower. The center of Japanese power in the Southwest Pacific was Rabaul on New Britain. With its formidable air and naval forces, Rabaul was far too strongly held for an immediate American invasion to succeed. Instead, in the first phase of Operation Watchtower, the Americans meant to take the Santa Cruz Islands and the Eastern Solomons by amphibious assault. At the same time, the Japanese would be driven from northern New Guinea and then from the rest of the Solomons. The final phase would be the seizure of Rabaul itself. It was Japanese activity on the eastern Solomons island of Guadalcanal that completely changed the emphasis of the American plan. Reconnaissance revealed that an airfield was being built. Soon, planes from Guadalcanal would be able to support new Japanese offensives in the region. The capture of Guadalcanal and its airfield was now made the first objective in Operation Watchtower. On the morning of August the 7th, 1942, a massive naval and air bombardment announced the arrival of the American invasion flotilla at Guadalcanal. The landings met little opposition, and by the next morning, the airfield was occupied.
The American landing forces at Guadalcanal were 19,000 strong, but the Japanese believed they were much weaker. As a consequence, rather than go on the defensive, the Japanese fed in reinforcements and began to counterattack. Instead of the speedy conquest that the Americans had expected, the battle for Guadalcanal grew into a protracted and bloody campaign. It also became a magnet that drew strong naval forces into the area. In 4 months of savage actions around Guadalcanal, both sides suffered heavy losses in ships and men. The Japanese lost an aircraft carrier and 2 battleships, while 2 carriers were lost by the Americans. Other capital ships were severely damaged, and more than 30 cruisers and destroyers were also sent to the bottom. At sea, Guadalcanal had developed into a grinding battle of attrition. By the end of 1942, the Japanese effort to maintain their forces on Guadalcanal had finally been strangled, and the troops were hungry and barely supplied. However, on the American side, total troop strength had grown to 50,000, and by now they were extremely well supported. Finally, the Japanese realized that the battle was hopeless, and on February the 1st, 1943, they began to withdraw, leaving behind 24,000 dead. Hundreds of aircraft and their highly trained air crew had also been lost. With Guadalcanal, the strategic initiative in the Pacific War had passed once and for all to the United States. In the autumn of 1943, the Japanese perimeter in the Central and Southwest Pacific ran past the Marshall Islands, the Gilbert Islands, through the Solomons north of Guadalcanal, and cut across New Guinea. In the southwest, the American strategy was now to isolate the Japanese base at Rabaul rather than storm it, and from September, there were landings on the northern New Guinea coast and the start of a drive up the Solomons. The push in the Central Pacific began on November the 20th. From Hawaii and the New Hebrides, the invasion fleets of Operation Galvanic struck at the Gilbert Islands of Makin and Tarawa. After heavy fighting, the islands were secured on November the 23rd. In January 1944, another amphibious force from Hawaii launched Operation Flintlock, the invasion of the Marshall Islands. On Kwajalein and Eniwetok, the Japanese fought to the last, but by the 23rd of February, the islands had been captured. American carrier-launched aircraft also obliterated the massive Japanese air and naval base on Truk in the Carolines. The next major American objectives were the islands of the Mariana Chain. In particular, Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. The Saipan invasion armada, carrying 127,000 troops, was supported by an awesome array of naval might. In company sailed a force of 13 escort carriers, 7 battleships, and 17 cruisers.
Nearby was the Pacific Fleet's main striking force with 7 new battleships, 13 cruisers, 69 destroyers, and 15 fast aircraft carriers. In spite of the shattering bombardment from the heavy guns of the American warships and the determination of the amphibious assault, the Marines quickly found themselves facing real difficulty in getting off the beaches. The Japanese commanded the heights and launched fierce counterattacks. There was also another, even more deadly threat from the sea. The Japanese had anticipated the Mariana landings, and a powerful fleet of carriers, battleships, and cruisers began to implement Operation Argo, a massive counterstroke that would destroy the American carrier fleet. The result was the Battle of the Philippine Sea. Starting at 0830 on June the 19th, the Japanese carriers launched 4 successive waves of strike aircraft. However, unlike the Japanese, the Americans had efficient radar, and the attackers were detected in plenty of time. The American carriers scrambled hundreds of fighters to meet them. In a series of savage battles, 240 Japanese aircraft were shot down for the loss of only 29 American planes. Already, American submarines had sunk 2 Japanese carriers, and the day after the Great Air Battle, an American carrier strike sank another. In all, Japanese aircraft losses came to 480 planes, along with most of their crews. With the American victory in the Battle of the Philippine Sea, the conquest of the Marianas was a foregone conclusion. There was still bitter fighting to come, but by August the 12th, Saipan and the neighboring islands of Tinian and Guam had been cleared, and the Marianas were in American hands. Now, the question for US planners was where along the still vast perimeter of the Japanese Empire should the United States strike next? Although the American President Franklin D. Roosevelt took the closest interest in the conduct of the war, alone amongst the leaders of the great powers, he never thought of himself as a strategist. He was known for asking penetrating questions, but usually he followed the advice of his Joint Chiefs of Staff. However, in 1942, he had insisted on reinforcements being sent to the battle for Guadalcanal, and now, in the summer of 1944, he was about to intervene once again. Throughout the campaigns on New Guinea and the Marianas, the Joint Chiefs had been divided on the question of where the next attacks should be. Roosevelt was getting conflicting advice from all sides. On July the 21st, the president took matters into his own hands. He traveled to Hawaii to meet with the 2 men who actually ran the war in the Pacific: Chester Nimitz, commanding Central Pacific operations, and Douglas MacArthur, commander in the Southwestern Pacific.
Faced with the choice between MacArthur's desire to drive the Japanese out of the Philippines and Nimitz' preference for bypassing most of the islands and striking at Formosa, Roosevelt backed MacArthur. The general had used the kind of arguments with which Roosevelt instinctively sympathized. Above all, the political reasons for taking the islands, from which America had been driven at the start of the war. Although others would have to be convinced, the president's support for MacArthur's plan made it almost certain that America's next major campaign would be to expel the Japanese from the Philippines. On July the 18th, 1944, after the disastrous defeats in the Marianas and the Philippine Sea, the government of Hideki Tojo resigned, and Lieutenant General Kuniaki Koizo became Japanese Prime Minister. Koizo was a retired Army counterintelligence officer and a hardline nationalist backed by the Army faction. Within Japanese ruling circles, a peace party had tried to win the premiership for itself, but had been too weak to do so. Although it did succeed in getting the appointment of Admiral Mitsumasa Yonai as Navy Minister and, in practice, Vice Premier. However, even with influential backers, Yonai could make little headway. The Japanese public had been told that the empire was winning the war, and the hardliners would not hesitate to arrest or assassinate anyone who openly advocated peace. Privately, Koizo doubted that Japan could hold out against the growing might of the United States. Nevertheless, he supported the military faction who demanded one last chance to improve Japan's bargaining position by winning a major victory. Under Koizo, creating an effective defense would be given the highest priority. But an important part of that defense would be to strike a major blow against the Americans, preferably a blow that destroyed an entire US invasion force. On August the 28th, 1944, Task Force 38, 14 aircraft carriers protected by battleships, cruisers and destroyers, set sail from Eniwetok in the Marshall Islands and headed for the Philippines. Under the command of Admiral William F. Halsey, Task Force 38's mission was to attack Japanese air power on the islands, weakening the opposition in advance of America's next move. General MacArthur's plan to liberate all the Philippines, even though it was backed by President Roosevelt, had not yet been accepted by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But whatever the next campaign, bases would be needed in the southern Philippines. Plans to invade at least some of the islands had already been laid. The American intention was to seize the islands of Ulithi and Yap, the Palau Islands, Morotai, and the Talaud Islands. These could be used as staging posts for an invasion of Mindanao, the southernmost of the Philippines. After the Japanese had been driven from Mindanao, Leyte would be invaded. However, there was still a question about what would come next. The possibilities were Luzon and the complete clearance of the Philippines, or the bypassing of Luzon in favor of a leap to Formosa. On the 13th of September, Admiral Halsey's flyers flew 1,200 sorties against targets in the Philippines, and a similar number the following day. Almost 500 Japanese aircraft were destroyed, 2/3 of them on the ground, for only 9 American losses. The carrier planes had also sunk 59 ships, with as many again counted as possible sinkings. It seemed to Halsey that the strength of the Japanese defense on the Philippines had been seriously overestimated, as had the Japanese will to fight. In particular, it looked as though the island of Leyte was especially weak. Wasting no time, Halsey sent a message back to headquarters reporting that the Philippines were barely defended and suggesting an invasion of Leyte as soon as possible. Even as Halsey's message was being received at Pearl Harbor, in the Canadian city of Quebec, President Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister, and their senior commanders were meeting at the Octagon Conference. In the middle of the meeting, a message was received from Nimitz at Pearl Harbor telling of Halsey's suggestion that landings be made at Leyte. By the end of the day, the Joint Chiefs had issued orders for an invasion of Leyte to be mounted on October the 20th, 1944. The operation would be codenamed King II. Admiral Halsey's report completely changed the American timetable for the campaign in the southern Philippines. The Palau Islands, Morotai, and Ulithi would still be taken. But Yap, the Talaud Islands, and Mindanao would be bypassed in favor of an early landing on Leyte. After that would come the invasion of Luzon that MacArthur had always wanted. The landings on Leyte would take place at Leyte Gulf, an area of good beaches, and one of the few anchorages big enough to hold and protect the invasion flotilla of 7th Fleet. As well as transporting the assault troops of 6th Army, 7th Fleet would have the task of protecting and supporting the landings. Destroyers and patrol craft would guard against Japanese submarines. Battleships and cruisers would use their heavy guns to bombard the enemy on shore. Escort carriers would give fighter cover to the troops and bomb Japanese positions. While 7th Fleet carried out the landings at Leyte Gulf, to the west and north, Task Force 38, the strike component of 3rd Fleet, would be deployed to support the invasion force. Its carriers would attack Japanese air bases all over the region and deal with any major Japanese naval threat that might appear. However, most American commanders doubted that the Japanese Navy would launch any large-scale operations against the Leyte landings. By the summer of 1944, The strategic situation for Japan was growing more and more dangerous as each day passed. In aircraft carriers, the Japanese Navy was desperately weak, while the timing of the various American attacks in the Pacific had kept Imperial forces off balance. Twice, the traditional Japanese Navy doctrine of seeking out the decisive battle had been followed to the letter, and twice, at Midway and in the Philippine Sea, it had failed to deliver an American defeat. With the perimeter of the empire being pushed back step by step, and with ships, trained men and resources of all kinds in ever shorter supply, the choice for Japanese planners was a stark one. Either accept a slow and inevitable defeat, or try once more for the decisive battle that would stop the Americans in their tracks and perhaps open the door to an honorable peace. To win such a victory, the Imperial High Command would have to concentrate all its available forces for one massive counterblow. With the American capture of the Marianas and New Guinea, only the screen of islands from the Japanese homelands through the Ryukyus, Formosa and the Philippines protected the flow of oil and other strategic supplies which were the lifeblood of the Japanese war effort. In the new Japanese strategy, the southwestern area, the main source of Japan's raw materials, was to be heavily fortified. So was the island chain linking the area to the Japanese homeland. Most Army and Navy aircraft would be deployed along the chain. At the same time, the Japanese Army would move troops from Manchuria and, with the Navy, create amphibious forces which could be sent to any area under attack. Most of the Japanese surface fleet was stationed in the southwest of Singapore. However, the aircraft carriers had to be based in Japan to reform their air groups. It was hoped that in November, the carriers could join the rest of the fleet near Singapore, creating a powerful combined force. The Japanese defense relied on 4 operational plans called SHO. SHO 1 was for the defense of the Philippines, SHO 2 for Formosa, the Ryukyus, and southern Japan, SHO 3 for central Japan, and SHO 4 for the north. In fact, the Japanese were nearly certain that the American attack would be launched against the Philippines. But wherever the assault, it would trigger the convergence of all available Japanese forces, naval units, land-based air power, and amphibious infantry units. Under the onslaught, the American invasion force would be overwhelmed and completely annihilated. Admiral Chester Nimitz had been appointed Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet in December 1941, shortly after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. More than anyone, it was Nimitz who had restored the morale and offensive spirit of the Pacific Fleet in the aftermath of the disaster. The Pacific Theater had traditionally been the special preserve of the United States Navy and the undisputed domain of the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet. However, since the start of the war with Japan, the Army had also been heavily committed, mainly because of the need to defend Australia and New Zealand. The seal was set on increased Army influence when General Douglas MacArthur, regarded as a hero by the American press and public, set up his headquarters in Australia. The result was an extraordinary arrangement in which MacArthur was given command of the Southwest Pacific region and Nimitz the Central Pacific. Nimitz did his best to ensure that this unprecedented division of command should have a chance of working. However, no amount of tact on the part of the Pacific Fleet chief could change the dangerous reality. In the Philippines operation, there would be no overall American commander. Admiral Soemu Toyoda was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Japanese Combined Fleet in March 1943. A widely experienced and able leader, Toyoda had been one of the many naval officers who had opposed the war right from the start. What was more, he had disagreed with the strategy that had been adopted, believing that Japan's plans for conquest were far too ambitious. A one-time chief of the Naval Technical Department, responsible for ships and equipment, Toyoda was well able to appreciate the dire situation in which Japan now found herself. Toyoda had always advocated the strategy of provoking a decisive battle to destroy the American Pacific Fleet. In spite of previous failures, he believed that Japan now had even less choice than before. With the show plans, Admiral Toyoda meant once more to try to inflict such a defeat on the Americans that they would be compelled to come to terms. His forces were weaker than ever, but if his fleet and his aircraft were used skillfully and boldly, he might yet win an historic victory. The Philippines invasion would involve almost the whole of the United States Pacific Fleet, and in preparation, the force was temporarily reorganized. Admiral Halsey's Third Fleet was stripped of its amphibious and transport elements, and these were given to Seventh Fleet, which would carry out the actual landings. That still left Halsey with a formidable strike force to protect the invasion. Task Force 38 had nearly 1,000 aircraft on 17 fast carriers, along with a powerful escort of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. As an attack force which could undertake operations thousands of miles from any major base, Task Force 38 was unique. The Pacific Fleet's supply system was now so good that the task force could stay at sea almost indefinitely. The At-Sea Logistics Group, an armada of 34 oilers, storeships, refrigerator ships, and ammunition ships, replenished the carrier groups at a series of pre-arranged rendezvous. Replacement aircraft and crew were delivered by 3 escort carriers, while 8 others provided anti-submarine and combat air patrols for the supply ships.
the logistics group also had its own protective screen of 19 destroyers and 26 destroyer escorts. While Third Fleet had grown in nearly 3 years of war to become the most powerful naval force afloat, Seventh Fleet had traditionally been the poor relation. Created in March 1943 to support MacArthur's campaigns in the Southwest Pacific, for most of its life it had been a modest force of submarines, troop transports and escorts under Admiral Thomas Kinkaid. Now, however, in the build-up to the Leyte invasion, it was becoming one of the largest fleets ever assembled. Of the 700 vessels now assigned to 7th Fleet, almost a quarter were warships. As well as his original fleet and his amphibious forces, Admiral Kinkaid had Task Force 77, the powerful force of battleships, cruisers, destroyers and escort carriers, which would provide close protection for the invasion fleet and fire support for the landings. The Essex Fleet carriers, the first of which was launched in July 1942, were at 27,000 tons the biggest American carriers yet. With a top speed of 33 knots, they were also the fastest. The Essex carriers could operate an air group of 82 aircraft and carry nearly 250,000 gallons of aviation fuel. A massive array of anti-aircraft guns gave the Essex carriers the ability to put up a powerful defense against enemy air attack. The carriers had 12 5-inch radar-controlled guns, 40 40mm guns, and 60 30mm weapons. Although the flight deck was not protected by armor, the hangar below was, and it would detonate a bomb before it reached the ship's core. By October 1944, 13 Essex-class carriers had been completed. Of these, 7 would take part in the battle at Leyte Gulf. The first of the Colorado-class battleships had been launched as far back as 1920. The ships displaced 32,000 tons, and their main armament was 8 16-inch guns in 4 turrets. The Colorados were protected by up to 18 inches of turret armor and 13.5 inches of belt armor. Deck armor was 3.5 inches. The guns of the Colorado battleships were capable of throwing a 2,100-pound armor-piercing shell, which could penetrate almost 19 inches of armor at nearly 7 miles. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in December 1941, 2 of the 3 Colorado-class battleships were hit. Maryland was damaged and West Virginia was sunk. However, both ships were successfully repaired and modernized. Too slow to accompany Third Fleet's fast carriers, Maryland and West Virginia, along with 4 other veteran battleships, were intended for shore bombardment duties at Leyte Gulf. What no one expected was that the old battleships would end up fighting a classic fleet action.
The escort carrier was first conceived as a cheap way to provide anti-aircraft and anti-submarine cover to convoys carrying war materials and troops across the Atlantic. As the war in the Pacific had gathered pace, a new role was found for the escort carriers. They could relieve the fast fleet carriers of the task of giving air support to amphibious landings. By the end of the war, more than 100 escort carriers would be built, almost half of them of the Casablanca class. Displacing 7,800 tons, the Casablanca carriers had a top speed of just over 19 knots and could carry 28 aircraft. Unlike the fleet carriers, they had no armor, double hulls or anti-torpedo blisters. As a result, because their official designation was CVE, their crews called them combustible, vulnerable, and expendable. 18 escort carriers would take part in the Leyte landings. Of these, 14 would be Casablanca-class vessels. By 1944, American carrier pilots, the men at the cutting edge of the war at sea, were trained to a higher standard than the flyers of any other navy. There was no shortage of high-quality recruits, nor were training programs limited by aircraft availability or fuel supplies. Even the rawest American naval aviator had 2 years training and more than 350 hours flying time. His instructors were also of the highest quality. Unlike the Japanese, who kept their pilots on operations until they were killed, the Americans rotated theirs through the training schools. The experience of veterans was continually passed on to new flyers, leading to a degree of tactical sophistication that the Japanese could no longer match. As for the sailors of the American fleets that would clash with the Japanese at Leyte, morale had never been higher. It was plain that the Pacific War had turned in America's favor, and although reverses could be expected, few doubted that the Imperial Navy would be defeated. Lengthy periods on operations had raised seamanship and gunnery skills to very high levels, and in both American fleets there was a keen desire to come to grips with the enemy. At Leyte, the sharp spirit of aggressiveness which now permeated the United States Pacific Navy would change the course of the whole battle. Although the big surface warships of the Japanese fleet were now permanently based near Singapore, Japanese planners would much prefer to have kept them in home waters. Near Japan, they would have been close to the carriers, which had to be home to wait for their new planes and aircrew. The problem was that Japan was suffering from a desperate fuel shortage, and so the big ships had to be kept close to the East Indies oil fields. The cause of the Japanese fuel crisis lay with the activities of the American Pacific submarine fleet. 140 boats now prowled the Japanese sea lanes, and they had sunk 4 million tons of Japan's shipping. the Empire had neglected its anti-submarine defenses until it was too late, and by now it had lost more than half its oil tankers to underwater attacks. As a result, the Japanese Navy would have fuel enough for only one major sortie and would be unable to venture out again for another 2 months. For the Japanese, the worst possible scenario would be if the Americans attacked before the Imperial carrier force could unite with the rest of the fleet off Singapore. If that happened, the show plans would still have to go into operation, but the Navy would be forced to rely on its single remaining asset, the massive hitting power of its heavy surface warships. Japan could still field the big guns of 9 battleships and more than a dozen heavy cruisers. The ships had been fitted with the most up-to-date radar, and if they could get in amongst an invasion force, preferably at night, they could cause unimaginable carnage and destruction. Displacing a massive 64,000 tons, the Yamato-class battleships were the largest naval vessels yet built by any nation. Yamato and her sister ship Musashi mounted the biggest guns ever fitted on a warship. The main battery was 9 18-inch weapons in 3 triple turrets. Each turret weighed 2,500 tons, and the guns could fire an armor-piercing shell weighing nearly 1.5 tons over 26 miles. The ship's armor protection matched their firepower. Belt armor was up to 16 inches thick and could stop an 18-inch shell at 12.5 miles. 9-inch thick deck armor could withstand the impact of a 1-ton bomb dropped from 15,000 feet. Yamato's anti-aircraft guns were also heavily armored, but this was as much to protect their crews from the blast of her own 18 inches than from anything the enemy might do. At Leyte Gulf, the gigantic Yamato and Musashi would sail at the heart of the Japanese battle line. The most numerous of all Japanese aircraft, the Mitsubishi A6M-0 fighter, was the mainstay of the Navy's land and carrier-based fighter squadrons. The Zero was a fast and highly maneuverable aircraft, which in the first year of the war had no equal. However, its performance had been achieved by keeping weight to a minimum, and that meant no armor plate, self-sealing fuel tanks, or armored windscreen. By 1943, the Zero had been outclassed by the new generation of American fighters in speed, firepower, and protection. Although the Zero was a fighter, some Japanese commanders realized that it would just be capable of carrying a 550-pound bomb. Flown by a courageous and determined pilot, willing to ram an enemy warship, the bomb-armed Zero could become the most formidable weapon ever directed at an American fleet. Although by the war's end, many different aircraft types would be used in kamikaze missions, the fast and maneuverable Zero would prove exceptionally well suited to penetrating the defenses of even the most powerful carrier task force. The Mitsubishi Ki-21 bomber had first entered service with Japanese Army aviation in August 1938. The aircraft had spearheaded the bombing offensive in China and Southeast Asia, and at the time was as good as any twin-engine bomber in the world. Although by 1944 the Ki-21 Sally was obsolete and suffering heavy losses at the hands of Allied fighters, the aircraft remained in first-line service. In the Philippines, as part of a mixed force of Army aviation bombers, Sallies would operate alongside Navy aircraft as part of the Show 1 plan. In 10 months to September 1944, the Japanese Imperial Navy had lost more than 5,200 pilots, 42% of its aircrew. Most of these had been operating from land bases. As for the carrier pilots, the most highly skilled of them all, they had been virtually wiped out. The Japanese Army had also suffered catastrophic losses of aircrew, and at a time when aircraft production was up and substantial numbers were reaching the squadrons, there was a critical shortage of flyers. In Japan, both Army and Navy training schools had simplified their programs in the hope of producing more pilots in a shorter time. However, the consequence was a significant drop in proficiency. Chronic fuel shortages added to the problem. Flying time was drastically curtailed, and new pilots had virtually no combat training. The pilot problem was much worse for the carrier air groups. Normally, 400 hours in the air was needed before a trainee could even hope to master carrier operations. And pilots now came out of the schools with only 200. While both Army and Navy tried desperately to train the pilots they needed if they were to have any hope of defeating the next American invasion, the Japanese fleet near Singapore embarked on an arduous training program of its own. Particular attention was paid to anti-aircraft gunnery and night fighting tactics. The Japanese Navy had always come off best in night battles, and it was hoped that by the most careful preparation, even an enemy as powerful as the Americans could be outfought and humiliated. On September the 15th, 1944, General MacArthur's forces landed unopposed on Morotai in the Moluccas, one of the islands that was to be used as a staging post in advance of the Philippines operation. On the same day, Nimitz forces landed on Peleliu in the Palau Islands, intended as another staging post on the way to Leyte. The landing forces, the 1st Marine and 81st Infantry Divisions, had been led to expect little opposition on the Palau Islands. Instead, they faced 30,000 Japanese troops with a carefully planned defensive strategy. On Peleliu, the Japanese had transformed hundreds of caves into fortresses. and the Americans had to blast the enemy out of each stronghold in turn. In the end, the conquest of the Palaus would take more than 2 months, and the islands would play no significant part in the Leyte operation. Even as the fighting in the Palaus was still going on, the Leyte invasion force was already setting sail. On October the 14th, the last of the troop transports and warships of 7th Fleet left their anchorages in New Guinea, bound for Leyte Gulf, more than 1,200 miles away. The landings were to take place in 6 days' time.
The American landings on the Palau Islands and Morotai in September 1944 were a sure sign to the Japanese that an invasion of the Philippines could not be far away. On October the 4th, radio monitoring detected the aircraft carriers of the American 3rd Fleet assembling. At the same time, in Moscow, the Japanese learned from the Russians of an American plan to bomb Formosa as part of a coming Philippines campaign. The Russians were America's allies in the European war, but ally or not, Moscow preferred that the United States did not win the war in the Pacific too quickly. On October the 9th, the Japanese Imperial High Command alerted its forces in Formosa and the Philippines. However, the show plan was not to be implemented at once. Because of the fuel shortages, Japanese commanders could not risk concentrating all Imperial forces, especially naval forces, until they were certain of exactly where the American invasion was to be. When the Americans had actually begun to land, then the great counterattack would be unleashed. Altogether, the American forces which were taking part in the Leyte operation numbered over 800 ships of all types, with 1,500 carrier aircraft to attack Japanese air and ground forces on the Philippines. "143,000 American naval personnel were manning the transports, escort vessels, and carrier aircraft. In fact, more Pacific Fleet personnel would take part in the Leyte landings than had belonged to the entire United States Navy only a few years before. Army aircraft would support the effort. B-29 Superfortresses based in China and Saipan, and B-24s based on New Guinea and newly captured Morotai would attack Japanese oil centers, airfields, and troop concentrations. The United States 7th Fleet, commanded by Vice Admiral Thomas C. Kincaid, was divided into 3 task forces for the Leyte landing. Task Forces 78 and 79 had mostly amphibious transport, patrol, and service vessels. Task Force 77 would protect the landings and was under Kincaid's personal command.
Of Task Force 77's many units, 2 groups would take part in the naval battles at Leyte. Task Group 77-2 was commanded by Rear Admiral Jesse B. Oldendorf. Oldendorf had 6 veteran battleships, 3 heavy and 2 light cruisers, and 15 destroyers. Task Group 77-4 was commanded by Rear Admiral Thomas L. Sprague. Sprague had 18 escort carriers and a screen of 10 destroyers and 14 escort destroyers. Backing 7th Fleet was 3rd Fleet, commanded by Admiral William Halsey, and for the Leyte operation, consisting only of Task Force 38. The task force was made up of 4 task groups, with altogether 9 heavy and 8 light carriers. Escorting the carrier forces were 6 fast battleships, 7 heavy and 10 light cruisers, and 48 destroyers. The task force was commanded by Vice Admiral Mark A. Mitscher, but throughout the battle, his superior, Halsey, would retain complete tactical control. The success of the Japanese defensive strategy laid out in the show plans depended above all on the performance of land-based air units. It was beneath the umbrella of these forces that the Japanese naval counterstrokes would be launched. In early October, the numbers of aircraft that the Army and Navy together deployed in the threatened region had risen to over 1,100 planes, with 500 more available as reinforcements. There were also more than 200 belonging to the aircraft carriers, whose air groups were by now only weeks away from being fully trained. It was hoped that land and sea-based Navy pilots would together be able to deal with the American warships, while the Army flyers, never trained to attack ships, concentrated on the beaches and anchored transports. The core of the Japanese combined fleet was the carrier force of 3rd Fleet, based in Japan's inland sea. Commanded by Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa, 3rd Fleet had 1 heavy and 5 light operational carriers, along with 2 battleships fitted with flight decks as hybrid carrier battleships. As a screen, 3rd Fleet had 3 light cruisers and 10 destroyers. 5th Fleet was commanded by Vice Admiral Kiyohide Shima and was also based in Japan. 5th Fleet had 2 heavy and 1 light cruisers and 7 destroyers. 2nd Fleet was commanded by Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita. The fleet was based near Singapore and had 7 battleships, 11 heavy and 2 light cruisers, and 19 destroyers. Land-based naval air power was provided by 1st Air Fleet in the Philippines and 2nd Air Fleet from Formosa to southern Japan. As part of the show plan, the Army aviation units of 4th Air Army in the Philippines would cooperate with naval air forces, but would not be under a unified command. A key part of the Japanese defensive plan was that by surprise attacks,
The overwhelming American superiority in carrier forces should be eliminated. The greatest hope of the Japanese Commander-in-Chief, Admiral Toyoda, was that before any American landings actually took place, he would get a chance to launch his land-based aircraft against the big American carriers. If Toyoda could destroy or cripple the main American striking force, any invasion would almost certainly be delayed, giving him the thing he needed most: time to strengthen his island defenses, finish training his carrier air groups, and unite his carrier force with the rest of the Imperial fleet off Singapore. Before the American invasion fleet had even set out for the Philippines, the fast carriers of Task Force 38 had assembled west of the Marianas. Task Force 38's mission was to attack Japanese air power over a vast area, from the Philippines to the Ryukyus, wreaking havoc before the Leyte invasion began. The object was to destroy as many Japanese aircraft as possible, on the ground and in the air. Installations and workshops were also targets. Anything that could disrupt the sending of aircraft reinforcements to the Philippines. Just before the landings, Task Force 38 would sail south to lie off the Philippines and support the invasion forces. The main targets for the 4 carrier groups of Task Force 38 were airfields on Okinawa in the Ryukyus, on Luzon in the northern Philippines, and on Formosa, the most important staging post for Japanese air reinforcements on the way to the Philippines. The first American strike was launched against Okinawa and neighboring islands on October the 10th. The Japanese reaction was to order Show 2 and Show 1 plans activated, but for air forces only. The carriers of 3rd Fleet would stay in port, but their air groups were ordered to ready their operational planes and crews at bases in southern Japan in case they were needed. On October the 11th, 2 American task groups sent fighter sweeps against Luzon. In the following 3 days, all 4 carrier groups concentrated their attacks on Formosa. On the first day of strikes against Formosa, Admiral Halsey's carrier aircraft flew nearly 1,400 sorties against the island's 26 airfields. They also hit shipping. Japanese fighters were ready and rose to meet the attackers, but their pilots were poorly trained and hopelessly inexperienced. The defenders were clawed out of the sky, and the Americans caused severe damage to airfields, hangars, and headquarters. Although the American attacks on Formosa were causing immense destruction, the Japanese Navy Commander-in-Chief, Admiral Toyoda, did not see them as a disaster. Instead, the Admiral believed that here was the opportunity he had been waiting for. On October the 12th, the Japanese flew over 100 bombing and torpedo sorties against Task Force 38, and from the start, the reports sent back by pilots
told of massive destruction of American ships. The question for Admiral Toyoda was, should he now throw in everything he had to finish off the Americans once and for all? Toyoda made his choice. He ordered the carrier air groups, waiting on land bases as instructed, to join the strikes. The reports which came back from the latest waves of attacking pilots caused rapturous celebrations throughout Japan. Imperial General Headquarters announced that off Formosa, 2 American battleships and 11 carriers had been sunk and many more damaged. In fact, as reconnaissance soon showed, the Japanese pilots had wildly overestimated their success. The American carrier fleet was intact, and more than 800 Japanese sorties had succeeded in seriously damaging only 2 cruisers. American fighters and anti-aircraft gunners had shot down 500 aircraft, including half of Japan's newly trained carrier pilots. Admiral Toyoda's gamble had been a disastrous failure. On October the 17th, leading ships of the American invasion armada were spotted by Japanese coast watchers approaching Leyte Gulf. Soon after, the Americans were reported to have landed on an outlying island. The Japanese Second Fleet had already been alerted, and now it was ordered to sail for Brunei to refuel en route for the Philippines. The following day, the Japanese Imperial High Command activated Show 1 for all defending forces, sea, air, and land. By now, the first American shells were falling on the beaches at Leyte. The barrage of heavy gunfire by 7th Fleet's Shore Bombardment Group continued throughout October the 19th, and on the morning of the 20th, the shelling reached a climax. On 2 beaches, 13 miles apart, hundreds of landing craft surged towards the shore. Japanese opposition to the landings on Leyte was relatively light. For the moment, the strategy was to fight only delaying actions. By the afternoon, the Americans had secured the beachheads, and General MacArthur, alongside President Osmeña of the Philippines, was wading ashore, fulfilling his promise that one day he would return. What neither MacArthur nor any of his commanders knew was that the Japanese planned to smash their invasion fleet at its anchorage in Leyte Gulf in 5 days' time. After raiding Formosa, Task Force 38's carriers steamed towards Leyte to support the landings. The carriers of the Japanese Third Fleet now sortied from Japan in pursuit. In the Japanese plan, Third Fleet would attack with what remained of its air groups. But its real role was to act as a decoy, luring the big American carriers away from Leyte Gulf. On October the 22nd, the Japanese Second Fleet sorted from Brunei in 2 divisions. Force A had 5 battleships, including Yamato and Musashi, 10 heavy and 2 light cruisers, and 15 destroyers. Force C was made up of 2 battleships, a heavy cruiser, and 4 destroyers. Fifth Fleet was already on the way from Japan, with 3 cruisers and 7 destroyers. Force A would sail north of Palawan, through the Sibuyan Sea, and on through the San Bernardino Strait, heading for Leyte Gulf from the northeast. Force C would sail north of Mindanao, through the Surigao Strait, followed by the cruisers of Fifth Fleet, and approach Leyte Gulf from the south. Meanwhile, 1st and 2nd Air Fleets and 4th Air Army would join in an all-out air attack against the Americans at Leyte on October the 24th. On the 25th, called by the Japanese X Day, the naval forces would attack simultaneously from north and south, and between them, crush the American invaders. American naval intelligence had quickly discovered that the Japanese Second Fleet had left its anchorage off Singapore, but since then had no information about its movements. Air reconnaissance had been stepped up, but nothing had been found. It was 2 submarines, Dace and Data, that finally succeeded in locating the Japanese battleship force. Not only did they send a full report to 7th Fleet, but with torpedo attacks, they sank 2 heavy cruisers and crippled another. Admiral Kurita's flagship was one of the victims, and the Japanese fleet commander had to be plucked from the water by a destroyer. The American submarine's contact report was enough for Admiral Halsey to launch his own scout planes on the morning of the 24th and prepare to follow up with a massive strike against the Japanese fleet. At the same time, the long-planned Japanese counterattacks by aircraft from the Philippines were unleashed on the American carriers. Of almost 200 aircraft launched by the Japanese in raids of over 50 at a time, only a handful broke through. The American carrier's combat air patrol shot down over 60 raiders. However, one Japanese bomber did find its target. It scored a direct hit with a 550-pound bomb on the light carrier Princeton. There was a series of violent explosions, and the hangar deck was engulfed in flames. As most of Princeton's crew abandoned ship, the cruiser Birmingham closed and directed the firefighting effort. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion racked the carrier and raked the crowded decks of Birmingham with a storm of deadly splinters. 229 men were killed and 236 injured, to add to more than 100 fatalities already suffered by the crew of the doomed Princeton. By now, the battleships of the Japanese Force A were just about to enter the Sibuyan Sea. Of Task Force 38's 4 groups, Task Group 1 had earlier been ordered back to base to replenish and had just been told to turn around and rejoin the force. Task Group 3 was to the north and had just borne the brunt of the Japanese air attacks. However, Task Groups 2 and 4 were well placed to attack the Japanese in the Sibuyan Sea. At 09:10 on the morning of the 24th of October, Task Group 2 launched the first of 3 strike waves, followed by another from Task Group 4, altogether 259 sorties. As they attacked the massive Japanese fleet in the Sibuyan Sea, the American planes met a wall of anti-aircraft fire. The battleships were even firing their main batteries at attacking aircraft 10 miles away. Japanese air commanders on the Philippines had chosen to attack the American carriers rather than defend Admiral Kurita's fleet, and so only a handful of Japanese fighters were patrolling over the ships. The Americans lost only 18 planes, mostly to anti-aircraft fire, while the giant battleship Musashi was hit by 19 torpedoes and 17 bombs. Yamato, her sister ship, was hit by 2 bombs, but while Yamato steamed on, Musashi sank, taking 1,000 men with her. Heavy cruiser Miyoko was another victim, damaged so badly she had to return to base. Although the American pilots had sunk Musashi and cruiser Miyoko was knocked out, no other Japanese heavy ship was significantly damaged in the Sibuyan Sea. However, just as the Japanese flyers had done in their battle off Formosa, the American pilots greatly overestimated the number of ships they had sunk and believed they had completely neutralized the enemy fleet. When the Japanese were seen to make a course change, which would take them home, Admiral Halsey concluded that the fleet was no longer a threat to American forces at Leyte. In fact, the course change was temporary, and the Japanese Force A was still a massively powerful concentration of naval might. By the morning of October the 24th, the Japanese carriers of 3rd Fleet, led by flagship Zuikaku, was off northern Luzon. The fleet had not yet been detected by the Americans, and Admiral Ozawa's intention was to strike with the few aircraft he had, and then try to lure the American carriers after him. By 11:15, Ozawa's search planes had found the carriers of Task Group 3. 30 minutes later, Ozawa launched a 76-plane strike. It was the last strike launched by Japanese carrier aircraft in World War II. Almost all the attacking aircraft from Ozawa's carriers were intercepted by American fighters, and many were shot down. The task group's anti-aircraft fire accounted for more, and only a few Japanese planes broke through to launch their bombs and torpedoes. They failed to hit a single ship, and only a handful of Japanese aircraft survived. All that remained for Ozawa's force now was to fulfill its last suicidal function, to decoy the American carriers away from Leyte Gulf. Ozawa sent some of his ships directly towards the Americans, and as he had hoped,
they were soon detected. His main fleet was spotted by late afternoon. To Admiral Halsey, the sighting of Japanese carriers only served to confirm a suspicion that had been growing in his mind for some time, that the Japanese would never mount a major operation without a carrier fleet. What Halsey could not know was that Ozawa's carriers were a spent force. Halsey's orders from Admiral Nimitz had been to watch over 7th Fleet and its landing forces at Leyte Gulf. However, if the chance came to destroy a major part of the Japanese fleet, the annihilation of the enemy was to get top priority. Believing that in the Sibuyan Sea he had already knocked the Japanese battleships out of the picture, and that Ozawa's carrier force was the main Japanese threat, Halsey ordered a full-scale pursuit. It had been Task Group 3 off Luzon that had found the carriers of Admiral Ozawa's 3rd Fleet. Admiral Halsey's orders were for Task Groups 2 and 4 to steam north and join with 3 to attack the Japanese. There was discussion of a plan to guard the San Bernardino Strait with Task Force 34, a strong force of battleships and cruisers. But the plan was not put into effect. Instead, the ships raced north with the task groups in pursuit of the Japanese carriers. Not a single American warship was left guarding the passage. By now, Force A, with its 4 surviving battleships, had left the Sibuyan Sea and was poised to pass through the San Bernardino Strait. It completed the passage in the early hours of October the 25th. Meanwhile, to the south, Force C with its 2 battleships was off Mindanao. 50 miles behind followed the cruisers of 5th Fleet. Although the Americans had lost track of the northern Japanese pincer, their aircraft had spotted Force C. And they were now sure an attempt was about to be made to reach Leyte Gulf through the Surigao Strait. Shortly after noon on October the 24th, after the Japanese had been detected approaching the Surigao Strait, every ship in 7th Fleet was alerted by the fleet commander, Admiral Kincaid, to expect a night attack. In Leyte Gulf were 56 transports and amphibious ships, including the cruiser on which General MacArthur was based. The first step was to throw a screen of escort destroyers and patrol boats around the ships, and all traffic in and out of the Gulf was ordered to stop at sunset. Meanwhile, 7th Fleet's commanders prepared to fight the most devastating action in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Because the Japanese clearly intended to enter the Surigao Strait at night, neither the escort carriers of 7th Fleet nor the army bombers in the region could be of any help to the defense. An action would have to be fought by surface warships, and that meant the old battleships and cruisers of the Shore Bombardment Force, commanded by Rear Admiral Jesse Oldendorf. Oldendorf made painstaking preparations. He would have the fleet's destroyers, and with these, he was determined to weaken the Japanese before the big ships engaged. The admiral ordered his forces to take up positions across the northern end of the Surigao Strait and make ready to meet the enemy. The American battle line would be made up of 6 battleships, which would steam east and west across the Surigao Strait. To the north was placed a column of 6 destroyers, Destroyer Division X-Ray, to guard against enemy submarines. In front of the battleships were placed 2 groups of cruisers, right and left flank. The left flank cruisers were screened by the 9 destroyers of Destroyer Squadron 56. The right flank destroyers were Destroyer Squadron 24, with 6 ships patrolling a north-south line. A picket of 7 destroyers from another command, Destroyer Squadron 54, was already operating on both sides of Hibusan Island. If the enemy approached up the strait, as expected, Oldendorf would have succeeded in executing the classic naval maneuver of crossing the T, the highest tactical ambition of any fleet commander. The American battle line would be able to fire full broadsides, while the enemy would be unable to bring all its guns to bear until it could maneuver, and by then it would be too late. The American defenders at Leyte had no aircraft available which could operate at night. 7th Fleet had to rely for information on 13 groups of radar-equipped torpedo patrol boats, 39 in all, which were sent on the afternoon of the 25th to find the enemy. The PT boats made their first contact with the Japanese fleet at 22:50. For the next 4 hours, they launched one frenzied torpedo attack after another. No Japanese ships were hit, but at the cost of a single boat, a constant stream of reports reached the waiting American warships in the Surigao Strait. Next to attack were the destroyers of Squadron 54, which sighted the enemy column at 02:45 and raced towards the Japanese fleet at 30 knots. As it entered the Surigao Strait, Force C was sailing with the battleships Yamashiro and Fuso and cruiser Mogami in column, with 4 destroyers as a screen ahead. Destroyer Squadron 54 attacked in 2 groups. The first section raced down the strait and launched its torpedoes at 0300, hitting Fuso, which fell out of formation, sinking. 9 minutes later, the second section launched its torpedoes. 3 of the Japanese destroyers and the battleship Yamashiro were hit. 2 of the destroyers were sinking, and all 3 were knocked out of the fight. But Yamashiro continued to steam on. The Japanese column was now reduced to Yamashiro, the cruiser Mogami, and the destroyer Shigure. Altogether, 47 torpedoes had been fired by the first 2 destroyer groups to attack in the Surigao Strait.
5 Japanese ships had been hit, of which 3 had been sunk or were sinking. It was a superbly well-executed attack, one of the most successful destroyer actions of the whole war. But Force C's ordeal at the hands of 7th Fleet's destroyers was not yet over. As the right flank and then the left flank destroyers attacked, Yamashiro was hit again twice, and the damaged destroyer Mochishio was sunk. Altogether, the American torpedo attacks had accounted for 75% of the firepower of Force C. Meanwhile, the guns of the American cruisers and battleships, 64 of them massive 14 or 16-inch weapons, prepared to fire on the approaching Japanese column. The first American ships to open up were the right and left flank cruisers. Of the battleships, it was those with the latest radar that fired first: West Virginia, Tennessee, and California. Between them, they shot off 93 rounds of 16-inch and 132 rounds of 14-inch armor-piercing shell in 6-gun salvos. The cruisers fired more than 4,000 rounds. Overwhelmed by the storm of fire, Mogami and Yamashiro took hit after hit. 5 minutes after the American line had opened up, both ships were ablaze and slowly retreating. At 04:19, the battleship Yamashiro capsized and sank, taking with her the force commander, Admiral Nishimura, and almost all her hands. Only the blazing cruiser Mogami and 2 destroyers, one badly damaged, were able to retreat back down the Surigao Strait. At first light, American aircraft from 7th Fleet's escort carriers were sent to find the remnants of Force C. During the night, the cruisers of the Japanese 5th Fleet had also begun to enter the strait, but had quickly fled, one of their number torpedoed by an American PT boat. Now they were the object of an intensive search by American aircraft and a chase by Oldendorf's fleet. Cruisers, carrier planes, and army bombers would finish off all the crippled ships from both Japanese forces, while of the whole Japanese southern force, only a cruiser and 5 destroyers would survive. While the night battle had raged in the Surigao Strait, to the north, Admiral Kurita's Force A, with its 4 remaining battleships, had passed through the San Bernardino Strait entirely unopposed. The Americans at Leyte were still assuming that Admiral Halsey had left the battleships and cruisers of Task Force 34 guarding the passage. But that plan had never been put into effect, and the ships were racing north, with Halsey in pursuit of the Japanese carrier force. At 0400, on the morning of the 25th, Admiral Kincaid sent a message to Halsey asking him to confirm that Task Force 34 was on station. However, the message would not be received until 0700, and by then it would be far too late. Admiral Kurita's battleship force was steaming straight for the escort carriers of 7th Fleet. The Americans had as yet sent out no reconnaissance aircraft, and radar indicated nothing amiss. The escort carriers, which now stood between the battleships of the Japanese Force A and the American invasion fleet at Leyte, were in two groups lying off Samar, call signs Taffy 3 and Taffy 2. Further to the south was the third group, Taffy 1, while much of the shore bombardment force was chasing the retreating Japanese after the battle in the Surigao Strait. It was an anti-submarine patrol plane from Taffy 2 which first sighted the Japanese fleet only 20 miles from Taffy 3. The aircraft immediately radioed its report to the carriers. The time was 06:47. Almost at the same time as the American patrol plane reported the massive Japanese force bearing down on Taffy 3, the two fleets came in sight of each other. The effect was to cause complete consternation on both sides, but it was the Japanese, with the far stronger force, who would make the mistake. Admiral Kurita ordered general attack in the middle of a routine maneuver without waiting to form a battle line. The result was chaos, with the Japanese ships rushing piecemeal towards the American carriers. On the American side, Taffy 3's commander, Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague, reacted with complete presence of mind. He at once made a course change into the wind and ordered all his planes launched. Every ship was to make smoke, and the carriers were to increase speed to flank 17.5 knots. At a range of 19 miles, the Japanese big guns opened fire. As the salvos marched closer and closer to the escort carriers, Taffy 3 broadcast in plain language a desperate appeal for help. Meantime, the only hope was to run for it, and at the same time counterattack in the hope of at least distracting the enemy. Aircraft from Taffy 3 and nearby Taffy 2, armed with whatever was to hand, including depth charges and rockets, were already attacking furiously. It would take time before properly coordinated strikes could be mounted, but meanwhile, Taffy 3's screening force of 3 destroyers and 4 smaller escort destroyers would have to be sent against the Japanese cruisers and battleships. Their chances of survival were slim, but they might at least delay the enemy with torpedo attacks and confuse him with smoke. The charge by Taffy 3's destroyers and escort destroyers, launched straight at the Japanese fleet, was so determined and aggressive that the enemy was thrown into total confusion. The destroyer's torpedoes knocked out a Japanese heavy cruiser and forced the big ships into wild, evasive maneuvers. However, in spite of the extraordinary courage of the American destroyers, at 07:50, the carrier, Kalinin Bay, took the first of 14 enemy shells. White Plains was also hit. At 08:10, Gambia Bay dropped out of formation, listing heavily. Hit again and again, within half an hour, she was dead in the water and sinking.
By now, American bombs, torpedoes and gunfire from the carriers and destroyers had badly damaged or sunk 4 of the Japanese heavy cruisers, for 1 American carrier and 3 of the defending destroyers lost. The Japanese fleet was in utter disarray, and Admiral Kurita had completely lost tactical control. At 09:25, he ordered his ships to withdraw and regroup. To the Americans, it seemed like a miracle. For 2 hours, Admiral Kurita weighed up the options. The fury of the American destroyer and air attacks had led him to believe that he had engaged a far more powerful force than actually existed. He had intercepted the American pleas for help and feared reinforcements would soon arrive. He had also received a message from Luzon, warning, incorrectly, that an enemy force was approaching from the north. As for attacking Leyte, he had just heard of the disaster that had befallen Force C in the Surigao Strait, and knew that his fleet was alone. Intending to engage the non-existent enemy force to the north, Kurita ordered his ships back towards the San Bernardino Strait. Although the escort carriers of Taffy 3 had escaped destruction at the hands of Admiral Kurita's battleships and cruisers, their ordeal was not yet over. Early that morning, Taffy 1, to the south, had been hit by the first kamikaze suicide attacks of the war, damaging 2 carriers, and Taffy 3 was the next target. Less than 2 hours after the end of the battle with the Japanese fleet, the escort carrier Kitcon Bay was hit by a kamikaze, and another hit St. Lo, bursting through the flight deck and detonating torpedoes and bombs. Blazing from stem to stern, St. Lo went down at 11:25. Before the day was out, the total of kamikaze victims was 1 carrier sunk and 6 damaged. A handful of pilots, willing to die, had achieved more than all the big guns of Admiral Kurita's battle fleet. While 7th Fleet's escort carriers were under attack off Samar, Admiral Halsey's Task Force 38 had caught the Japanese decoy force off Cape Engano. Halsey still believed that Admiral Ozawa's impotent force was a full-scale Japanese carrier fleet, and he was determined to smash it utterly. Starting at 0800, Halsey launched 6 powerful strikes. The attacking aircraft swept aside the few fighters the Japanese carriers had left and savaged Admiral Ozawa's fleet. By late afternoon, the 4 carriers, Zuikaku, Zuiho, Chitose, and Chiyoda, had been sunk along with a destroyer. American submarines and cruisers later added another light cruiser and 2 destroyers to the tally. Although Admiral Ozawa escaped, his 3rd Fleet was all but eliminated.
While Admiral Halsey had been destroying Ozawa's carrier fleet, another prize, almost as great, had escaped him. He had delayed before sending carriers to intercept Admiral Kurita's battleship force retreating to the San Bernardino Strait. And at extreme range, his planes failed to sink any of the ships. However, the Japanese carriers were gone, and with them, the biggest single threat to future American operations in the Pacific. At Leyte Gulf, the Americans had defeated the last coordinated Japanese offensive of the Second World War and had won the greatest naval battle ever fought. The Japanese Imperial Navy had lost 3 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, 6 cruisers, and 8 destroyers. Hundreds of aircraft, including the last of Japan's carrier air groups, had been destroyed. Losses of sailors and airmen were more than 10,000. On the American side, the cost of victory at Leyte had been only 1 light carrier, 2 escort carriers, and 3 destroyers. Fewer than 1,000 American sailors and airmen had died. By winning the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the United States Navy had guaranteed General MacArthur's ultimate victory in the Philippines, although there was still hard fighting to come. And with the fall of the Philippine Islands, just as the Japanese High Command had feared, the flow of oil to Japan from its East Indies Empire quickly dried up. Next, for the Americans, would come the invasions of Iwo Jima and Okinawa, the assaults that would open the door to the Japanese home islands and guarantee that whether it came quickly or after a hard and bloody struggle, victory would come. Between September 1944 and April 1945, one of the most prolonged and bitter battles of the Second World War was fought between the Western Allies and Nazi Germany. In the battle for the Rhine, Hitler's Wehrmacht mounted a last-ditch defense of the German frontier, intended to cause the Allies major casualties, breaking their resolve and destroying the alliance between Britain and the United States. The battle for the Rhine saw some of the most audacious and dramatic gambles of the whole war. At Arnhem and the Bulge, each side tried to seize the initiative by surprise attack. At the same time, Hitler unleashed a new generation of long-range weapons designed to terrorize Germany's enemies into coming to terms. For the Allies, the push to the Rhine was to be the final assault that would bring a quick and victorious end to the European war. In fact, far from collapsing, the Wehrmacht would fight for every single mile of territory, denying the Allies victory for another 7 long months. On D-Day, June the 6th, 1944, the Western Allies launched the long-awaited invasion of German-occupied France. By the end of the first day's fighting, 150,000 troops were ashore on 5 separate beachheads. The immediate objective was to link up and consolidate before breaking out into the rest of Normandy. On the eastern flank, the British and Canadian divisions made good ground, but were halted at the town of Caen by fierce counterattacks from the German 21st and 12th SS Panzer divisions. A fierce struggle for the bomb-ruined town would rage for more than a month. To the west, American forces raced along the French coast towards the port of Cherbourg. All supplies for the 5 divisions in France still came through the landing beaches, and it was essential to capture a sizable port. The United States First Army reached Cherbourg on the 20th of June and began fighting its way through the tenacious German defense. The street combat was bitter, but after 4 days of relentless American attacks, the last of the Germans finally surrendered. By July the 28th, 1944, after nearly a month of fierce fighting in Normandy, the Allied forces in northwest France had secured an area from Coutances to Caen, the town around which the entire Normandy offensive was to pivot. When the Americans seized Avranches, elements of the newly formed 12th Army Group were able to break out and fan rapidly south. But suddenly it became clear they had bypassed the main German forces, and they were ordered to drive east, pushing all out for the River Seine. South of Caen, British and Canadian forces, struggling against fierce German resistance, were now heading for Falaise. When the town eventually fell, the German 7th Army, aware it was being squeezed in an ever-decreasing pocket by 2 massive Allied army groups, began a desperate retreat. In some of the harshest fighting of the invasion so far, the Allies struggled to close the gap through which the Germans were withdrawing. Finally, on the 20th of August, the pocket snapped shut, and 60,000 Wehrmacht troops were killed or captured. The Allied army groups joined up, and the new broad front advanced eastwards. The city of Paris, the French capital, was believed by the Allied commanders to be defended by a powerful German garrison. The Allies had therefore decided to bypass the city altogether and to continue the main drive east. However, in August 1944, members of the underground French resistance heard that the Allies were rapidly approaching and began to revolt, hoping to overthrow their Nazi oppressors before the Allies arrived. Free French units in the American First Army heard of the Paris uprising and refused to bypass the city. Defying their superiors, they struck out for the capital. The 4th Free French Armored Division fought through the Paris perimeter defenses, and the first tanks entered the city center on the 24th of August. Both the French and the American divisions following behind were greeted by ecstatic crowds, and within a day, the remnants of the German garrison had surrendered. While the Allies had been liberating northern France, a second amphibious invasion had begun assembling in Italian and African ports. The First Free French Army and the United States Seventh Army planned to invade the south of France and meet up with the main Allied thrust in Normandy. Operation Dragoon began on August the 15th, and by the end of the first day, 94,000 men and 11,000 vehicles had landed on the Côte d'Azur. The main French and American landings for Operation Dragoon took place along the French south coast between Cannes and Cavalère. The region was lightly defended by the Germans, and the advance was rapid. The great ports of Toulon and Marseille soon fell. The US 7th Army made an attempt to outflank and trap the fleeing German 19th Army at Montélimar, but the Germans escaped. The 7th made a second attempt at Grenoble, but again, the German withdrawal was too rapid. Although the two outflanking attempts had failed, they did force the Germans into an even faster retreat. On September the 12th, 1944, just outside Dijon, the 6th Army Group met up with the right flank of the 12th Army Group, fanning south. The Allies now had a solid front line right through France, opposite the German border. Since the liberation of Paris, the Allied spearheads had continued the main advance towards Germany. In early September, the British Second Army drove across the French frontier into Belgium, and one day later, liberated its capital, Brussels. Now, the British were just 100 miles from the Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland, and the Americans were just 70 miles from the River Rhine. Although the Allied advance since D-Day had been spectacular, it had caused serious supply problems. Every ton of fuel and ammunition had to travel hundreds of miles from the original landing sites, and Cherbourg, the only port as yet operational, was right back in Normandy. Even worse, despite the rapid retreat of the Germans, resistance was clearly growing. As the battle raged closer and closer to the Reich's frontier, the defenders would become ever more determined. Franklin Roosevelt had been President of the United States since 1932. He was one of the most popular presidents in American history, and in late 1944 faced an unprecedented fourth election. But to his friends and colleagues, it was clear that the 62-year-old Roosevelt had aged severely under the strain of office. He was in fact dying, and it took all his strength to concentrate on winning the war quickly and with as few more casualties as possible. With little thought beyond victory, Roosevelt was frustrated by the endless political machinations of both Stalin and Churchill. Nevertheless, one major post-war issue had to be decided. Where would the approaching Russian and Western armies stop? And when hostilities ceased, who would occupy which parts of Germany? At the summits of 1944 and 1945, it would be decided that Berlin, the capital of the Reich, was to be taken by the Russians. The goal of the Western Allies would be to capture Germany's industrial heartland, the Ruhr, lying behind the river Rhine. Tired and ill, Roosevelt would play only a minor role in the Allied negotiations, and many American leaders believed that the British and Russians were already taking advantage of his exhaustion. Roosevelt was under added pressure from his military commanders, who believed that the British held more power in the Allied command structure than the size of their armed forces justified. A rift was growing between the British and Americans that now seriously threatened the very existence of the Western Alliance. In the midst of increasing acrimony, Roosevelt tried his utmost to bolster the alliance by careful diplomacy. The president remained convinced that the preservation of the special relationship between Britain and America was the only way to ensure the fastest possible defeat of the Third Reich. Winston Churchill had been Prime Minister of Britain since May 1940 and had led the country when all her allies in Europe had been defeated by the Germans. He had gone on to lead Britain through a massive German bombing campaign and a threatened invasion. Churchill had steadfastly refused to surrender or negotiate with Germany and had launched aggressive campaigns in North Africa and the Balkans before the American entry into the war in 1941. Once the United States had declared war on Germany and had lent its vast industrial and military resources to the defeat of Hitler, Britain's influence on the conduct of the war was inevitably threatened. For more than 2 years, Churchill and his military commanders fought a highly successful campaign to preserve British influence in Allied councils. However, by 1944, there were simply too many differences. One of the most significant was over the alliance with Communist Russia. Winston Churchill was, and always had been, deeply suspicious of Stalin's Soviet Union. Already, the advancing Red Army had liberated countries not formally under communist control, and Churchill believed that Stalin had sinister plans for these nations after the war. He was deeply frustrated by the lack of American support in attempting to limit Soviet ambitions, but Roosevelt would not be swayed by any considerations that could affect how soon the war was won. Churchill understood that there were strong anti-British pressures on Roosevelt, and although determined to limit Russian post-war influence in Europe, he could not press his case too hard with the Americans. There was another equally important constraint on Churchill. Great Britain faced bankruptcy and desperately needed to end the war. As a result, Churchill was reluctantly forced to acknowledge that post-war interests would have to be set aside, and that it would be the Americans who determined how the Allies would fight the last battle in Western Europe. Despite the military setbacks of 1944 on both the Eastern and Western fronts, Adolf Hitler still hoped that he could snatch a last-minute victory. The doubts of military commanders were furiously dismissed as defeatist and traitorous, and Hitler increasingly chose loyalty and fanaticism over military competence. Hitler believed that the alliance formed against Germany was fundamentally an unnatural one, and was sure that the pact between communist Russia and the capitalist West could not possibly last. Hitler also knew of the growing tensions between Britain and America, and did everything in his power to drive a wedge between the Allies.
The Führer believed that to destroy the Western Alliance, the Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe had to inflict such terrible casualties on the Americans in particular that they would become too demoralized to fight on. The British would be unable to win victory alone and would be forced to come to terms. With the war in the West over, Hitler could then transfer all his forces to the Eastern Front and defeat the Red Army. To this end, Hitler ordered his Wehrmacht to hold firm at all costs. They were never to give ground, and they were never to surrender. The Allied strategy for the final invasion of Germany had been drawn up before the Normandy landings had begun. Senior army commanders, hoping to win the war with as few more casualties as possible, believed that Berlin had no military benefits which could justify an extra 200-mile advance. In any case, the Allied hope was that the occupation or complete destruction of the industrial Ruhr would by itself prevent the Germans from fighting on, and so end the war before the year was out. On the way to the Ruhr, the Allies would be faced by a series of rivers and canals, formidable natural obstacles. By far the greatest was the river Rhine, symbolic frontier of the German homeland. Many Allied commanders hoped that the mere act of crossing the Reich's last barrier would result in a complete breakdown in German morale. Resistance, they believed, would crumble away, and a quick victory would be achieved. Allied spearheads had already proved themselves capable of advancing more than 75 miles a day, and by early September 1944, the Rhine lay just 70 miles from the front. The Allied advance through France had been much more rapid than the planners had anticipated. And as the supply lines were now stretched to the very limit, several generals had drawn up alternative strategies for the invasion of Germany. These new plans would not only better utilize the overstretched Allied resources, but keep the initiative against the retreating German armies, preventing them drawing breath and mounting a coordinated defense. The original Allied plan for breaking into Germany would utilize three massive army groups with American, British, Free French and Canadian armies drawn up along a continuous line opposite the German border. The armies would first have to secure the great port of Antwerp and be completely resupplied from Britain. When fully up to strength, the Allies would advance on a broad front behind two main thrusts towards the River Rhine. Once the west of the Rhine had been cleared completely of all German resistance, the Allies would mount a crossing at numerous points along the river. Once the Rhine was finally breached, the defenseless Ruhr industry could be encircled, quickly occupied, and the war brought to a rapid conclusion. The new proposals, instead of a broad front advance, called for just one narrow thrust into the heart of the Reich. The British wanted to attack through the north of Germany, while the Americans proposed their assault should penetrate further south and strike for the Nazi heartland. Both the British and American generals believed that if their strategy was the one implemented, then the war could be over by the end of October 1944. The Allied Supreme Commander, examining the alternative strategies for the invasion of Germany, could clearly see the benefits of each. The broad advance would need many weeks for the exhausted armies to recover and resupply.
but it did have the advantage of producing a certain outcome. The alternative, narrow thrust, although it would have a much less predictable result, could be mounted immediately. An immediate narrow thrust that could soon end the war was a highly attractive proposition. But political considerations weighed against such a move. Anglo-American relations were strained enough without allowing one ally to reap all the glory. It was decided to maintain the original strategy of a broad front advance and complete the resupplying of the armies before beginning the final assault. Hitler and his senior Wehrmacht officers understood clearly that the only possible hope the Reich had for avoiding defeat was to undermine and destroy the alliance formed against them. The Germans planned to effect this with a combination of all-out counterattacks, deadly new revenge weapons, and fortified fixed defenses. To demoralize the American forces still further, German intelligence used cleverly targeted propaganda. Leaflets and radio broadcasts continually told the American GIs that while they were doing all the fighting, the British were resting in the quiet sectors, saving their own lives at American expense. If the Allies did manage to penetrate as far as the German frontier, they would meet formidable fixed defenses. Even before the outbreak of war, the Third Reich had begun fortifying its borders. The West Wall, better known to the Allies as the Siegfried Line, was a series of fortifications stretching all along the German boundary with France. It was made up of pillboxes, anti-tank obstacles, and mines. But since the Germans had banked on halting the Allies in Normandy, the West Wall had been allowed to decay. In the autumn of 1944, it was hastily improved and reinforced. And although most of the reinforcements were youths and old men, they would be extremely well armed. The Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland, lay less than 50 miles from the Reich's border. The Ruhr's main protection was the West Wall, or Siegfried Line, 3 miles deep and running from the southern border all the way to Holland. Before the Allies could enter the Ruhr, they would have to cross several natural barriers, one of the greatest being the River Ruhr. The Ruhr was dammed in 7 places, and the largest dam, the Schwammeneuil, was 180 feet high. These dams could be opened by German engineers at any time, making the river totally impassable, or cutting off any enemy forces that had already crossed. 25 miles east of the Ruhr was the River Rhine, one of the largest and fastest flowing rivers in Europe. All the Rhine's bridges had been primed with explosives to be detonated when the Allies were just a few miles away, making an Allied forced crossing extremely hazardous. In addition to fixed defenses, the Germans had improvised several tactics to prevent the Allies from crossing the rivers Ruhr and Rhine. Speedboats were packed with 100 pounds of explosives and were intended to be aimed at bridges or pontoons being constructed by the enemy. The crew would jump off at the last moment, and the boat would race on to its target. The German soldiers defending the Reich were under strict orders never to give ground. But if forced to withdraw, they were to leave nothing intact for the Allies. Every single bridge and every vehicle that could not be taken away was to be destroyed. The Germans had to make the assault on the Reich as difficult and as costly as possible. Every day that the war was prolonged was another day for the alliance to break and for the Germans to wrench victory from the jaws of defeat. General Dwight Eisenhower became the supreme commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force in January 1944, promoted over 100 more senior generals. Eisenhower had a difficult dual task as supreme commander: to liaise with senior politicians and to lead an Allied army made up from a great many different nations. However, Eisenhower had extraordinary political and diplomatic abilities that would be of priceless value in leading the campaign ahead. Eisenhower was greatly admired by Roosevelt, who considered him one of the most able commanders in the United States Army, and he was on excellent terms with Prime Minister Churchill. Eisenhower had spent more than a year in England, where he had grown to love and be loved by the British people. As a result, he was very sympathetic to Britain's particular needs and problems. However, Eisenhower's close relationship with the British was occasionally prone to irritate Roosevelt, who, distancing himself more and more from Great Britain, felt that the official chain of command was being too frequently bypassed. The growing Anglo-American rift that Eisenhower had to contend with at the political level was nothing compared to the outright hostility between several military commanders. In particular, there was open rivalry between two of Eisenhower's most famous subordinates. The British Field Marshal Montgomery was a single-minded and determined commander and had led all Allied ground forces during the Battle for Normandy. As a result, he considered himself to be Eisenhower's number two, but by early September, the American General Bradley was equal in rank. However, Bradley had few concerns other than to defeat Germany. And it was his brilliant spearhead commander, General George Patton, who became Montgomery's main challenger for glory. The contest between Patton and Montgomery to become the greatest Allied general would shake the Western Alliance to the very core and test to the limit even the diplomatic talents of General Eisenhower. In 1939, Gert von Rundstedt had been brought out of retirement to command Army Group A for the invasion of Poland. Rundstedt fought a brilliant campaign, and in 1940, his forces helped conquer the French in just 6 weeks. Over the next 4 years, Rundstedt went on to fight successfully on the Eastern Front and in Italy, and never once lost a battle. In January 1944, Rundstedt was given command of the Wehrmacht in the West, with orders to deny the Allies a foothold on French territory. But by the end of June 1944, in the face of total Allied air superiority, it was clear that Rundstedt had failed. Hitler had continuously interfered and had not even allowed him to commit his reserves to battle without permission. Hitler accused von Rundstedt of being a defeatist and dismissed him at the end of the month. Rundstedt had resigned himself to the third retirement of his career when, 2 months later, he was suddenly recalled. In July 1944, a bomb had been planted by army officers in Hitler's headquarters. Von Rundstedt's successor, had been implicated and committed suicide. Hitler now had a deep mistrust of all Wehrmacht commanders and knew that although Rundstedt was a defeatist, he was at least loyal. On September the 5th, 1944, Rundstedt once more became commander-in-chief of all Wehrmacht forces in the West. Field Marshal von Rundstedt was now 69 years old, and he had been in the army for 52 years. Many Wehrmacht officers believed he was tired and worn out, bringing nothing but despondency to the vital task of defending the Reich's frontier. Rundstedt knew he faced an extremely dangerous situation and was sure he would be defeated in the end. Nevertheless, he immediately began regrouping his forces and reinforcing the weakest sectors of the Western Front. The Allied advance from June to September 1944 had been achieved more rapidly than the planners had anticipated. And now, the greatest single threat to continued Allied success was from overextended supply lines. Each infantry division required 20,000 tons daily, all of which still came from Normandy. Every effort was being made to ensure the Allied spearheads were given the fuel and ammunition they needed. The most important was Operation Pluto, the laying of a series of pipelines under the sea, which directly connected Britain and France. The coils, weighing more than a destroyer, could reel out 70 miles of pipe. Once connected to the mainland, pipelines were laid all the way across France to the Allied front. In preparation for the D-Day landings, the United States Air Force and Britain's Royal Air Force had dropped thousands of tons of high explosives on Wehrmacht road, rail, and communication networks. Now that the ground forces were well established on French soil, the air forces could return the bombers to their original task of pulverizing German industry. Senior Air Force commanders believed that their efforts to destroy the Ruhr industry might yet produce the total collapse of Germany without the need for an actual invasion. As the liberation of France had progressed, the number of targets for the air forces had steadily diminished. This meant that ever greater numbers of aircraft could be concentrated against an ever-decreasing number of targets. The P-38 Lightning was designed in 1936 as a high-altitude interceptor. Built by Lockheed, it was the company's very first military design. The distinctive twin-boomed Lightning first flew in 1939, when its top speed of 400 miles per hour was exceptional. The Lightning, armed with 4 machine guns in the nose, first saw combat in Europe in August 1941 and became the first American fighter to destroy a German aircraft. The P-38 was incredibly versatile and operated successfully in all Allied theaters. As well as being a high-altitude interceptor, the Lightning's high speed would prove valuable in photo reconnaissance, as a long-range escort, and as a ground attack aircraft, often armed with 14 rockets. The Lightning was known to the Germans as the Forked-tailed Devil and became the only American fighter to remain in production throughout the entire war. The M4 medium tank, known to the British as the Sherman, was the standard Allied tank of World War II.
As a result of neglect in engine development before the war, the designers had used an aviation engine, which gave the Sherman its distinctive high profile. This made the Sherman an easier target than many of its contemporaries. However, the Sherman was simple, easy to maintain, and highly adaptable. And by late 1944, over 40,000 had been produced. One of the most successful adaptations of the M4 was the M10 tank destroyer. The M10, fitted with a 3-inch gun, had an open-topped turret. The crew was left poorly protected, but this was more than offset by the resulting high speed and all-round vision. By September 1944, the Sherman was completely outclassed by German tanks. But what it lacked in armor and firepower, the Sherman would make up for in sheer weight of numbers. The Willis MB General Purpose, or GP utility vehicle, was known to Allied troops as the Jeep. The Jeep had a 4x4 transmission, which enabled it to negotiate rough terrain and reach up to 65 miles per hour on the open road. The Jeep was most highly prized as a forward reconnaissance vehicle for the main armored spearheads, but it was a versatile machine. It was used extensively as a field ambulance and as VIP transport. For amphibious operations in all theaters, the Jeep had been fitted with an extended vertical exhaust pipe, so it could drive from landing craft to beach without flooding the engine. This capability would be extremely valuable in crossing the multitude of rivers and canals protecting Germany's border. By the end of the war, an incredible 400,000 Jeeps would have been built. The Avro Lancaster was designed in 1940 and took its first flight in early 1941. It was powered by 4 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, the same engine fitted in the Spitfire fighter. The Lancaster was extremely fast and had excellent maneuverability. It was armed with 10 machine guns in 4 hydraulically operated turrets and had one of the biggest bomb bays of any aircraft. It entered service with the RAF in 1942, and by the end of the war, more than 7,000 would have been built. The Lancaster was easily adapted for a number of specialist roles. Modified Lancasters carried bouncing bombs used to destroy Germany's dams. Later in the battle, the Lancaster was the only bomber capable of carrying the massive 22,000-pound Grand Slam demolition bomb. As the mainstay of the RAF's strategic bombing effort, the Lancaster would drop 600,000 tons of bombs, more than 2/3 of the total tonnage dropped by the RAF in World War II. By early September 1944, there were over 2 million Allied troops in France.
4 massive armies of Americans and 3 more armies made up of mainly British, Canadians and French. Since the D-Day landings, the Allies had suffered nearly 250,000 dead, wounded and missing. For most Allied troops, the fighting in Normandy was the first action they had seen. Their training for combat in the months preceding D-Day had been rigorous and extensive. They were also extremely well equipped, mostly with American weapons, and during the liberation of France, each Allied soldier had received daily more than twice as much rations and ammunition as his German counterpart. In the last 3 months, the Allies had advanced over 300 miles, and morale was exceptionally high. There was a firm belief throughout the ranks that the war could be over by the end of the year. However, this optimism occasionally drifted into complacency. To many Allied soldiers, the Germans seemed clearly beaten, and many saw no reason to die when the war was so nearly won. During the battle for the Rhine, the Wehrmacht would exploit this weakness to the full. At its peak, the German army had more than 200 full-strength divisions in the field. But 5.5 years of continual conflict had steadily taken a toll on the Wehrmacht's fighting capability. By September 1944, most of the remaining 224 divisions were merely fragments of the original formations. In Western Europe, since the Allies had landed in Normandy, the Wehrmacht had lost more than 2,000 armored vehicles. Less than 100 had managed to escape from France. The German army's communication networks had also been badly hit by Allied bombing, and its supply levels had been greatly reduced. However, the remnants of the Wehrmacht were now close to, or actually in, Germany. This meant they were not just nearer to headquarters, which allowed improved coordination, but also their supply lines were much shorter, enabling faster deployment of replacements and reserves. Over the last few years, German production of armor and aircraft had been severely disrupted by the Allied strategic bombing offensive. However, in the first half of 1944, the Allies had switched the bombing offensive to transport and communication targets in France in preparation for D-Day, and German industry had made a rapid recovery. It even surpassed previous output. However, after June, production dropped off rapidly as factories and raw materials fell to the Allied advance, and the Allied bombers returned to pound German industry. As weapons stock fell, the problem for the army was compounded by the Nazi leadership, which equipped raw replacement units with the best, while starving veteran divisions of weapons and ammunition. By the autumn of 1944, the Luftwaffe had surrendered control of the skies to the Allied air forces. On D-Day, it had only managed 250 sorties, compared to 14,000 by the Allies. Over the next few months, although it was equipped with advanced aircraft, it could do little but fight a delaying action. Nevertheless, the Luftwaffe fighters would continue to rip into Allied bombing formations until their airfields were captured by the advancing Allied armies, or until they were grounded by fuel shortages. The Panzer Mark V, or Panther, was designed in 1942 in response to the vastly superior performance of Soviet tanks. Throughout its first production run, the Panther was plagued by specification changes, and its weight increased by 9 tons. The extra weight had a detrimental effect on many of its original components, and the Panther would prove very unreliable, needing a great deal of maintenance. The Panther was fitted with a new high-velocity 75mm gun, which with smaller and lighter shells still had better armor-piercing capabilities than most other tanks. The excellent gun, combined with good maneuverability and heavy armor, made the Panther far superior to any British or American tank. The Focke-Wulf 190 was designed in 1938 to be the main Luftwaffe fighter. Its greatest asset was its extremely powerful BMW radial engine. The 190 was one of the fastest piston-engined aircraft ever to fly. It was sleek and highly maneuverable, and by the end of the war, 20,000 would have been produced. When the 190 first saw combat in 1941, it quickly proved itself superior to all Allied fighters. It was smaller, faster, more maneuverable, and was also heavily armed with 2 cannons and 2 machine guns. The 190 was continually improved, and in late 1944, the final version would be one of the greatest fighters of the war. The Messerschmitt 262 was the world's first operational jet fighter. The 262 could reach a speed of 525 miles per hour, making it by far the fastest combat aircraft of the entire war. It was well armed with 4 nose cannons. Extremely responsive and excellent to fly, its high cockpit giving the pilot exceptionally good views. Although 262s were cheap to build, there were severe shortages of the metals needed for the jet turbine blades. Even worse, the engines themselves were dangerously unreliable and had a lifespan of just 25 hours. Although 1,500 262s would enter service, even that number could not affect the outcome of the war, and in any case, fuel shortages severely limited operations. However, when the 262 did see action, it was the deadliest aircraft over the battlefield. The V-2 rocket was designed as long-range artillery and was one of the greatest single advances ever made in weapons technology. The rocket began development in 1936 at Peenemünde in North Germany, and extensive testing took place throughout the 1930s. At launch, the V-2 weighed 13.5 tons, and it was driven by a powerful alcohol and liquid oxygen motor. The rocket was guided by a gyroscopic system that placed it on a ballistic trajectory. It carried enough fuel for 1 minute of thrust, at which point the engine cut out and the rocket plunged silently towards the Earth. The V-2 had a 350-mile range, and its 1-ton explosive head would strike its target at an unprecedented 3,800 miles per hour. By the end of the war, nearly 6,000 V-2 rockets would have been produced. They could be launched from mobile sites or from fixed batteries, and more than 2,500 would fall on British and continental cities. During the Rhine battles, the V2 would be used tactically to try and stop the Allies crossing the vital rivers, protecting the Reich. For Hitler and his senior commanders, the V2 was the ideal revenge weapon. It was meant to terrorize civilians and undermine morale, and a version was even planned that could strike the United States. A huge amount of Germany's industrial resources was poured into the rocket program in the hope that it would be the V2 that would eventually split the Western Alliance. In 3 months of fighting since D-Day in June, the German army had lost more than 600,000 men, killed, wounded, or captured. Most of the remaining 250,000 in the West were hastily retreating back to Germany. Units were at just a fraction of their designated strength. Commanders begged headquarters for more men and more equipment. But Germany had precious little reserves left. Many staff officers in the Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe were sent to the front, their places taken by women, while old men, boys, industrial workers, East European volunteers, and even walking wounded were rounded up and put into uniform. Although most of the remaining German troops were poorly trained and inexperienced, there was in the retreating forces a nucleus of Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS who were hardened veterans. Their surviving commanders were some of the most experienced and tactically skilled in the world, and were able, even when in full retreat, to regroup and launch rapid counterattacks. It would be this hard core of Wehrmacht and SS who would prove deadly in finding Allied weak spots and launching the most unexpected and vicious counteroffensives. After liberating Brussels on the 3rd of September 1944, the British Army raced immediately for Antwerp, the second largest port in Europe. The capture of Antwerp was essential if the Allies were to build up the gigantic amount of supplies needed to launch the invasion of Germany. Although the British 11th Armoured Division liberated Antwerp on the 4th of September, the Germans held several islands in the estuary near to the city. Until these German strongholds were destroyed, the Allies would be unable to use the river, and the port would remain closed. In the second week of September, with Antwerp unlikely to be operational in the immediate future, the British proposed an imaginative plan to cross the Rhine without delay. To head off American protests, it was a modified version of their original plan, a compromise, which would not use up all the available supplies. Codenamed Market Garden, it would be mounted without the need for a massive and time-consuming build-up of supplies. Not only this, Market Garden would also outflank Germany's Siegfried Line. On September the 10th, Eisenhower gave Market Garden the green light. Montgomery had just 7 days to finalize plans for the largest airborne offensive in history. Operation Market Garden, the British plan to seize a bridge on the River Rhine,
was scheduled for the 17th of September 1944. However, with less than a week to go, there were already major problems. British planners had underestimated the sheer quantity of supplies the operation would need. They were forced to recommend to the Supreme Commander, General Eisenhower, that the offensive be postponed for a week. Eisenhower knew that German resistance was stiffening daily, and any delay would mean a stronger German defense and heavier Allied casualties. To the fury of his American generals, he ordered resources shifted from the south to support Market Garden. Allied commanders believed that the area of the planned attack was lightly defended. A persistent mist over the landing zones had hampered reconnaissance, and although there were reports that the remnants of several panzer divisions were in the region, these reports were dismissed. By the 17th of September, as planned, 3 airborne divisions were ready to drop deep behind enemy lines. To pave the way for Operation Market Garden, on September the 16th, Allied bombers launched heavy attacks in and around the target area. German army barracks and local air defenses were hit repeatedly. The following morning, the airborne landings began. Because of a shortage of transport aircraft, the landing forces had to be dropped in waves, even though it weakened the impact of the assault. As the first wave of nearly 20,000 paratroops and glidermen dropped into 3 main landing zones, only a few aircraft were shot down. However, many gliders broke their tow ropes and were lost. Of the 3 attacking formations, it was the British 1st Airborne Division that was charged with securing the operation's main objective, the bridge over the River Rhine at Arnhem. Because of the fear of heavy flak around the town, 1st Airborne had dropped 8 miles away. There was already the risk of losing the element of surprise. But to make matters worse, by a stroke of bad luck, the lost gliders contained nearly all the force's armored jeeps. Even at this stage, the division was having trouble with its radios. But there was worse to come. Almost immediately, the force ran into the 9th SS Panzer Division and found itself involved in heavy fighting. While the British 1st Airborne Division had landed west of the Rhine Bridge at Arnhem, the American 82nd Airborne had landed near Nijmegen, intending to seize bridges over the River Waal and on the Meuse. Meanwhile, the US 101st Airborne had landed just north of Eindhoven, aiming to secure bridges over nearby canals. At the same time as the airborne attacks, a ground assault, spearheaded by the British 30th Corps, had struck northeast and was aiming to meet up with the airborne formations dropped behind enemy lines. The initial wave of 1st Airborne Division, dropped outside Arnhem, had been blocked by 9th SS Panzer Division at the village of Oosterbeek. Only 500 paratroops of the 2nd Parachute Battalion succeeded in getting into Arnhem. The battalion seized the northern end of the Rhine Bridge, but elements of the 10th SS Panzer Division prevented a crossing, and the battalion was isolated. A second wave of paratroops was dropped at Oosterbeek and attempted to break into Arnhem, but was blocked by the Germans. The Allies tried to airdrop supplies to 1st Airborne, but the target was missed and the supplies fell into German hands. The 1st Polish Parachute Brigade landed south of the Rhine, meaning to link up with the British, but the Poles were foiled by a strong German defense. There was still no sign of the Allied ground forces supposed to link up with 1st Airborne. On the 21st of September, the British force holding the northern end of the bridge at Arnhem surrendered. It had lost half its men. 4 days later, 2,000 survivors of the 1st Airborne Division's battle at Oosterbeek withdrew back across the Rhine, leaving Arnhem to the Germans. Although Operation Market Garden had failed in its main objective to capture a bridge over the Rhine, there had been some success elsewhere. 30th Corps had relieved the American 101st Airborne at Wegel, and the next day had pushed on to meet 82nd Airborne south of Nijmegen. After hard fighting, and in spite of fierce German counterattacks, the 82nd had succeeded in capturing the Waal Bridge. For General Eisenhower, in spite of the success of some of the airborne forces, the failure of Market Garden to deliver the promised Rhine crossing proved the folly of a narrow front attack. As for Montgomery, his reputation had suffered a severe blow, and he would never regain his former influence with the Supreme Commander. By the early autumn of 1944, the industrial might of the United States had given the Allies overwhelming superiority over their German enemies. The Western Allies could muster 14,000 planes and over 2,000 tanks on the Western Front. On the ground, 56 divisions were organized into 3 massive army groups behind a front 500 miles long. As well as their overwhelming superiority on the ground, the Allies also outnumbered the Germans by 25 to 1 in aircraft. Both the British Royal Air Force and the American Army Air Force had large numbers of ground attack planes, organized into tactical units. Fighter bombers such as the British Hawker Typhoon and the American P-47 Thunderbolt operated in close support of every Allied ground operation. When the weather allowed, large numbers roamed behind German lines, pouncing on anything that moved, and almost completely depriving the Germans of daytime mobility. Meanwhile, Allied motor transport and armor could mass behind the front with little fear of disruption. General Eisenhower's 3 army groups were the 21st, 12th, and 6th. The 21st Army Group was commanded by Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery. Montgomery fielded the British Second Army with 6 armored, 8 infantry, and 2 airborne divisions, and the Canadian First Army with 2 armored, 3 infantry divisions, and 1 armored brigade. The 12th Army Group was commanded by General Omar Bradley. Bradley had First Army with 2 armored and 2 infantry divisions. Third Army, with 1 armoured and 7 infantry divisions, and Ninth Army, also with 1 armoured and 7 infantry divisions. The 6th Army Group had come up from southern France and was commanded by General Jacob L. Devers. Devers had the 7th United States Army with 1 armoured, 5 infantry and 1 airborne division, and 1st French Army with 3 armoured divisions, 1 motorised division, 1 mountain and 3 infantry divisions. While the Allied advance was halted by the German victory at Arnhem and by continued supply problems, the Wehrmacht in the west set feverishly about reinforcing its defences. The generally poor quality of replacement manpower was still a serious weakness, although 1 high-caliber formation was created in September. The 30,000-strong 1st Parachute Army was formed from a corps of 6 Luftwaffe parachute regiments and would acquit itself well in the coming battles. With the defending army groups down to barely more than 100 tanks, panzer reinforcements were desperately needed. Although during September, nearly 500 heavy tanks and tank destroyers were sent west in 10 new brigades, their inexperience would count against them. Meanwhile, there were plans to raise a new Panzer Army, the 6th, which would be available for offensive operations. But as yet, there were too few new tanks available. German Army Group B was deployed on the Northwest Front and was commanded by Field Marshal Walter Model. Model had the 15th and 7th Infantry Armies, the newly formed 1st Paratroop Army, and 5th Panzer Army. Army Group G held the southern sector of the front, commanded by General Hermann Balck. Army Group G had 1st and 19th Armies. Altogether, the 2 German army groups on the Western Front had 6 panzer divisions, along with 10 independent panzer brigades, 9 motorized infantry divisions, and 46 infantry and parachute divisions. By late September 1944, in the wake of the failure of Operation Market Garden, the Allies had been forced to realize that the war was not going to be won by the end of the year. Supplies were still a problem, and while the Allied armies were building up for the next major offensive, the generals had to decide whether to dig in and take up defensive positions for the winter, or maintain pressure on the Wehrmacht by relentless attacks. Already the weather had turned cold and wet, but Allied commanders decided to give the Germans no breathing space. A limited offensive would be launched to push the front right up to the Siegfried Line. At the same time, in order to open up the port of Antwerp, a concerted effort would be made to clear the remaining Germans from their island sanctuaries in the Scheldt estuary. It was units of the German 15th Army that continued to resist in the Scheldt estuary, and along with dense German minefields, blocked Allied access to the port of Antwerp. On the 1st of October, the Canadian First Army attacked, with its main thrust towards the German stronghold on Beaverland. German resistance was determined, but by the 16th, Woensdrecht was captured, trapping the Germans on the peninsula. The Canadians cleared the northern coast of the mainland, but it took 2 more weeks to reach Goes and secure the peninsula. The Germans were forced to flee to Walcheren. On the 1st of November, the British Royal Air Force bombed Walcheren's dikes, flooding much of the island. The 1st Canadian Army then launched a powerful amphibious attack. It took a week of fierce fighting before Walcheren was in Allied hands. Only then could the task of sweeping the estuary for mines begin. By now, the Allied front was advancing towards the Siegfried Line. The line was defended by the German 7th Army in the north and the 1st and 5th Panzer and 19th Armies in the south. The British 2nd Army attacked north and southeast through the Peel marshes, while the US 3rd Army began pushing through the heavily defended Saar region, with its right flank laying siege to Metz. As the 7th Army struck towards Strasbourg and the French attacked through Belfort, the US 1st and 9th Armies, pushing towards Aachen, entered the Hurtgen Forest, an area of more than 30 square miles. The intention was to capture the city and push on towards the Siegfried Line. The drive through the Hurtgen Forest in early October 1944 was supposed to be part of a limited offensive. What no one had expected was that it would turn into a major battle, and one of the bloodiest yet fought by American troops. Once inside the Hurtgen Forest, the Americans quickly found that the German 1st Parachute Army had strongly fortified every town and village in their path. Even worse, the west wall ran right through the middle of the forest, and its defenses had been heavily reinforced. Nor could the Americans get help from their normally overwhelming air power. The forest was simply too dense for accurate bombing. The city of Aachen was the most strongly defended in the Hurtgen Forest area, and one of the Allies' main objectives. The Germans put up a determined fight, inflicting heavy casualties on the Americans. But on the 21st of October, Aachen fell. It was the first German city to be captured by the Allies. The grim battle in the Hurtgen Forest continued for another 3 weeks, until finally, in early December, 1st and 9th Armies reached the banks of the River Roer. The struggle to clear the Hurtgen Forest had cost the 2 American armies 35,000 dead and wounded, and reduced several divisions to tatters. Further south, Patton's 3rd Army had also faced stiff opposition, especially around Metz. The city eventually fell on the 18th of November. Just over a week later, 3rd Army began its assault on the Siegfried Line. By the first week of December, despite fierce German resistance, American men and armor were pouring through the breaches. While Third Army had been smashing its way through the Siegfried Line, the First French Army had secured the Belfort region and was steadily destroying the 19th German Army. On the 23rd of November, the US 7th Army had reached Strasbourg, and the following day, the city fell to the French troops of the Army's 2nd Division. By now, the Scheldt estuary had been cleared of mines, and the first Allied merchant ships had entered the port of Antwerp. In its first week of operations, the port handled more than 10,000 tons of supplies a day, and the figure was rising fast. Allied commanders were now confident that their armies would soon be fully supplied and would be ready to launch a full-scale offensive against Germany early in the new year. In the drive to conquer the German homeland, the Allies would have to cross several major obstacles before they would even reach the River Rhine. With the Siegfried Line now breached in several places, the next great barrier was the River Roer. Engineers using models of the Roer and its surrounding countryside were already trying to predict for Allied planners what would happen if the Germans flooded the river and how the attacking forces might cope. As plans intended to deal with this and countless other contingencies were devised, the Allies were confident that all such obstacles could be overcome. What no one amongst the Allied commanders suspected was that the Germans were not going to wait passively for the great offensive to begin. Hundreds of thousands of American soldiers, expecting to sit out the winter in relative peace, were to be the victims of one of the most audacious counterattacks in history. Hitler and his senior Wehrmacht commanders had been planning to launch a major counteroffensive against the Allies since mid-September. The objective of the attack was to capture Antwerp. Not only would the capture or destruction of Antwerp prevent supplies reaching the Allied armies, it would also split Allied forces in two, demoralizing the alliance and forcing its leaders to negotiate. For the attack, Hitler concentrated the best of his remaining forces in the west. 240,000 men in 28 divisions, with 1,200 tanks and assault guns. The offensive began at 05:30 on December the 16th, with a barrage by 900 German guns. 1 hour later, 3 German armies smashed into the American front line. By now, the front line in the west followed the course of the Roer, Our, and Saar rivers. In southern Belgium, the line faced the Ardennes, a hilly and in places heavily wooded region. It was through this area that Hitler intended to thrust towards the bridges over the River Meuse and the port of Antwerp. For the attack, the Germans had deployed the newly formed 6th Panzer Army, together with the 5th Panzer and 7th Army, facing the weak gap between the American 1st and 9th Armies. Although the thrust by the 6th Panzer Army made slow progress, a spearhead managed to break through the American line and dashed headlong for the Meuse. To the south, 5th Panzer Army punched right through the inexperienced 106th Division, but then its advance was slowed by the veteran 28th. Eventually, 5th Panzer Army did break through, reaching Saint-Vite and the vital road junction of Bastogne. However, the Germans failed to take the town, which was soon reinforced by the American 101st Airborne Division. Although some German units then bypassed Bastogne and charged for the Meuse, the main advance was blocked. To Allied commanders, the German offensive through the Ardennes had come as a stunning blow. No one had believed that the Germans were capable of mounting a large-scale attack. Nor had anyone imagined that Hitler would be so foolish as to risk his last remaining forces in one great gamble. The shock was deepened by the German use of special units, dressed and equipped as Americans, to sow confusion and mistrust in the American ranks. The Germans' success in the attack so far had been, in part, due to the weather. Many of the attacking troops were veterans of the Eastern Front and accustomed to the harsh wintry conditions. Dense cloud cover had also denied the Americans use of their reconnaissance and ground attack aircraft. However, in spite of these advantages, the attack was already behind schedule. The Americans had refused to surrender at Bastogne, while elsewhere, blown bridges had slowed the advance, and all German units were suffering from a desperate shortage of fuel. Meanwhile, the Allies were recovering from the first shock of the onslaught. Almost at once, Eisenhower had moved to try and stabilize the situation in the Ardennes. Although it angered some American generals, he transferred command of the US 1st and 9th Armies away from Bradley and gave it to Montgomery, who was north of the Bulge and so better placed to command. Montgomery acted quickly, reinforcing the Meuse bridges with the British 30th Corps, while the 1st and 9th rallied and blocked any further German advance towards the river. While Montgomery was strengthening the Allied defense in the north, Patton's Third Army had made an extraordinarily rapid 90-degree wheel and had ploughed into the German southern flank. On the 26th of December, the 3rd broke through to relieve the defenders of Bastogne. Already the weather had cleared, unleashing Allied air power, while crippled by lack of fuel, the Germans ground to a halt at Dinant. The Allies had contained the German thrust, and now they began to squeeze out the massive bulge in the line caused by the German advance. Allied forces met up at Houffalize, and by the end of January, they had pushed the Germans back to their start positions. In the struggle that became known as the Battle of the Bulge, the Allies had lost almost 90,000 men, killed, wounded, and captured, nearly all of them Americans. The Germans had lost 120,000, many of them because Hitler had refused to allow a timely withdrawal, even when the offensive had clearly failed. 600 German tanks had been destroyed, along with vast numbers of heavy weapons of all types. Months of the Reich's war production had been expended for nothing. Although at the Bulge the United States had won a sizable victory, the battle in the Ardennes had forced Eisenhower to face several uncomfortable facts. In the early stages of the fighting, American morale had fallen apart. Thousands had deserted, and the first GI for nearly 100 years had been executed for cowardice. For the Supreme Commander, it was a worrying picture, and the situation was made more difficult by the attitude of Field Marshal Montgomery. Shortly after the battle, Montgomery had hinted publicly that as he had been given temporary command of the US 1st and 9th Armies, he had saved the Americans from certain defeat. The American generals were furious, and Eisenhower threatened to resign if Montgomery did not do so first. By the start of 1945, relations between the American and British military had sunk to a new low. However, the crisis was averted when Montgomery apologized to Eisenhower. Even the willful and stubborn British Field Marshal had been forced to concede that with the Allies about to embark on the last great attack on Nazi Germany, unity was everything. The German counterattack in the Ardennes had succeeded in delaying the Allied push on the Rhine by only 6 weeks. By the end of January 1945, the supplies needed for the Great Assault were almost in place, and all 3 Allied army groups were poised to launch the offensive. Each army group had devised its own plans for reaching the River Rhine. Montgomery's 21st had a 2-pronged strategy, Operation Veritable and Operation Grenade, both timed to begin on the 8th of February. Both prongs involved attacks through a heavily wooded region called the Reichswald. However, unknown to the Allies, the German 1st Parachute Army had heavily reinforced the Reichswald right in the path of the offensive. The climate also favored the Germans. By now, the winter snow had begun to thaw. Floods and mud would seriously reduce the attackers' mobility. Operation Veritable, the 21st Army Group's northern thrust, began on schedule on the 8th of February. The greatest artillery barrage yet seen in the West numbed the first line of defenders. However, as British and Canadian troops plunged into the wooded region of the Reichswald, the 1st Parachute Army put up a bitter fight, holding out for more than a week. The Canadians and British finally captured the towns of Cleve and Goch and broke through to secure the west bank of the Rhine, from Emmerich to the German town of Wesel. The 21st Army Group's southern thrust, Operation Grenade, was to be mounted by the US 9th Army and was to attack towards Dusseldorf and Cologne. Facing the Americans were divisions of the German 15th Army. The operation was meant to begin at the same time as the northern attack, but the Germans opened the Rohr dams and flooded much of the region. It took 2 weeks for the Rohr floods to subside, and only then could the Americans advance. Once the attack got going, it made good progress. By the 2nd of March, 9th Army had secured positions on the west bank of the Rhine. 2 days later, elements of First Army also reached the river, and on the 5th, they entered the suburbs of Cologne. German resistance in Cologne was particularly fierce. The defenders clung to every pile of rubble, and the process of clearing the city was agonizing and costly. It was 2 days before Cologne finally surrendered. To the south, 12th Army Group, with the American First Army and elements of Third Army, had begun its two-pronged drive to the Rhine. Facing the Americans were the German 5th Panzer Army and the 15th and 7th Armies. Operation Lumberjack made good progress, heading through the Eifel region towards Koblenz. As the Allies advanced closer to the Rhine, they meant only to secure the West Bank. However, on the 7th of March, elements on the extreme right flank of the US First Army approached the Rhine close to the town of Remagen, only to discover that a bridge had been left intact. As the 9th Armoured Division had driven through Remagen, they had expected to find the railway bridge over the Rhine had been blown by the Germans. However, the Germans' main explosive charges had failed to detonate, and the reserve charges had weakened the bridge, but had failed to destroy it. At once, the astonished Americans raced to seize the crossing. The American commanders, Bradley and Eisenhower, had seen the possibility of capturing a bridge over the Rhine intact as extremely remote. No plans had been made for such an unlikely event. All that Bradley could do was to rush the nearest units to the bridge and get them across as fast as was humanly possible. Almost at once, engineers began to construct another 2 treadway bridges upstream. By the evening of the first day, the bridgehead on the east bank of the Rhine was packed with American men and equipment. Nor was First Army content merely to consolidate the bridgehead. Almost at once, a force struck out to sever the main German autobahn between Frankfurt and Cologne. While 21st Army Group was closing to the Rhine opposite Wesel, and in the center, the Remagen bridgehead was being secured, 12th and 6th Army Groups had also been making progress. 3rd Army was pushing closer to Koblenz, and 7th, together with the right flank of 3rd Army, had begun Operation Undertone, clearing an area up to the Rhine between Koblenz and Strasbourg. The French First Army had finally liquidated the last pocket of German resistance around Colmar, and by the end of March 1945, the Allies held a line running the whole length of the River Rhine. For the Germans, the loss of the bridge at Remagen had been a stunning blow. The enemy had crossed Germany's greatest river frontier almost without a fight. As news of the latest disaster had reached Hitler, he had flown into an uncontrollable rage. The commander-in-chief of the Wehrmacht in the West, Field Marshal von Rundstedt, was fired, and the officers who had failed to blow the bridge were shot. Hitler was determined to destroy the bridge at Remagen, and for the first and only time, the V-2 rocket was used as a tactical weapon. The attacks failed. In any case, nothing could now prevent a massive Allied offensive along the whole length of the River Rhine and into the German heartland. Even before the three Allied army groups had closed up to the Rhine, the staffs of each had begun to plan for the final crossing. Field Marshal Montgomery's 21st Army Group planned a powerful amphibious assault, codenamed Operation Plunder. For the attack, naval landing craft had been transported overland to the front, and 250,000 tons of supplies had been stockpiled. With 3 full-strength armies and 5,000 artillery pieces, Montgomery intended to seize a substantial bridgehead over the Rhine, and then, maintaining the momentum, strike deep into Germany. Operation Plunder would be reinforced by Operation Varsity, a powerful assault by the US 17th Airborne and British 6th Airborne Divisions with 3,000 aircraft and gliders. These forces would be dropped east of the Rhine to enlarge the bridgehead. Operations Plunder and Varsity were scheduled to begin on March the 24th. While the 21st Army Group was making final preparations for its enormous set-piece attack across the Rhine, Bradley's 12th Army Group, including Patton's 3rd Army, was finalizing its own plans. Patton's men had reached the Rhine later than Montgomery, and there had been no time to build up anything like the same vast quantities of fuel and ammunition. Patton was keen to press on regardless. He was determined to outdo First Army's achievement at Remagen, and above all, to beat Montgomery to a Rhine crossing. In the middle of the night of the 22nd of March, less than 2 weeks after Patton's men had reached the Rhine, 5th Division succeeded in winning a bridgehead. Patton had beaten Montgomery by 2 full days. On the night of the 23rd of March, a huge Lancaster attack hammered the German town of Wesel, directly across the Rhine from where Montgomery's 21st Army Group was poised to launch Operation Plunder. After a short but intense artillery barrage, the Allied amphibious crossings began. Protected by a massive smoke screen, the crossings continued through the night and into the next day. German resistance was sporadic. At 9 a.m. on the morning of the 24th of March, the parachute landings began just north of Wesel. Even though German anti-aircraft batteries inflicted heavy casualties on the paratroops and gliders, the landing forces made good progress. Soon they had linked up with the ground formations to attack Wesel itself. The German 1st Parachute Army resisted fiercely, but by the 25th of March, the last of the defenders had fled or been captured. Within 3 days, the Wesel bridgehead was 25 miles deep and 25 miles wide. With 21st Army Group's capture of its bridgeheaded vessel, Montgomery's men were now on the threshold of the Ruhr, well placed to seize Germany's industrial center. 12th Army Group's 1st Army continued to cross at Remagen, while Patton's 3rd Army, already across at Oppenheim, won 2 more bridgeheads further north. Meanwhile, 7th Army crossed near Worms, and the French 1st Army crossed at Germersheim. By the end of March, the east bank of the River Rhine was a chain of Allied bridgeheads. On March the 28th, General Eisenhower announced that the Western Allies would not be capturing Berlin. Although at the Yalta Conference the Allied leaders had agreed that after the war Berlin would fall in the Soviet occupation zone, the British, and especially Winston Churchill, still believed that a drive on the German capital should be mounted. It would at least serve to ensure that when the Germans surrendered, more territory would be in Western hands. However, Eisenhower refused to back any such idea. To him, it seemed pointless to expend lives on capturing ground that would, in any case, have to be handed over to the Soviets when the war was over. It was not only Churchill who was dismayed by the American refusal to push east. Montgomery, too, was infuriated, although for quite different reasons. The German capital lay in Montgomery's path, and he had looked forward to capturing the greatest prize of the European war. To make matters worse, his role in encircling the Ruhr had also been downgraded on Eisenhower's orders. Bradley's 12th Army Group would complete the Ruhr encirclement, while Montgomery's forces would only play a supporting role. For weeks, German Army Group B had been heavily reinforcing the Ruhr region. Although most of its industries continued to function, the Ruhr was by now almost cut off from the rest of Germany by the Allies' carefully targeted bombing of rail centers, bridges, and viaducts. Nevertheless, the Ruhr was still seen by Hitler as absolutely vital to the defense of the Reich, and the whole area was being turned into a fortress. The commander of Army Group B, Field Marshal Model, had set up his headquarters inside the Ruhr. Model had 15th Army and 5th Panzer Army, along with elements of other formations numbering more than 200,000 men. Orders were to hold out to the very end. The Allied strategy for dealing with the massive concentration of German forces in the Ruhr was to encircle the area with 2 deep thrusts. Starting on March the 28th, 7 armies broke out of their Rhine bridgeheads and smashed into the German defense. The Allied plan was that in the north, the British Second Army was to drive in the direction of Hamburg and down the River Elbe. The Canadians, starting a few days later, would clear Holland and the North German coast. Meanwhile, Patton's Third would drive into central Germany, and to the south, the US 7th Army and the French 1st Army would push down to the line of the Danube. In the center, while most of the US 1st and 9th Armies encircled the Ruhr, some units would push on to the Elbe. No Allied forces were to cross the river. East of the Elbe was to be left to the Russians. As the offensive opened and the 2nd British Army drove northeast, on its right, the US 9th Army smashed into German Army Group B and swung around the Ruhr. At the same time, 3rd Army took Frankfurt against fierce German resistance and met up with 1st Army at Gießen. The German 89th Corps was encircled, and a wedge had been driven between Army Groups B and G. 1st Army went on to complete the encirclement of the Ruhr from the south by meeting 9th Army at Lippstadt on April the 1st. The German 15th Army, 5th Panzer Army, and most of the 1st Parachute Army were now trapped in the Ruhr. In the Ruhr pocket, an area 30 miles by 70 miles, was the last great concentration of German forces in the West. The encircled units made one attempt after another to break the ring, but their efforts were weak and uncoordinated. The Germans were also trying to form a new army to the east, 11th Army, which could break through to the Ruhr and relieve the pocket. But they failed to assemble more than a handful of already weak divisions. However, the sudden appearance of SS battle groups from inside the pocket, mounting fierce counterattacks, caused anxious moments for Allied commanders. Rather than simply contain the Ruhr pocket with the minimum of forces, General Bradley now decided to defeat the trapped German armies in the Ruhr. The result was nearly 3 weeks of difficult and frustrating action. Although some cities and towns surrendered at once, others saw fanatical last stands in the rubble of bombed-out factories and streets. Although it took 18 American divisions nearly 3 weeks to end all resistance, the outcome of the Ruhr battle was never in doubt. All the same, the scale of the victory astonished Allied commanders. When German resistance finally petered out on April the 18th, 317,000 German prisoners were taken, including 25 generals and an admiral. More prisoners than in the mass surrenders at Stalingrad or Tunisia. Pockets of resistance, some of them strong and determined, would be met by Allied forces until the very end. But nothing could now prevent the Allies from sweeping through the German interior. As the Allied advance raced through Germany, it rapidly approached the Russians, who were themselves now closing in on the River Elbe. There was a real chance of accidental clashes between forward units. To reduce the risk, the Americans and Russians exchanged liaison officers and special recognition signals were devised. Finally, on the 25th of April 1945, Red Army and Western forces met near Torgau on the Elbe, as units of the 5th Soviet Guards Army and the 69th Division of the 1st American Army made contact. Germany had been cut in half. While the Western Allies were eliminating the final pockets of German resistance on their side of the River Elbe, the Russians began the assault on Berlin. Inside the city, Hitler and a handful of followers sheltered in a bunker deep beneath the Reichschancellery, while Berlin was turned to rubble over their heads, and surviving German units resisted fanatically to the end. By the time the city surrendered on May the 2nd, 300,000 Russians and an unknown number of Germans were dead in the ruins. Two days before the fall of Berlin, Adolf Hitler had committed suicide in his bunker. However, although the Führer was gone, German resistance continued. Knowing of the grim fate that awaited them at the hands of the Russians, many German units were determined to fight their way west and surrender to American or British forces. To buy time for units in the east to escape, German formations in the west kept fighting for long after they would otherwise have given up. On May the 4th, German forces in northern Europe surrendered unconditionally to Field Marshal Montgomery, and 3 days later, the remaining German forces in the west surrendered to Eisenhower's staff. On that day, Eisenhower announced that the mission of the Allied forces was complete. Nazi Germany had been utterly destroyed, and after nearly 6 long and bitter years, the war in Europe was over.